This negative image is associated with the popular Catholic devotion to the holy face of Jesus. The shroud's authenticity as a holy relic has been disputed even within the Catholic Church, and radiocarbon dating has shown it to be a medieval artifact, with the main image created via prolonged differential exposure of a prepared fabric to bright sunlight. So the documented history of the shroud dates back to 1354 when it's exhibited in the New Collegiate Church of Liry, a village north of France. The shroud was denounced as a forgery by the Bishop of Troyes in 1389. It was acquired by the House of Savoy in 1453 and later deposited in a chapel in Chambéry, where it was damaged by fire in 1532 and 1578. The Savoys moved the shroud to their new capital in Turin, where it has remained ever since. So what was the years that they found it? Yeah, it is. Go scroll down a little bit. In 1988, radiocarbon dating by 3 different laboratories established the shroud's linen material was produced between the years 1260 and 1390 to a 95% confidence level. Defenders of the authenticity of the shroud have questioned those results, usually on the basis that the samples tested might have been contaminated or taken from a repair of the original fabric. Yeah. But imagine if that's how Jesus comes back. I mean, the whole idea is that Jesus is eventually going to come back when the shit's hit the fan. Like, okay, guys, I'll let you try it on your own forever, but now I'm back. I mean, what better time for Jesus to come back when they've figured out a way to fucking make humans out of DNA? Like, that would be a good time for Jesus to go, whoa, 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 whoa. Slow down. Don't you guys have bigger problems?
Yeah, our site is called Clone Fathers, and we haven't done a lot with it because it's emerging technology, let's say. But can you imagine raising your own clone?
Imagine raising a little you.
I'd have to put it in a bag and throw it into the river.
I wouldn't know what to teach it, because I would want it, if it was going to be me, it would have to make all the fucking mistakes that I've made. And I would try to tell it, hey, don't do that. But you can't, because it has to make those mistakes in order to really appreciate the negative consequences of those actions.
Yeah, your folks were telling you don't do that, and you did it anyway.
They weren't telling me shit, which is why I did it. I was a lock-key kid, which is probably how I turned out the way I am. But the baby, if I had a baby me and I was raising, I wouldn't raise it that way. I'd bring it to the best schools. I'd take care of it. I'd give it hugs all the time.
Yeah.
I'd give it all this love. It would have no motivation to be the kind of person that I am today, who was motivated, at least in part, by neglect.
Well, you've done quite well, and congratulations on being the most widely watched podcast on the face of this planet.
If that's not reason for the Amazon, I don't know what is.
No, you're bringing a lot of needed information to the world. You really are.
Well, all I'm doing is going after what I'm curious about. That's all I'm doing. All I'm doing is approaching and engaging with things that I'm curious about. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the whole. This whole thing is run basically with 3 people and my iPhone. Literally.
Yeah.
There's no one's telling me who to have on or what to do. And you know that, because how you and I book these podcasts, just you and me text messaging.
Yeah.
Hey, what are you doing? Come on back.
I loved it.
Let's
too.
do it.
Yeah.
It's fun. And I think that's part of also the reason why it's successful, is that people know, even though this is on Spotify and there's a massive corporation behind it that distributes it, all that, Spotify leaves me alone. At the end of the line, it's just me and Jamie. I mean, the people that are making this podcast, the people that decide things, Jamie and I we just have conversations. It's just me and him.
Yeah.
Just talking. What do you think we should do? That's it. That's it.
Kind of what Drew and I are like. We're just 2 guys in a truck.
Yeah.
We leave the house in the morning and the phone rings.
That's also why it's interesting. That's also why it resonates with people.
Yeah.
People don't like it. Like, if you get your news from CNN, Jesus Christ, how many fucking people are behind that thing? How many executives and producers, and how much financial influence is involved in everything that gets on the air? How much incentive do the people that are saying those things? How are they being pushed? How are they being motivated by progressing their careers along the same path? What lines are they not willing to cross? What toes are they not willing to step on? What narratives are they pushing? You don't trust it. There's just too much nonsense. And also the way they talk, like the way those old timey, they had things to worry about more than just a caveman. Like, that's phony talk, right? That's the modern phony talk is the phony talk of the people that are the broadcasters on MSNBC. That's modern phony talk. People don't like that. It doesn't feel right to them. They like when they talk to a guy like you, it's like, look what I found. I fucking sprayed water at the permafrost. like I found this. I know this is the guy who actually found it. I don't have to deal with an institution. I'm not dealing with a museum. I'm not dealing with a university. I'm not dealing with a board of investors. And you're dealing with one guy.
Yep.
That's what people like. Because it's the only thing that resonates with a human being that's listening to this on the other end.
And I think what resonates with people about our boneyard is that it's real time. This shit's going on real time.
Real time.
I'm not hiding anything. I'm not going, oh, well, that bone there is only 190 years old, so I better put it away so nobody knows.
Right. Exactly.
When we found that, I'm going, holy shit.
Yeah.
It's in the bone zone, man.
Yeah.
This is Ice Age shit.
That's what we thought.
And then, boom. No, it's 190 years old. Okay, now we got a real problem.
Yeah. Now it's even more interesting.
It is.
Yeah.
And like I said, we don't sell them. How could you put a price on that?
Right.
Could you?
Could you? I mean, there's $1 million for a saber-tooth tiger skull. You know, how much is it? I mean, how many millions and millions and millions of dollars are all the bones that just AMNH has?
Yeah.
How many? How many? I mean, if you put them up for auction,
hundreds of millions.
Oh yeah, a lot of money.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it's just on your Instagram.
Yeah. By the way, that bone's yours.
This is mine?
Yeah.
Thank you. I love it.
I told you I was going to fix that shit.
Oh, thank you very much.
You got a Spitzer bone.
That's pretty dope. I love it that it's actually the bone. You see here, folks. The chunk has been sawed off.
That's
carbon dated.
Yeah, that's what I took. I was a little aggressive on that because I want to make sure they had enough material.
I wonder what kind of saw they had back then, 200 years ago.
It could have been a whipsaw. Who knows? It could have been a little handheld.
It's just so fascinating to think back to 200 years ago, the actual human that sawing through that, and then as it goes through time, frozen into the ground, pushed out with water, found by you, cut and sent to get DNA tested and carbon dated, and then it comes back to here.
Boom, where it belongs.
It seems like it belongs here for whatever reason.
It does belong here.
Yeah, sit right here.
Yeah,
forever.
You put your pens in there.
That's not a bad idea.
No, I mean they had pens back in the day with feathers.
Make a good ashtray.
They wrote a constitution with that shit.
Tap a cigar on that sucker.
There you go. We have some that aren't empty of the marrow, but we only sampled one so far. We might have to sample one or two more.
How many things have you carbon dated?
That's the only one I've ever.
Of the bones.
Of the 300,000 we found, that's the only one I ever carbon dated.
And
we've had maybe 10 others carbon dated by other people.
And what is the oldest one that you found?
40,000.
40,000.
That's off the most latest one. It probably goes back farther than that, but 50,000 is about as reliable as you can get on carbon 14.
And what animal was it that was 40,000 years old?
Woolly mammoth. It was mammoth ivory. So it went from 40,000 to our next oldest was 22,000. There's a lot of thousands in between them. What happened then?
Yeah.
Where are the people?
Right. Well, you have found evidence of human beings, right? What's that one bone that has a human face carved into it that you've... Yeah, that one.
That one there is It was found on a tailing pile.
That looks a lot like the Shroud of Turin, by the way.
Yeah,
doesn't it? That's
paleontologists told us that was natural.
That's the Virgin Mary and a grilled cheese sandwich. What? Paleontologists told you that's natural.
Natural, and I look at it.
What? Cut the shit. Cheeks, nose, mouth, eyes.
And I posted that, Joe, and about half the comments were, Jesus Christ, learn how to take a picture, would you?
Yeah, right.
The only thing in focus is your pickup truck.
That's true, but that's the problem with iPhones, right? Or any kind of phone.
Yeah, I mean, come on, guys.
Yeah.
I'm a boner.
Yeah, that does not look even remotely natural. That looks absolutely like a face that was carved into a bone. Yep. Why would they say that that's natural? That's so silly.
It is.
It's so silly to say that because it just makes you look stupid. Because that might be natural under the craziest of circumstances. It might be natural that a symmetrical face with eyelids and eyebrows and cheeks and a nose and a mouth and, I mean, everything about it is carved.
It almost looks like that shrouded Jesus.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Almost the same face.
Very similar. But the idea that that is natural is just fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Like, come on. Come on. So stupid. Has that been carbon dated?
No.
No?
You see what I did to the one I gave you?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people go, you need to carbon date all your fossils. Okay. I have $400 a pop, and I got 300,000. That's 1.2 million. So, I'm sorry, 120 million you want me to spend?
Well, also with that, maybe it's an old bone that someone carved thousands of years later. That's possible.
It was on top of a tail by one at the boneyard.
Yeah.
We have gravel pits and mines everywhere.
How could paleontologists with a straight face say that's natural? I mean, it might be. Under the craziest of circumstances, it might be natural. But if you had a bet, everything you had, put it on red or put it on black. You know, I'm putting it on someone had a fucking stone or a knife or whatever it was, and they carved that face.
Yep.
That looks carved as fuck.
It looks like it to me.
Yeah. I think it looks at to 99.9% of the population.
Yep.
Other than people with a vested interest in it being natural.
Yep.
Yeah, for what reason? Just to push a narrative? Like, why would you say that that's natural?
I have, with my friends at AM&H, they said with witnesses, unfortunately for them, two of the uppity-ups there said the reason they don't want to give the bones back to me is they think I'm going to sell them. Now, let's think about that for a second.
That's so stupid. You have 100 times more than that. Just sit in a fucking warehouse that you've never sold.
And I met with the University of Alaska State Senate recently. Drew and I met with them. We said, we had this deal lined out 22 years ago. They were supposed to return everything in the basement to Alaska. We agreed to it. I funded it. I put money in the account to make that happen. Time goes by, well, we can't because there's asbestos in the ceiling. Blah, blah, blah. It has to be abated. Okay, but abate it. Let me know when you're done. I'll come get them. Well, we got sidetracked for 15 years at the boneyard, 16 years. I said, nah, that's unfinished business. I need to go get those. In the meantime, they said, fuck this guy.
Yeah.
Fuck this dirt tramp. We're going to keep him. He's just going to sell them.
How crazy. Let's show the images of what you have that you haven't sold, just so people understand how silly that is. Because you have photographs on the Instagram that show massive amounts of tusks and bones. And
that's just one day right
that's
there.
Just one day. I mean, we'll go and scroll down because show the warehouses, Jamie, because he's got warehouses. What is that? The cave drawings. What is that? Scroll back up. That art.
One in the middle.
A little right above the guy with the guitar. Yeah,
that was something that I saw online after I came out, and I said that we domesticated the woolly mammoth. Somebody sent me that picture.
It's a guy on top of a mammoth.
Yeah, a guy on top of a mammoth.
Whoa.
And you know how your kids, you got a golden retriever.
Uh-huh.
You know, your kids take a brush, and that dog just lays there, and they comb the hair out of it.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't we do that with the woolly mammoth?
Listen, we know people ride elephants. I rode an elephant in Thailand. You You can ride elephants. They domesticate them. If you treat them right, they'll let you ride them. Yeah. The fossilized creature.
The mummy.
Yeah, what is that? Scroll down a little bit, Jamie. Down. Is it up there? No, you had it. It's a little down further, buddy. There it is. There it is.
Yeah.
What is that little fella?
Well, we don't know yet.
Does it look like a rat or a shrew?
When Dick Mull was up there doing his research for that film, Dick Mull.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you talked about him before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just waiting for you to say what an unfortunate name.
Yeah, it is an unfortunate name.
He said, keep your eyes out for Arctic ground squirrel. And that's been a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
This year, we just found that this year. We've never found one before. And it was still frozen. So
that looks like it could be a ground squirrel.
Could be. And I've got other pictures of it where you can actually see the ribs. I mean, it's really unbelievable. Well preserved. I gave it to the museum up there. I said, here, you guys, this is out of my league. You guys do the research. And they took it, and they're still studying it, but they've had it since July.
Scroll back up a little, Jimmy. A little down, a little down, a little down. What is that to the right?
That's a mammoth tooth that my buddy that carved those pipes.
Oh, we carved that into the mammoth tooth?
Yeah.
Wow, that's
couple
cool.
of faces. By the way, this is a good time for me to give you something that I got from him.
Oh.
You'd like it.
Okay. What's that?
That's a pipe.
Oh, wow. What is this made out of?
Do you think it'll work?
Yep.
It's an Usyk.
An Usyk?
Yeah.
What's that mean?
Jamie, what's an Usyk?
Yeah. What kind of heavyweight champ?
O-O-S-I-K.
O-O-S-I-K. Oh, it's a dick.
Well, I can't believe Joe Rogan put a walrus dick in his mouth.
It's not the first one we have. We got another one in another room somewhere.
Yeah, we have what do we have? Another walrus dick. Fossilized walrus bone.
Yeah. Anyways, that's
So there's a walrus dick.
yeah. Well, not a big one.
No.
There's a broken one.
Yeah. Which tends to happen with dick bones.
Sometimes.
People get wild.
Yeah. You never know what happens. Ooh, sick.
Yeah. Wow.
They anyways, he carved that up. And I said, well, I'm gonna give it to Joe. It's a good conversation starter.
Yeah, what are they called again? There's a word for those bones other than Usyk. There's a word for fossilized. God, I forget what the word is. Steve Ranella told it to me when he gave it to me. Yeah, that's right. Vacuole. That's the technical term.
How do you remove a raccoon vacuum? Is that what I just read?
Yeah, how do you remove it?
It's very
From
tasty.
where?
Raccoons. Yeah,
Carefully.
I guess.
There's a little bag for it.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Very cool.
Yeah. But we just been doing what we did when we saw you last time.
Just continuing.
I told you that, hey man, I don't have a whole lot new to report on all the new bones we found because we're finding so many different kind of things we've never found before. But when we moved the whole operation down to where we started, bought a new pump, started up that left limit, we're starting to find all kinds of shit. We're just trying to find,
That's all new.
but that's what's still in the basement.
It's just nuts. The amount of stuff you have is just absolutely nuts.
You know, when that guy wasn't looking, I grabbed a sample of that asbestos containing material over there where the lights are.
So this is in the AMNH.
Yep.
This is all your stuff
Yep.
that they think you're going to sell if you get it out of there, which is hilarious.
No, what's funny about that is, so what? It's my stuff.
Right.
It came off patented ground. I can sell it if I want to,
Yeah.
but I don't need to, and I don't want to. I want to study it. I want to find out what happened. Why did all the animals go extinct?
Right.
The 65% of the megafauna at the same time.
Right.
Something big going on.
Something big.
And Pat Druckenmiller says the secrets are in the bones. They have diagnostic tools now. They can tell what the animal was eating, how many times it had sex, how far it traveled, how long it lived, things that we don't even know what the questions are yet. We just need the puzzle pieces back so it can be studied.
What really fascinates me is the skull on your T-shirt.
What skull?
The one on your T-shirt.
That one.
Yeah, that one.
I
Finding some of those there.
don't know.
The problem with finding some of those there, though, that would change everything in terms of like who goes and who can look at it. Right? You want another one?
Can you fill me up?
Sure, I can. We can talk deeper. Right? That's the problem.
I think you called him the dude.
Yeah, the dude.
Yeah.
The problem with the dude is then it becomes archaeology, right?
Yeah, dudes are archaeology.
Yeah, and dudes mean that the university's coming, or whoever, government's coming.
Hypothetically, let's say you found a dude.
Right.
And hypothetically, let's say the university did come look at it. And hypothetically, they said, okay, you need to go turn yourself into the troopers. Why? Because those are human remains. So if somebody did find that, they'd have to go to the troopers and fill out a report.
So we found a dead body.
They'd have to say we found human remains.
Right.
Let's say the person taking the report said, let me get a homicide team out here to talk to you. And you hypothetically said, that bone is older than everybody in this building, all their ancestors combined and going back 100 generations. Well, we're not interested in that then. Get out of here. Well, get out of here after the report's written. Hypothetically.
Hypothetically. Yeah.
So everything was okay.
So if hypothetically, completely hypothetically, if they found a dude that's 40,000 years old, then shit gets wild.
Sure could.
Because if they found this dude in the same level of permafrost where you're finding woolly mammoths.
Hypothetically, let's say it was 10 feet away from a woolly mammoth skull.
Hypothetically. Yeah.
That would be very interesting.
It would be very interesting.
That's a really interesting hypothesis.
Also, is it anatomically modern? Is it Denisovan? You know, those the type of humans that they found in that cave in Russia. Completely different branch of humans.
I don't know about those. I haven't heard about those.
Yeah, they found, I don't know how much they found, but they found bones that are from, I believe this was like, I want to say 2007-ish, 2017, somewhere around that. Real recently, they found this new branch of the human tree that's called the Denisovan. When did they find that, Jamie? They found it. James can look it up, but they were in Russia. There's many versions of human beings that coexisted, apparently, and Homo sapiens were the
Article from 2019 says they recreated what it looks like from a pinky bone they found.
First portrait of extinct Denisovan human relative created from pinky bone DNA. Wow. Denisovan girl shown with dark hair, piercing eyes, and a broad face. So it was a completely different kind of human being. Not a Neanderthal, not a Homo sapien. Something different. More than 100,000 years ago, modern humans in Eurasia lived alongside Neanderthals and Denisovans, two other hominins that have since gone extinct. While much is known about Neanderthals and how they lived, Denisovans have remained enigmatic because only a handful of bone fragments from the ancient group have ever been found. But now they have a good idea of how Denisovans look. A study published Thursday in the journal Cell, scientists took DNA from a Denisovan pinky bone found in a Siberian cave in 2008, there it is, and used it to predict Denisovan anatomical features. I wonder how they did that.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Click that. 56 features that differ.
What?
Yeah. Oh, that's all it is? Wow. The little tiny piece of bone. How much Denisovan bones have they found? Degraded DNA molecules from a group of human relatives who went extinct tens of thousands of years ago have been reassembled using a new technique, yielding a genetic code for the mysterious Denisovans that meets the standard for modern humans. The findings are based on samples drawn from 40 milligrams of ground-up bone from a Siberian girl's finger. They confirm imagine that, they can tell it's a girl, too. They confirm what scientists saw how do they know what gender it is? Why are they misgendering this poor Denisovan? Scientists saw a much less detailed genetic sequence they produced a couple years ago and addressed some of the deep questions surrounding the Denisovans, but they also raised a few new questions, including a basic one. Just how old was the sample that they analyzed? Wow. Is that all they found? Google how many bone fragments have they found from Denisovans? Thank God for scientists. They got a job. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. In Tibet. Wow.
They did with Neanderthals.
Wow. A hybrid bone reveals in Live Science. Click on that. What year was that when they figured that out? That was 2022. Wow. So they're finding, from 2008 to 2022, they're finding more and more of these bones. Closest known extinct relatives of modern humans were the thick-browed Neanderthals and the mysterious Denisovans. A bone fragment from Siberian caves, perhaps of a teenage girl, has revealed the first known hybrid of these groups. A new study concludes. The finding confirms inbreeding that had only been hinted at in earlier genetic studies. Very amazing. Now, a number of now extinct human lineages not only lived alongside modern humans, but even interbred with them, leaving traces of their DNA in the modern human genome. These lineages included the stocky Neanderthals as well as the enigmatic Denisovans, known from only a few teeth and bones unearthed in the Denisova cave in the Altai Mountains. Click on that now extinct human lineages. How many do they have? Wow, they got a tooth. Wow. The scientists have just completed sequencing the entire genome of species. Scroll up. It was above it. Of a species of archaic humans called Denisovan. The fossils consist of a finger bone and 2 molars from this extinct lineage. Scientists don't know the precise age of the material found, though the estimate ranges between 30,000 and 80,000 years of age. Wow.
40,000 years. So.
Somewhere. Yeah, somewhere along the same lines as the oldest shit you found in the boneyard.
Yep.
Woo. Wild stuff.
We have no idea the range that we find.
Yeah.
Because we've only sampled a few of them.
Well, that's what's really crazy, is that the sheer amount of material that you guys have excavated is just a drop in the bucket of what's still there.
You talked about the carbon.
Yeah.
We don't know how far it goes. We just know it's there.
Yeah.
We know that in front of it, downstream of it's decomposed bedrock. And decomposed bedrock in that area has gold in it, but it's very hard to recover the gold from because it's a clay. You can't wash it very good. But underneath that's another layer of bedrock. Did something come in hot? Something came in hot. Something caused a lot of water to melt real quick. Sea levels rose 400 feet worldwide.
400 feet.
We came from Jacksonville yesterday. The east coast from Jacksonville was 85 miles farther east. That was all dry land.
Holy shit.
And now it's worldwide this happening.
Yeah.
Talk about climate change. You know, climate change is climate change. It's always going to be a climate changing.
Right.
And I'm comfortable with that. You know, we say, oh, we're melting the climate, we're melting the world, we're doing all this shit. Don't worry about the world. The world will take care of itself. You know, we don't have to be assholes. We don't have to pollute it. But we should take some care of it. But now let's go electric vehicles all the time. Well, people are saying that don't realize how much more copper has to be mined, how much more lead has to be mined. You're using fossil fuels for all that. You're not going to get a D11 dozer on batteries. Just not. You got to use fossil fuels.
Yeah. And also, the thing about this whole climate change argument is climate's never been stable. It's not like before humans it was ever like flat. Like you could predict it every year. Oh, September 13th it's going to be 75 degrees. Nope, it's never been. Never, ever. It's always been up and down. It's a constant changing environment on this planet. It exists within a range where biological life can survive, but have you ever seen those structures that they found under the ocean outside of Japan?
No.
Fascinating. It's called Yanaguni. And they've tried to say that these things are naturally occurring. But Graham Hancock has dived with them and many other people as well. And there's right angles and there's portals. There's all this stuff down there that just doesn't look at all like something that's natural. It looks like some ancient structure that was under the ocean a long time ago. Look at that. There's corridors and steps. They have no idea who made it, why. It's just this immense structure that's underneath the ocean.
Do you know how deep that is?
I'm sure they do. It's a 165 known structure of unknown origin, 85 feet underwater, the southern coast of Ryukyu Islands in Japan.
That would fit right in with the 400-foot.
Yeah, fit right in with it.
Yeah.
I mean,
look at that thing.
Yeah, it's insane. But what's really insane is the pathways and the corridors and these things that just don't seem to, the right angles that exist everywhere, that just absolutely don't seem to be natural. They seem to be carved. It seems to be something that someone made a long fucking time ago. Graham Hancock is absolutely convinced. He's like, when you swim down there with those things, there's no way. There's just no way. There's no way that wasn't created. Wild stuff. And who knows what it really looked like how many thousands of years ago, before the water erosion, before whatever the impact did to it.
Nowadays people want to get something done. They always put in the effects on the climate will benefit us from this study. If we do this study, it's good for climate change. I know the guys that are cloning the woolly mammoths are saying, they want to bring them back and put them in Siberia to keep the permafrost from melting and the methane gas from escaping.
Yeah.
But for some reason, I have an idea that as soon as they get one out there on the step, somebody's going to come along and go, how about shoot me a woolly mammoth?
Especially if you put them in Russia. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
if they get a steady population of them in Russia, someone for sure is going to say, do you want to hunt the woolly mammoth? We can make this happen.
We can make it happen.
How much money do you have, my friend?
There's never enough.
Never enough.
No, I mean, we're involved in the fossilized ivory market a little bit because we find broken tusks and we make stuff out of it. And there's very few American craftspeople that use woolly mammoth ivory to manufacture stuff. And I know last time we talked about it, you're going, it might be kind of, but that's what we do. And like I said, this is an adorable little hobby, but it's what my wife calls it. But when I go to pay $400 for a carbon-14 sample, that means that's 100 gallons of fuel I didn't buy. So I kind of go like this.
Right.
I just soon buy the fuel because this little hobby pays for itself. You guys buy this, and I'll buy fuel, put it in the pump, and I'll go find more. And we'll just do that.
Yeah.
We'll make real nice things out of it. And this is a good time to give you this.
She's got another gift.
Oh yeah, my
Spoiling me, buddy.
My daughter Laura, Drew's wife out there, Laura Longley. The last time I was here, I told you she's sex Fifth Avenue. She's beyond sex Fifth Avenue. She wanted to give you that.
Oh, it's a pendant.
On a silver chain.
Oh, wow.
She didn't know if you wear jewelry or not, but I said I'll give it to her.
I'll wear that. How old is that?
It's old. And she also said, you know, Joe gets all the stuff. I want to give something to his wife. So this is for your wife.
Okay.
Laura made that too.
Oh, cool. Another one.
Yep.
Wow.
Little gold. There's a little tiny gold in the top.
How old do you think this is?
30, 40,000 years. So
imagine if you could follow the timeline of the animal roaming around.
Yeah. No, she's
being converted into jewelry.
Like I said, last time she was Saks Fifth Avenue, but she's putting those guys to shame with this stuff. She finds the ivory. She finds the gold. She makes the stuff.
She gave us from last time here.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Yeah. No one's gotten high off this yet.
No, I bet that other one I sent you hasn't ever seen a match either.
I know I wouldn't do that to it, but I'm sure you guys do sell them. I'm sure there's people out there
Actually,
gone into space smoking weed off of a mammoth bone.
If I was an astronaut, I would. And even if I didn't go into space, I'd do it. Now, the other thing is, I had a guy call me. He goes, I love that Joe Rogan podcast. I want to make him some pistol grips for a 1911.
Oh.
I said, I don't know if he's got a 1911. He says, well, give me his address and I'll mail it to him. I said, I ain't going to do that. I'm going to see him. If you want me to give them to him, I'll give them to him. But I'm not giving out his address. He says, okay. So he sent me the Burkett Customs is the name of his operation.
Check that out.
Yeah, check him out.
Wow. Oh, wow. Look at that.
Holy mammoth. There's a little wrench in there for you to attach it to your.
I see. That's pretty badass.
It is badass.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So he sells them. Mammoth Ivory full-size 1911 grips. Wow. That's beautiful. It's just crazy that there's so much of this stuff.
Yeah.
That you can make stuff off of it.
It all starts with for us, a broken tooth or a broken piece of ivory.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
And they're very functional.
Yeah. No, I'd imagine. And beautiful.
Now, this is
You got more stuff? Jesus Christ, dude.
This is for your kids.
Okay.
Just add sandpaper.
Just add sandpaper.
Yeah, they're little ivory shards. Give them a piece of sandpaper. You sand it to a mirror finish. That's what you make stuff like what we make out of.
Wow.
Those are raw shards.
Okay.
And
I'll give it to him.
yeah. And last but not least, for you and Jamie,
Another one?
you each get one of these little packets.
Okay.
Now I know that he plays golf.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if you play golf.
No, I don't. I'm scared of golf.
Well, he'll have to steal the ball marker from you. But I made you a ball marker.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. And Joe too. And there's a guitar pick in each one of those too.
Oh, wow.
Time to play golf.
No.
Do you mark the golf?
I don't have the time.
Nah, we could try.
I'm scared of golf.
I've never played a game of golf.
Golf absorbs your time.
It scares me.
Just play 9 holes.
Yeah. The 9 holes leads to me being a fucking golf junkie.
9 holes half the time.
Tony Hinchcliffe and you and Ron White out there playing every
Imagine
day.
the foursome. That'd be a great time.
Would be a good time. I said I'll go with you guys and
It's all
just get drunk.
Just have a great time.
That's Alora's
I'll do that. All right.
stuff.
Nice. Wow. Beautiful. Incredible.
Yeah.
It is amazing that there's so much stuff that you can make things, make jewelry and make pistol grips.
Like I told you, Drew and I are we're the Dollar General. I told you that last year.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we got a meeting with Family Dollar coming up next week.
Yeah?
No, I'm just bullshitting you. we just enjoy working with it. It's a really cool material to work with. Because you take a piece, Joe, and you look at it and go, what can I make out of that? It might take a week or two to figure it out.
I have a pool cue that has a mammoth ivory joint and a mammoth ivory butt cap. that my friend Eric Crisp of Sugar Tree Q's
Oh,
makes.
cool.
Yeah, he's from Alaska, and he has mammoth ivory that he puts inside pool cues. It's beautiful. It's got like a very. See if you can Google Sugar Tree Q with mammoth ivory joint, because I know he's made a few of these. You know, he doesn't have a lot of the material, but he's made a few, and they're absolutely beautiful.
We've had people contact us about that, and I'm going, hey man, I don't know how to do it. I can't make pool cue stuff, but I have the raw ivory. If you need a little bit to work, do it. You can do it.
Well, I'll connect you with him.
All right.
He's the man. He makes some of the most beautiful pool cues in the world, and he's an interesting guy, kind of like yourself. He doesn't give a fuck. He makes them when he wants to.
Yeah.
Sells them if he wants to.
Yeah.
I can't give him money. He just keeps giving me cues. Never been able to give him money for them. I'm like, you gotta take some money.
No.
He won't take any money.
No, I don't.
He'll sell them to other people.
Yeah.
But have you found one that has mammoth ivory?
People talking about it. Sure,
no images?
I don't know if this is actually his or.
Yeah, that's his. That's 100% his. I can tell by the ring work. So that's mammoth ivory joint. That might actually be my cue. It looks real similar. So he puts that mammoth ivory. Scroll down a little bit, Jamie. Scroll down. That one right there in the middle. Right, yeah, click on that. Yeah. That's exactly what it looks like.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's not clear on the ones on it.
It's probably some of the fucking Android phone or some shit from the early 2000s. Yeah, that's what it looks like. It's beautiful.
Yeah, that's what you start with, those little shards.
It's just so crazy that there's so much of that stuff that you could actually make things out of it.
Yeah. No, it's
something happened.
Something big time.
Something big time happened. Yeah.
Nobody knows.
But it's crazy that this particular subject of the mass extinction event, which is related to Atlantis, which is related to the melting of the polar ice caps that led to some sort of a mass extinction event in North America, that all this stuff is connected, and one of the big pieces of the puzzle is your property.
Yeah.
And maybe one of the biggest pieces that's ever been discovered.
I think so, and if I can get the other stuff back, well, you saw the video, all that stuff probably got dumped in the East River.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Mammoth Lake one, but it's broken at the end, and we don't want it. It's not museum quality. Throw it away.
Right.
And so a lot of that stuff, they say in a report, mistakes made in the field. Well, those are your people. Those are your employees that made those mistakes. Don't blame it on my company, guys.
Is it mistakes made in the field meaning that the bones got damaged?
Means they didn't document where they came from.
Oh, I see.
And the paleontologists, if they don't know exactly what level of soil, where it came from, they want all that stuff. And if they don't know that stuff, it's got no scientific value, none. And so the stuff they sent back, none of it, maybe a couple pieces, have scientific value. They weren't supposed to take that, and they know it. And that's why they don't want to return it, because it's quite valuable.
Which is so crazy.
Well, you saw that film, 12 tons in 1 year.
Yeah.
They did it for 1928 to 1958.
That's nuts.
That's a lot of tusks. They talk about hundreds and hundreds of them shipped there. I've seen them. I mean, I saw them. And when I met with the head guy, I said, I want them all back. I want all the bones back. And he said to himself, who is this fucking guy? Get him out of my office. Next time he shows up, make him stand in the rain. Which we did. It's not like I'm afraid of getting wet or dirty.
Jamie, see if you can find the photo from the Boneyard Instagram page that shows that carbon layer.
I've been looking for it the whole time. I don't know why I can't find it. I kind of know what it looks like, but
do you know how far back it is?
I'll find it.
Do you know? Is it old? Like when did you post it?
Oh, it's been a few years.
Okay, so it's probably you post quite a bit, so it's probably pretty far back in there.
I've reposted it a few times.
That's the big piece. What's that?
I found a few that looked like it. I just couldn't tell what the description wasn't saying. Like this is the carbon layer or anything.
How far back was the ones that you found?
Back to right when he was on the first time. So back in the Bone Rush.
How thick is that carbon layer?
You know the picture you pulled up with the guy riding the mammoth?
Mm-hmm.
There's a picture right next to it showing it.
Oh, okay. You'll find that. Oh, there it is. Okay.
And there's the picture of the guy.
Right. So it's right next to it.
Okay.
Look, right above. Right there.
Right here.
Yeah. No, right there.
Yeah.
That's the carbon layer. So here it is. It says something came in hot. This burnt gravel laying on top of burnt bedrock 80 feet below the surface. Topography at the boneyard. Tell me it's not natural. It's the most natural thing in the solar system. Of course it's natural, right? That's something came in, boom, and burned everything. And it's 80 feet down in the permafrost. I wonder if they did a core sample, what they would find. Imagine if they did that and they said 11,800 years. I bet. I'd be willing to bet. Bet that's it. It totally makes sense.
Oh, the short-faced bear there, that jawbone you just saw. No, those are badass. They're extinct.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that animal was... They think that might have been one of the animals that kept people from crossing that Bering Land Bridge. That it was just such a fucking monstrous predator. Far bigger than a polar bear. An immense predator. Like the biggest bear ever.
Yeah.
That existed and went extinct, along with all the other megafauna. 65% of the North American megafauna instantaneously existed. That's one of the reasons why we have weird stuff here, like pronghorn antelope. Like, why are they so fast? Well, they were so fast because there was a North American cheetah that lived here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just faster.
Yeah. So we had a North American lion that lived here back then that was bigger than the African lion.
Mm-hmm. We have those up north. We found one.
Really?
We found more than one. The American lion.
Really?
Oh, yeah, the skull that you see sticking out of the muck bench. That's what Dick Moll calls them, the American lion.
Wow.
And when we were going through just some bones I had on a pallet, and he goes, "Oh, do you know what that is?" I said, "No." I said, "Lion scapula." I told him, "We got a bunch of those."
Really?
Yeah, we do. We got a bunch of those.
So was there supposed to be a North American lion as far as
the skull I have, they say is the best one of the 4 that have been found.
Wow.
And some guy offered me $85,000 for it, and I said, there's the door.
That's not enough, fella.
That ain't. We don't sell this shit.
Yeah. Also, like, that's a historically important piece of bone. That's a very important piece.
Yeah.
And to think that, again, that's a drop in the bucket. I shouldn't say a drop in the bucket. That's a drop in the fucking Olympic swimming pool that you have up there.
Yep.
I mean, if someone made a full-scale excavation, just really went all in to see what the fuck is going on up here, God, that would be amazing.
The problem is it scares them. It's a scary sight. Because we're not talking about dirt and rocks. We're talking about melting ice. You get over next to that muck bench. You look up 60 feet, and up there's trees, and there's not boulders, but big chunks of ice. They can fall. And so we're real careful with our guys. Don't go under there.
Oh, have you had any kind of collapses before?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had a piece of ice we knew was going to collapse. We kept working on it to make it happen quicker by undercutting it with a giant. And it was...
When you say the giant, you're talking about the water sprayer.
Right.
Yeah.
And it collapsed 2 days after we shut the pumps off. We knew it was going to go. We said, okay, stay out. That was 5 stories tall, the piece that broke off.
Wow.
It took us a whole summer to get rid of it with the giant. But within that thing was about half a dozen tusks.
Wow.
So we just sprayed it and come back and get a tusk. We restore the tusks. If they're not broken, we fix them. We got a bunch of them restored. Bunch.
It's just so nuts that there's this one area that has so much.
Not 5 acres either. 2.1, Albert.
I mean, 2.1 is like a really big backyard for a nice suburban house.
And I think I mentioned to you, it goes all the way, it goes downstream, where there is a creek that's a mile long. And that creek is going to, if we ever get to it, someday somebody will get to it. Maybe Drew and Laura or my other kids might get to it. My grandkids.
So here's the area, and this is showing the giant in action as it's spraying.
Yeah.
And so, do you just spray for a specific amount of time and then just start looking at what's been uncovered, or do you look at it while it's doing it?
Sometimes we'll hang out if we see something coming up. We'll aim it. But a lot of times that one's an automatic giant. It'll sweep by itself. You turn the pumps on, and it just goes back and forth.
And then you come back and just start looking around. Yeah. Wow.
It's like looking for Easter eggs.
It's on. I mean, it seems to me insane that no one's contacted you that doesn't want to do some sort of a collaboration with you. Do some massively funded expedition where they.
It's going to take massive amounts of money, and I'm not opposed to having them do that. But generally speaking, what I get is some guy goes, "Hey, I'd like a mammoth tusk."
What's that, Jamie?
Nice. Just like
What is
on
it?
the dirt. Doesn't say what it is.
Just see a lot of Ice Age cool stuff emerge from the frozen
Yeah.
rock.
That's because we don't know what that is.
Or it's just shiny black. You can tell.
Huh.
Reflecting the sky.
But the stuff, the little things on the side, the micros, we spent a lot of time looking for tips, spear tips.
Have you found them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We found one mammoth hip bone with the spear tip still sticking in it.
Really?
And I've got that one posted, a little video thing.
Ooh, find that, Jamie. That's wild.
Yeah, it is wild.
How old is that?
Got to be tens of thousands.
There's got to be some people in there. You might have like a full Dennis Oven in there.
I found things that I thought,
Oh, there's a tip.
yeah, now they're going to tell me that tip went through the fur and the hide, hit a vital organ in a mammoth. And
But if you found one in a mammoth hip bone, it has to.
we found a tip. We found a tip.
In a mammoth hip bone.
Yeah.
But don't you think that they hunted those things? Especially if they were above them. Like if you were above them on a cliff or something like that.
Well,
They'd sneak up and throw spears down.
they could have. I don't know.
They did it with elephants. I know people hunt elephants with bow and arrows. There's a video of people hunting them with traditional bows, like long bows.
Yeah.
From like the 1900s, early 1900s.
But remember, the steppe had no trees, no wood. It's all grasslands. And so the browsers, the woolly mammoths, the caribou, the steppe bisons, they ate grass. And the moose came in later, the browsers. And there was no wood to fashion a spear out of, really, to speak of. It was all grass. So I'm thinking they kind of might have moved through a little bit, got a little bit farther south. Maybe they went somewhere else that was on the limits, that was emerging into uplands.
So maybe some nomadic people traveled with spears they'd gotten from somewhere else, and they made it to your place because that's where the mammoths were.
The carnivores had a field day up there because short-faced bears, the cave lions, they had all kinds of stuff to eat.
Cave bears.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
they were eating good, and that was for thousands of years. They did that, and they got along. That balance is there. We have them right now with wolves. You have a year with a lot of wolves, and then you have, they kill everything, all the moose, and you'll have a few years where the wolves disappear because there's nothing to eat, and then the moose come back, and then the wolves come back. I mean, it's time.
Constant cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a creek now with 2 packs of wolves on it. The one I invited you to go hunting on. There won't be a moose left on that creek, I don't think, this summer.
Probably not.
No.
Yeah.
I'll put you on a different creek.
They're a fascinating animal.
Yeah,
We just showed yesterday they reintroduced them to Colorado recently. Good luck, guys.
I don't think the people in Colorado understand what just happened.
No, they have no idea. They fucking city dwellers think wolves are amazing. They're so beautiful. Why'd they go extinct?
I had that video of a little young wolf that's right by our road. We're driving down to look at a cut, and just sitting there looking at us like, hey, was up, and he's howling, and you can hear another one in the background howling. They show up at the boneyard going, time to eat.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah, they smell that rotten flesh.
I'm sure, right?
Oh, the stench of that is, you can't avoid it.
How bad does it smell when you start excavating?
It's the kind of stench that you'll never forget, but you'll never smell it anywhere else. So the invite is still open for you to come up there.
I need to make it my way out there. If I do, I want to bring Randall.
Do it.
Yeah.
But here's the other caveat to that.
Okay.
We built our new building. We put 2 1885 Brunswick pool tables in there. Got them restored.
I saw.
And I told Drew, I said, you're welcome to play on it, but I ain't playing until Joe Rogan plays on it with me. As soon as you cue it up and rack it, I'm going to run out the door and leave.
Okay.
I'm not a very good pool player.
Well, that's why I'm scared of golf, because I am a good pool player.
I know
what it takes.
I know you're a good pool player.
But that's what it takes to play good pool. It's just massive amounts of time that I don't have.
Yeah, it's practice.
I already have one thing that sucks my time. And if I was living where you are, I probably my time would be spent spraying water.
We're trying to figure out a way to do it while we don't have to be there. Put the auto giant up there.
Did you get a bunch of people that reached out to you after the podcast that wanted to volunteer to help?
Yeah. But I can't do it.
Too many weirdos.
Look, dude. Talking about you two?
Yeah.
It's me and Drew.
Yeah.
And when it's all hands on deck, when something is happening, like the day, then it's all hands on deck. That day we pulled out a whole woolly mammoth and a half.
Wow.
One day.
A whole woolly mammoth.
And a half.
And a half.
And we got the other half the next day.
Have you thought about putting that thing together?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we got it all.
Like museum style?
I don't want
piecing it together?
We'll put it together and put it in our building.
How do they do that?
They
use like metal to connect the bones and
the museum I saw in the Yukon, they use a metal frame. They attach it somehow to that, but I've seen them replicas that they have of the skeletons, and you see the tusks going out, and I'm looking, and there's nothing supporting those tusks. Those are made out of foam. You can't hold a 250-pound tusk in a skull without it just breaking. You gotta have something underneath it to support.
Oh, so those are replicas?
Oh yeah, most of them are just all foam.
Well, that's the thing about the dinosaurs, right? They'll have some pieces, and then the rest of it is just kind of bullshit. It's just what they know it looked like in the dimensions that it would be based on the shape of whatever bones they do have.
Yeah. We have all the bones. We have whole herds of those things.
Wow.
Just a matter of that thing that we invented called time.
Yeah.
My time's better spent collecting it than it is trying to put it together.
It's just amazing that there's this one spot in Alaska, and it really makes you think how many spots are like that somewhere else that just have not been explored.
Well, I told you last time that guy Chuck says there's 10,000 of those dead animals on my property. Woolly mammoths.
10,000.
10,000.
That's the estimate.
Yeah. He's the carver. And he's dealt more woolly mammoth bones and tusks than anybody I know. Probably in the world.
It just makes you really want to imagine what the scene was like when it all went down. What the scene was like, boom, boom, when they all just died all at once.
Yeah. And all at once might have been 500 years.
Right.
Might have been 1,000 years.
Right.
But faster than they could, adapt to it.
Yeah.
So, and all the silt and all the shit that covers the ground there, that's left over from the melting glaciers. Glaciers melted and the wind came in and blew all that stuff, deposited itself on the gravels. And that's why in gold mining you got to strip that shit off to get down to the gravel and the bedrock. That's all covering it.
Have you paid attention to any of Randall Carlson's work?
A little bit.
He thinks it all happened very quickly.
I think he's right.
Yeah, I think he's right too.
But I think there's another one in there earlier.
I bet.
By about 20,000 years, maybe.
Completely makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go 20,000 years ago, from us. I mean, look, we think about the pyramids and we think about Egypt, and we really don't know when they made those. But Robert Schoch, who's the guy who was a geologist from Boston University who did the work on the Sphinx and the Temple of the Sphinx and found water erosion that indicates thousands of years of rainfall after they carved that thing. After they carved that area out, he's like, this is thousands of years of rainfall. And the last time there was like rainfall in the Nile Valley was more than 9,000 years ago. So you have 9,000 years ago, and then you have thousands of years before that. So now you're in that area. Now you're in 12,000 years ago, 13, 14, who knows? There's also speculation as to when the Sphinx, which used to have the head of a lion before they carved it and made it an Egyptian head. And they think that because the head of the Sphinx is much smaller than the rest of the body, it also has much less erosion. Then they go back to, okay, at what point in time was this thing pointed towards the constellation Leo?
Right.
And now you're at 30,000 years ago.
Yep.
They think that might have been when these people had made this thing.
And I've heard you talk about the pyramids and the engineering that went into it. How do you move a block like that 500 miles?
Yeah, insane.
So well intricately cut. You can't even put a razor blade between the fits.
Yeah, amazing.
Can't do that now.
Well, 2,300,000 stones that weigh between like 2 and 80 tons, perfectly placed. The true north, south, east, and west. They align with constellations. You have these shafts that align to certain star patterns. It's like, woo, what was going down in Egypt?
I got to think Elon Musk has come back. He might have been there.
Well, I bet there was millions of Elon Musks back then. Who knows? I mean, I really firmly believe that we are sort of a reimagining of human civilization, and that human civilization, as it were, when they did construct the pyramids, was probably more advanced than we are today in a different way.
Yeah.
And this is what Graham thinks. This is what Randall thinks. And a lot of these people think that whatever technology they had, whatever, so far undiscovered technology, we don't really know how they carved that stuff. We don't know what methods they used, because modern conventional thinking is that they only had copper. They didn't even have steel. So how the fuck are they doing that? There's also these drill marks, these cores that have been cored out that seem to indicate diamond bit drills, moving at insane rates of speed that have cored out sections of stone. Like, who the fuck did that? Who, how, where, why, when? Even if it really is 2,500 BC, what the fuck did you use? What did you use? How'd you do that?
Yeah.
That's probably not 2,500 years ago, because that's just based on organic matter. It's also based on, they find like little pieces of organic matter that they can carbon date, that there's no real proof that wasn't done, that they didn't sort of like resurface things or refix things or try to update things. There's also the hieroglyphs, which is really fascinating, because the hieroglyphs, they accept the hieroglyphs up to a certain point, and then when the hieroglyphs go back and they indicate kings that existed 30,000, 40,000 years ago, they're like, oh, that's just myth. Like, says who? Says who? Says you, because you've written books on this, and you've taught lectures and been, you've based your life work on this timeline. Is that why you think that old stuff is myth? Because you don't think that you don't think Ramses is myth. You don't think that Tutankhamun is myth. You don't think that all those other things are myth. Why do you think it's myth when it gets back 30, 40,000 years ago? I bet that's not myth. I bet whatever was going on back then, 30, 40,000 years ago,
The real deal.
those people were probably insanely advanced in a completely different direction than we have gone today. And I think that if you wiped us out and left a few nomadic tribes of people and they repopulated the earth over the next 20,000 years, we'd probably figure out some completely new direction of technology. Yep. I think people get on a path, they innovate on that path, and then everybody sort of chips in on all the different inventions that have been previously established, and they make them better, and they refine them and make new versions of them and make better stuff. and then it keeps going and going and going in whatever direction some other genius heads in. And there's probably some fucking insane geniuses 30, 40,000 years ago that figured out some stuff that we haven't figured out yet, and they probably were more advanced in that direction than we are today.
We can't even tell what happened in the case of that Spitzer there. What happened 200 years ago?
Right. Who are those folks?
Who the fuck did that?
Right.
And why?
Well, do they think people were living there 200 years ago?
Nobody thinks nothing about nothing because Fairbanks wasn't there. Fairbanks wasn't discovered until 1902.
So they have no idea.
8 or 12% of the carbon dating, they say that they spread out a long timeline. 12%, I think, came in around 1600, late 1600s for that. Then it's the 1700s or more than the early 1800s, and then pretty soon they have 95% certainty that's 190 years old or something like that. But we can't even tell why, who, what, where, when.
Right.
200 years ago.
Yeah.
Give me 2000. Well, we got Jesus over there with the shroud.
Right.
Somebody 500 years ago said, I'm going to make some money on this.
Right.
I'm going to give me some tourism business.
Now go 2,000 years before that, and then 2,000 years before that. And we have no evidence.
And
You have the burning of the Library of Alexandria. All the records are destroyed.
Then go 20,000 years before that. Might as well really get going here.
Well, that's what's really crazy is that they find older stuff in Egypt that's buried under newer construction. So they build temples on top of older temples. And then as they excavate the sand, they find different construction methods that seem to indicate different ages. They do things differently back then. And as they get deeper, the things seem to be more sophisticated, more difficult to make.
Yeah. Look at Austin. Tell me that's not going to happen here in 1,500 years.
Right.
Or any city in the country.
Yeah.
But we're only here for maybe 100 if we're lucky.
If we're lucky.
I'm thinking 100 would maybe not be that lucky. Maybe 80 is better.
Depends. With modern science, do they think that we're going to be able to live to be 150 and thrive?
I'm going to get me a clone going.
Yeah, just download your brain into the clone. Imagine a 20-year-old John with the brain of you now, all spry and young.
I can tell Drew. I'm going to run on over the 966. I'm going to scamper on up the ladder, and then I'll run that some bitch. But we translate it into that. Drew, I'm going to shuffle over to that machine over there. Can you lift me up with the loader to get inside it?
Right.
It's just, I had one shoulder out last year. I couldn't pull myself up the ladder. Rotator cuff gone.
Come get you some stem cells.
I just need a new me.
Well,
Gotta clone me.
we also need to take care of the me that you got right now.
Yeah, I'm going to be around a while.
How long are you planning?
Another 15, 20 years.
That's it?
Yeah.
If you wanted to plan your life out, what would you want to happen with the boneyard for the next 15 to 20 years? What's ideal for you? Best case scenario.
To get all the bones back, first of all.
Why are you so concerned with those bones when you have so many?
Because they have so many more. So many more.
So they have more there than you have where you are.
They took. You got to remember, there's 200 nozzles running. They took them all. They took hundreds and hundreds of thousands of bones to New York City. Hundreds of thousands. I only got a couple 100,000.
Best crypto asset. Well, Bitcoin is best crypto asset.
And they've got them all.
They got them, every one of them. And the guy that was their collector.
What's the second best? There is no second best. There's no second best crypto asset. There's a crypto asset. It's called Bitcoin, right? I'm on Bitcoin. You don't want to.
Hey, you want to collect bones for us? Sure. So he ended up, when it was all said and done, with an honorary doctorate from the University of Alaska, who was in on it, by the way, on this tripartite agreement, and probably influeed by Charles Frick, the son of the industrialist, used to shoot his laborers because they wanted more money.
Really?
In the steel industry, yeah, Henry Frick was a prick.
Where was this?
In America. Look up Henry Frick.
He used to shoot his workers if they wanted more money?
He had a gang of gunmen come in when they were striking to make better wages. He was killing them. It's in our steel industry.
What year was this?
It was on the Men Who Built America. It was on that show. He was the old man, so it was back when the steel industry was just getting going with Carnegie and those guys. Childs was his kid.
Here it is, a lifelong opponent of organized labor, and his refusal to allow union workers at his mines led to the infamous Homestead Strike of July in 1892, in which 10 men were killed and 60 wounded. The same month, Frick himself was attacked in a failed assassination attempt by a 25-year-old Russian anarchist. Wow, what did Frick do to his workers? In June of 1892, he slashed wages, evicted workers from their company houses, stopped negotiating with union leaders, and threatened to bring the Pinkertons, a detective agency for hire that amounted to a private army of thugs. Wow.
That's what he did, too. And the guy that his kid, Childs, is the one that was head of AM&H. And he hired this guy, Geist, to go out and collect fossils in Alaska, and he just didn't limit himself to here. He went up to the West Coast.
It says Frick fired 2,500 of his workers and cut their pay in half of those who remained. At one point, he was named the most hated man in America. Wow. Fucking greed. Fucking greed. It's always been the bane of mankind.
Auto guys went out to Nome and St. Lawrence Islands, dig up babies out of permafrost because they wouldn't decompose. They put them in pickle jars. Sent them back to Charles Frick and AM&H. I've seen these jars of pickled babies. And now they're being repatriated. And 60 Minutes just had a big thing on Cambodia and all the things they stole out of there. AM&H, Smithsonian, and all those guys are in on it. They just don't want to return them.
And they justify this based on the idea that they are the keepers of this historical record, natural history.
That was a good segment on 60 Minutes. I quit kind of watching them a long time ago, but this kind of piqued my interest. Because it's all about what they're doing. They're doing it right now. It's not like this has just happened in the past. These guys are like real life Indiana Jones. Let's go out and plunder. Bring it back home. Some of it gets to the museum. Some of it goes home. I've heard of people that say they've been in Otto Guy's house in Europe. He's got all kinds of stuff in his house that came out of our boneyard area.
Really?
Out of Fairbanks. Yeah, skulls, short-faced bears, saber-tooth. Anyways, he ended up with a doctorate and the street's named after him up in Fairbanks. You find a guy that's willing to do anything for anything. That's what they found. They found him. Charles Frick had no problem. His dad was a prick. That's dad.
Yeah.
And you know what they say about
apple in the tree. Yeah.
So you ask what I want to do. I want to make things right, at least on the bones that came out of Fairbanks. I want proof that men and animals lived together. It's there. Why they haven't studied those bones in 100 years, I don't know.
Do they have human bones? The AM&H?
They don't talk about it. Of course, they're not talking to me.
Right.
They might talk to our legislature.
Boy, if they found out they've been holding on to human bones all this time, too. But probably the people that are there right now probably don't even go in those boxes. So if you're dealing with stuff from more than 80 years ago, well, who the fuck knows what's in there? It's all just stored, huh?
Well, there's a whole bunch of beer points they found out in Esther, which is one of my areas. It just disappeared between Esther, Alaska, and New York City. It just disappeared for 15 fucking years. They found him in North Dakota because some guy was trying to track him down. They got some of them back, but I've asked for reports on those. They haven't done it. Wait a minute, you guys are supposed to report on everything you took. You haven't done any of it. That's my leg that I'm saying I can litigate this if I want to. I'm not afraid of that. But I wanted this to be a good story when I started off. We're bringing the bones back. We're going to make things right. We're going to study it. We're going to solve some issues. We're going to solve some historical questions. Let's all get together and do the right thing. Let's do the right thing for once.
Yeah.
Do you have the signed contract, notarized copies from 1928? Well, that's not how business worked back then. You had the Boston men who financed it to the United States Smelting and Refining Mining Company. Went to M&H. M&H, yeah. Yeah, we'd love to get those bones. We'll go get them. But here's what you got to do. They didn't do it. So I'm saying give them back. That's why the University of Alaska went with me to New York City and said, we want them back. But they know they're in the business of fucking longevity. They know how long people live. This outlasts us for an institution.
Right.
We don't ever die.
Right.
People come in, they raise hell, then they go away. Well, that's probably true in my case.
Thank you everyone for tonight. This has been such an amazing week.
So, your best case scenario is all this gets handled politically. You recover the bones, and then we start putting the bigger pieces of the puzzle together.
Exactly. People want, send me these bones so I can carbon date them for you. Carbon date them up here.
Yeah.
Get your ass in Alaska and set up a research. I already built it for you, for Christ's sake. I spent $1 million doing it. It's done. I built it last year. I'm anticipating they're all coming back. I might not know how it's gonna go, but I know how this is gonna end. We're gonna get the bones back in Alaska. So just stop doing this bullshit. Let's just do the right thing here, boys.
Is the hope maybe some of the younger scientists that are listening to this realize the potential of these discoveries and start working with you?
The problem is in organizations like that, the younger scientists don't want to ruffle feathers because that's a career ender for those guys. Oh, he raised hell with the uppity ups at Smithsonian or whatever museum. Stay away from this guy. And, they all want to be successful in their careers, and I get it.
Right.
But maybe somebody out there goes, you know what? There's a few of them out there. Maybe somebody can't get help. I don't blame them. Some of the plunderings that have gone on, Mongolia,
Thank you.
that area, that's been plundered for their cultural artifacts. And the people that know about it are at the Museum of Natural History, and they can't say anything about it because they don't want to lose their job.
So these artifacts, do you think that there's just like these wealthy people that keep them in their homes and then just don't tell anybody about it? Because that was always the case with Egyptian relics, right? That because we don't even know how many tombs were raided over the several thousand years, and where all those artifacts went and what happened to them. Because we know that like when they found King Tut's, when they found all of his remains and the sarcophagus and all the gold line this and gold line that. Imagine people found that 500, 600 years ago, 1,000 years ago. Where'd all that stuff go? Like, did they melt it down? Was it more valuable as gold for them?
What's the coin of the realm? It's gold, right?
Yeah.
It's been the coin of the realm since the beginning of time. What's the oldest profession?
Prostitution.
That's right. You got the prostitution, you got the gold, and you got people that are willing to die for, one or both of those things. And so it's been the basis of conflict forever. You can melt all the gold down that's ever been mined on the planet. It's still here. It hasn't gone anywhere. You can't get rid of gold. You can't vaporize it. You can melt it. but it would fit in an Olympic-sized pool. That'd be all of it. It's ever been mined.
Right, whole worlds.
Yeah, and if you've been watching the price of gold in the last year, it's up 12%, so see what I meant last time. And it'll probably keep going. Because they buy it to hedge against inflation. Costco started selling gold bars.
Really?
Costco.
You can buy gold bars from Costco?
Gold bars from Costco. And they sell out as soon as they put them up for sale. They sold $100 million worth in the first quarter.
What? One gold bar, Swiss Lady Fortuna, Versatile. Members only item, 24 karat gold. Item is not refundable, limit 2 per membership. Costco. Gold bars at Costco.com. What the fuck? Jamie, would you ever imagine that?
No, but do you remember the story from this guy had a private collection in Indiana. He was 91 years old.
It says it was unlike anything we'd ever seen. Collection of stolen artifacts to be returned.
Somewhere in the range of 5,000 different things just in his house in a small town in Indiana.
A delegation from China went to Indiana on Thursday to claim hundreds of artifacts that were seized from one man's private museum. He had items from all over the world, everything from ancient jewelry to human bones. Those Chinese artifacts were part of the 5,000 seized from a home from 90-year-old Don Miller, a man well known locally for his passion for collecting and global travels. He died in 2015.
I remember seeing that story.
Super old Chinese weapon.
Wow, look at that. Look at that axe.
Trying to find
Wow.
more info on exact things that they pulled out of there, but I haven't found it.
So there's probably dudes like this in Europe. There's probably dudes like this in Russia. Dudes like this in China.
It's like this in the USA, man.
You think so? Oh, well, this guy.
Yeah, it's
For sure, this guy. At least one. Yeah, look at that hammer. Hammer and axe. That's incredible.
That hammer's for splitting a skull open.
I'm sure. It's not for making a house.
2,000 maybe.
One dude. Yeah. He's not the only one. Yeah, how many of those dudes are connected somehow to the AMNH?
Well, there's just a story out recently where they have like 12,000 human bones they got to return to someplace.
This letter that they wrote, this is a letter from this year, in October. They're going to talk about what they're going to do with their human remains storage. They have a lot, but
Wow.
where it came from, how they got it, it's a long letter. It's not super worth reading, but it does say that they have them. They pulled them out of
Wow.
exhibits. Some of them were given to them through like science.
What's this
donated
here?
bones.
These remains were removed from a burial ground in the Inwood neighborhood of Manhattan during a city road construction project in 1903 to 1904 and accepted into the collection. Enslavement was a violent, dehumanizing act. Removing these remains from their rightful burial place ensured that the denial of basic human dignity would continue even in death. Identifying a restorative, respectful action and consultation with local communities must be a part of our commitment. Wow. Bones. I just want to know if they have some human bones that they got from your spot. Because if they did, I just think there's got to be some in there. If you've got spear points, you've got arrowheads, goddamn it, you got to have some fucking humans in there.
I also looked up the American Lion. I just think that what it says that the AMNH got something from Alaska.
A few additional discoveries came until 1907. The American Museum of Natural History and College, Alaska, collected several Panthera atrox skulls in a locality originally found in 1803 gold miners. How do you say that word? Kotzebue, Alaska. The skulls were referred to a new subspecies of Felis Panthera atrox in 1930. Felis atrox alaskanensis. Despite this, the species didn't get a proper description. It is now seen as a nomen nudum, synonymous with Panthera atrox. Further south in Rancho La Brea, California, is a large field skull. Is that what? No, feline, I guess. Felid skull was excavated and later described in 1909 by John C. Merriam, who referred it to a new subspecies of Felis atrox bebe. The subspecies is synonymous with Panthera atrox. Wow. Amazing. Whoa. Look at that thing. Holy shit. Look at that thing. So that's the North American lion. Wow. And bigger than the African lion, which is wild.
We got a skull of that.
I bet you got a lot more of them under that ground, too.
We might have stuff we don't always post.
I bet you do.
Hypothetically speaking.
Hypothetically. I bet you do.
It'd be a good bet.
You're allowed to. It seems like they should play ball.
They should.
I mean, it just seems like if you guys want to know some stuff, how about there's this one extraordinary area in Alaska that's produced an insane amount of artifacts.
Well, the bone rush you started.
You started it.
No, you started it.
I couldn't do it without you.
Hey, you know what? We're tied inextricably at the hip about this. I've had ample opportunity to be interviewed. I don't do it. I'm here with the greatest communicator on the face of the planet. And I don't know if I mentioned this last time, but I got an MS and BS. So you put me in here with you. If I don't know it, I'll make some shit up. But for the most part, I'm not kidding. Your ability to communicate is letting people throughout your listening world that there's something wrong here. These people need to step up. After our broadcast, after our podcast last time, within 2 days, AMH put out a press release denying this ever happened.
Well, that seems silly if you've actually visited the bones themselves.
Yeah, they denied the existence of that report that I read from. So I posted that cover today in case Jenny wanted to look at it. That report was co-written by one of their own employees at AMH. Now, come on, boys. Hey, you can bullshit everybody. You can't bullshit everybody.
This is a problem with archaeologists. This is a problem that they've found with trying to establish an earlier date for some of these Egyptian artifacts and the Temple of the Sphinx and some of these other things, so that people do not want to give up any of the power they have in controlling narrative. Early man in eastern Beringia, late Pleistocene and early Holocene artifacts and associated fauna recovered from the Fairbanks mining district in Alaska. Wow.
Yeah, look at that.
That says early man.
Robert L. Evander.
So let's read. Yeah.
They wrote the report I read.
They wrote it. And what you said here is on your thing says this is the document AMNH said they have no record of. I read it on Joe Rogan podcast a year ago and identified the spot in the East River where the AMNH dumped approximately 50 tons of my company fossils back in 1949. It started a bone rush. Though it only took 2 days for AMNH to issue a press release denying it existed, note that one of the authors, an employee of AMNH, co-wrote it. My goal is to get the remainder of the collection, still stored in their basement, sent back to Alaska so that scientific research can be conducted on them. I'd like to see these elitist snobs hauled in front of Congress and testify under oath about their misdeeds. The process is underway. Alaska is not the only state nation that AMNH plundered archaeological, paleontological, anthropological, and cultural resources and artifacts from. They're doing a disservice for the people that want to understand things. They are a blockade to understanding how there is this area that you own that has this insane amount of bones. It's insane, and it's a massive mystery, and it's one thing that is so compelling to human beings that want to know, like, what is going on with the history of animals, the human race, and also with this theory, this Younger Dryas impact theory. If they can just do a core sample, on that area that you have uncovered that's 80 feet down that shows all this carbon that seems to indicate massive amounts of fire and something big, as you said, something that came in hot, and that there's evidence of this all over the world now. Because of the research that's been done on this younger dryas impact theory, they know that there's a layer of iridium that exists that indicates that something from space, iridium, which is very common in space and very rare on Earth, there's a layer of this shit that indicates we got hit. And if you add that to what you have, this layer that shows some fucking insane event took place in your area that led to all that burning and all these fucking bones, man. How is this not something that they are actively collaborating with you, working together with the scientific community to get an understanding of how this took place?
Because I think it gets back to the whack-a-mole game. You know, some guy steps up and goes, I'll do it. And they go, well, you're not going to have work in the industry anymore.
Right.
You know, we're going to blackball you. You know, they're afraid to. It goes against the grain. They don't want to stick up for some dirt tramp in Alaska saying, come on, let's study this stuff. I already built the building for you. I did it already.
That is what's really crazy. You really did spend over $1 million to build a scientific.
You saw the pictures of it.
Yeah.
I got all the receipts in there. I mean, I got everything they need. Just bring the bones back, and I'll build another building just like it. You know, what do you want me to do? People go, well, have you carbon dated all your... No, it's not my job. Well, have you done this and have you done it? What are you asking me for? Why don't you call AIM and ask them? They're the ones that are supposed to do this shit, not me. I don't have the skill set. I'm not a paleontologist. I'm just a simple fucking boner making my way through life. Well, super boner, actually.
Yeah. All you have to do is get one piece out and you're a boner.
Yeah.
I like to be a boner.
You're going to be a boner.
I need to be.
You need to come up, bring your friends with you.
Yeah.
We'll go out there and have a boner
We
party.
need to make a video.
Oh, yeah, fuck.
Yeah.
They'll put you on the manual giant and work out there.
Is it hard to hold on to?
Not really.
No.
You make it look like it is. It's really, just move it around a little bit. My kids do it. I mean, my kids are great support. My wife, we're all in on this.
It's just, to me, it's so strange that they continue to resist what it seems to be inevitable. And the more we talk about it, the more millions of people hear about this, the more it will become inevitable.
Exactly.
This is a massive mystery. And it's not like a little bit of evidence. You have the most insane amount of evidence I think I've ever come across. And the fact that we're all finding out about this because of social media, what a weird time to be alive.
Not just social media, the Joe Rogan experience.
Yeah, but I found out about it through Instagram. I don't even remember how I found your page.
Well, I'm glad you did. And I told you last time it took me 3 years of saying I only talked to Joe Rogan about it. Having knowing that's not ever going to happen because I didn't want to talk to nobody about it. But when we talked about it, I got to tell you that my Instagram blew up. And went from like 40-something thousand people following my page. I think it's at 370,000 now.
We'll see what happens. But
I might have enough people that contact their legislators.
well, that's the hope. The hope is that if we can continue to highlight this and can just continue to show people this is really important stuff. And there's a reason why people are so fascinated by it. We have all been fascinated by the history of the human race and the history of the animals and the history of whatever caused these extinction events. We're all fascinated by this. And they're doing a disservice to humanity by not exploring this further. And by not playing ball.
Yep.
They should play ball. They should get involved in this. And they should do so in an honorable way where you don't have to bring in politicians. This should be something that as educators and as these are the curators of this information. These are the people we turn to. This is one of the most prestigious institutions in the world when it comes to natural history.
It's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And they're not doing themselves a service doing this. It's a big disservice. And did you just invite me back for next year?
Let's do it again.
I gladly accept.
Let's have this an annual thing to see how much progress we make.
As long as I'm the last podcast of the year.
Yes, that's our tradition. You are the last podcast of 2023. You'll be the last podcast of 2024.
Thank you, sir.
We're gonna, my sincere hope is that they come to their senses and they do this in an amicable way where everybody realizes, like, this is important, it's bigger than everybody. This is good for the AMNH, it's good for the scientific community, it's good for the curious people like myself, it's good for the world. And we really should find out what the fuck is going on and what happened.
Yeah. And
I think you have a massive piece of the puzzle, sir, and it's extraordinary. And I'm very happy that you're the guy. You got some hard-nosed motherfucker who doesn't give a shit, who is willing to stick his neck out and tell the truth, and also to show the world, like, just the evidence that you have on your page. Just that bone with the human face carved in. Shut the fuck up. You know somebody carved that. Stop playing games. What is it? Just the fact that you've got sawed bones. Like, who did that? Just the fact that you've got an insane amount of woolly mammoth tusks and bones and all these animals that they said aren't even supposed to have been in Alaska, and they clearly were.
Yeah.
Like, there's a mystery there, folks.
There is a mystery, and it's being played out not only on my Instagram page, which is the only place, but with you. This is, if you want to know about it, you got to come here. You got to listen to the Joe Rogan Experience, because I ain't talking to the so-called mainstream media. I'm not interested in being a story one night by some guy sitting in a studio that's never even got dirt under his fingernails. You come out here, you walk around in this shit, motherfucker, and you listen and you smell what we're dealing with here. This is the Ice Age, baby. We live in the Ice Age. People say, think outside the box. We live outside that son of a bitch. If you're in the Ice Age all day, it changes you. Maybe it makes you fucking crazy. I don't know. But
I think you might have been a little crazy to start with.
I think so.
I think that's why the universe chose you to own that land. I really do.
Either that or the universe says we need some prick out there. That's our guy.
I think that makes sense, because I think a lot of people just wouldn't have gone through the lengths that you've gone through. They wouldn't have been so stubborn and determined. And also, just the fact that a guy like you is exactly the type of person that you need to do all this work. It's got to be a guy like you. A regular person is not going to be so dedicated to this.
You know, this is, like I said, this is my cause. But last year I said, okay, everybody, takes a mammal 21 seconds to take a leak. That was a great contribution to mankind's knowledge. Because I got a lot of people going, you're right.
I timed myself the other day. I pissed for 35 seconds. Though.
Did you? And somebody else said, hey, I pissed for 55 seconds.
If guys would drink beer, I guarantee you they could.
But see, I like to think that people can still think.
Yeah.
So I like to think that there's a certain degree of what you do goes into the presentation of what you do. It's in the presentation. Can I give you an example?
Sure.
3 guys go fishing in Valdez. They leave Fairbanks. They drive down to Valdez. They get in LA. They need a hotel room. So the clerk says, I only got 1 room left. It's kind of nasty. It's got two cots and a couch. How much is it? $30. So each guy pulls up $10 out of his wallet, gives it to him. Gives them the key and they go to their room. The night clerk comes in a little bit later, the night manager. He says, hey boss, we rented that last room out. He goes, all right, what'd you get for it? He goes, $30. He goes, you overcharged him by $5. Gave him 5 once. He says, take it back to the room, give it to him. So he goes back to their room, knocks on their door, and he gives each guy $1, right? Okay, and he kept $2 in his pocket. He said, fuck, they don't know they overpaid. So let's do the math on this one. Each spent $9 now, right?
Okay.
What's 3 times 9?
27.
Yeah. He kept $2, right?
Right.
27 plus 2 is 29. We're Where the fuck did that other dollar go?
I don't know. Why are we worrying about the dollar? I'm not sure where you're going with this.
It's a presentation. Where did it go? They paid 30. They got a dollar back, and the clerk kept 2. Where I'm going is it's the presentation, it's the story, it's the way you tell it. $29 is not $30. They spent 30 when they walked in.
Right.
But where'd that other $1 go?
I don't give a fuck about that dollar. I understand where you're going with this.
Where I'm going with it is I'm throwing this out there for the people that listen to this show going, that don't make sense.
Right.
It doesn't make sense, Joe. They go, what the fuck? Maybe you're thinking that right now. What the fuck? Where'd that dollar go?
I'm definitely not thinking that.
No, you're not.
I'm thinking where are you going with this.
I'm not
Story
going
about
anywhere.
those
I'm
three
talking
guys.
about the presentation.
I understand.
You know, and sometimes things get lost in the presentation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, AM&H can say, well, we did this, we did that, we did the other thing.
There's no evidence in this letter.
Yeah, nothing happened. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where the other dollar went.
Well, I think for the longest time, they have become accustomed to being the ones who are the gatekeepers of information. And when it comes to this kind of information, a little press release here, a little statement here has been adequate. They've been able to cover their tracks. But in this age of information, that's not good enough anymore.
No, it's not. And it's like I said, it's the way it's laid out. I'm laying it out as clearly as I can to these guys. You have the opportunity to do the right thing.
And it's the right thing for all the curious human beings that deserve access to that information because it's part of the human story. It's part of the story of the earth. It's part of the story of the animals. It's part of the story of your land. It's part of the story of probably the impact theory that wiped out massive amounts of animals and human beings. And I think you got a piece of the puzzle.
We have 20 pieces of the puzzle. There's 1,000 pieces I want. I won't get them all because I know a bunch of them are stolen.
Well, let's hope that by this time next year, things have progressed. And we'll talk about it December of 2024 for the last podcast of 2024. So we've got some good news for people.
Yeah, when I got a hold of you and I said, I don't know if I have anything, you know, I'm trying to give you an out, like, just in case he's got nothing for me. I was trying to manage expectations is what I was trying to do. A lot of people liked my podcast with you last time.
They don't like this one too.
And I just don't want to disappoint you or disappoint the people that follow you or listen to these stories because, frankly, some of them might not be interested in it.
A lot of them are, and I think a lot of them now are invested in this. And specifically since when the bone rush yielded results, and now people know it's true.
Yeah.
Undeniably. Step bison, jawbones, they're not supposed to be at the bottom of the East River exactly where you said to look for them.
And
What are the odds of that?
And don't forget what I told you about there's other people out in the river.
Yeah.
We're talking, if I have a guy come up and go, hey, I want to go prospect this creek, and I say, okay, go ahead and prospect. And they go prospect, and it comes in really hot, and it's good. But somebody else comes along, I'm not going to send them to that creek. The other guy's already there. So there are things happening in the East River that spread all over the place. This guy might find this guy might find that, these other guys might find that. I'm not going to tell any of them anything. You go about your business. I'm not gonna divulge any confidential information to anybody. Keep looking. I don't envy him for it. We don't have to look. We go get coffee. We go drive out there. We pick up a tusk. Coffee's still too hot to drink. These guys got to get on a boat, go out the East fucking River, put on scuba gear, go down there, zero visibility. That ain't easy.
How are they finding it?
I don't know. My daughter out there, Lauren, she went on the boat with them, I think last year. She was in New York, and she went along for the ride. And that ain't easy work.
No.
But I hope they find them.
I hope they do too. I hope they hit the mother lode.
Me too. And I will tell you this: the mother lode is still out there. I know that.
We're gonna piece it all together, my brother.
We are, and we're going to talk about it next year.
See you in a year.
Yes, sir. You're the man.
You're the man.
You're the man.
No, you're the man.
You're the man.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you very much. All right. Bye, everybody.
Push me, and then just touch me, till I can get my satisfaction. Push me, and then just touch me, till I can get my satisfaction. Push me, and then just touch me, till I can get my
2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock
satisfaction
monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become a victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help you solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to lifelock.com/JRE and save up to 25% your first year. That's 25% off at lifelock.com/JRE. Identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to learn more. This episode is brought to you by Mizzen and Main. No matter where you're listening, no matter what job you have, the clothes you wear to work say a lot about you. And if you're wearing a boring, stiff, uncomfortable dress shirt, well, now might be the time to ditch some of your old styles, and that's exactly what Mizzen and Main is for. I love their shirts. I wore them on 2 stand-up comedy specials, on my Netflix specials. They're super comfortable. They feel just as good as they look. You can see it hanging in your closet and genuinely get excited to put it on. So replace your dated, boring styles with clothes that you actually want to wear to work. Put on Mizzen and Main and dress for the job you have. Plus, you can forget dry cleaning your dress shirts in 2024. Mizzen and Main has the world's most comfortable machine washable dress shirts. They're lightweight, breathable, moisture-wicking, wrinkle-resistant. You can just crumple them in a ball and stuff them in your bag and pull them out and wear it. It looks great. Most comfortable shirt on the market, looks and feels amazing for whatever you do, wherever you wear it. Shop now at mizzenandmain.com and save 20% off when you spend $130 or more using the promo code Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day. Yep, we're up. What up, dog? Hey, you. Balled out of control. 2 sold-out arena shows for Kill Tony. Yep. New Year's Eve. Let's fucking go. And in town. Amazing. You get to do an arena show, a 10-minute drive from your apartment. Yeah, dude, you're balling out of control. Look at you, son. We're pumped. Wearing pajamas to work. I love it. This is a full Jordan sweatsuit. I thought it was pajamas. I was like, Tony came in all casual with his PJs. There's stuff that I want to wear to do stand-up in that I can't do stand-up in, but during the day, it's like, you do stand-up in that? Oh, I can't. You 100% could. I've literally put it on, and then, like, right before I leave, I go and change into black pants and a black hoodie. One of my biggest mistakes ever is, like, I get high, and then I get dressed. It's fucking a terrible idea. Yeah. It's a terrible idea. I'll be wearing fucking raincoats and shit. Yeah, I have a bunch of. I've been dressing very eccentric during the days lately. It's fun. It's fun. Yeah. Why not? Why shouldn't you? You're a baller now. Yeah. And then at nighttime, at the last second, I get scared. Sorta. You still wear that crazy belt buckle? Oh, I wear the belt buckles everywhere. I got more. Someone just sent me a golden pony made of gold that says Golden Pony in big letters. I've been, my homie Boneseye that makes all those leather joke books on Kill Tony.
just showed me one that he's almost finished with, which is the alien head of the mothership with the 2 Kiltony guns crossed over. I mean, a big one, dude. You're gonna fucking love it. So now people know that I like belt buckles, so they're going out and fucking getting me custom-made belt buckles.
Man.
Boom.
Cody Garbrandt gave me a gold chain that his jeweler made, and on one side is my face, and the other side is my dog's face.
Oh, have you worn it yet?
No.
Let me tell you something.
I told my wife she has to wear it. I go, she goes, I'm gonna wear it with the dog's face. I go, the fuck you are. You wear it with my face out. Wear it everywhere you go.
But if they try that on when you're chilling at home one day and you're like just wearing shorts or something, you throw that chain on, you might never take it off.
No, I'm afraid to ignite the Italian in me.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm afraid to start wearing gold chains and shit, pinky rings.
100% that's what happens.
I don't want to ignite that part of me.
Yeah. I got it.
Like when Mike Tyson was fat, one of the things that he said, he didn't want to work out. He goes, I'm afraid to ignite my ego. Because it did. Ignited his ego. Then it became Mike Tyson again. He goes, I'm afraid to. What was his exact quote when he decided to fight again? He said something like the gods of war. Yeah, there it is.
Baller as fuck. Oh, my God.
Cody can wear shit like that because he's a cool dude. I'm an old dork. I can't be wearing that.
Oh, that's a good.
It's pretty cool though.
That's a good gateway.
I like the Marshall one though. I wear that. The dog's the best. Golden Retrievers are literally the greatest dogs of all time. They're so different than any other dog ever. They're like people. They're so weird.
Yeah.
It's like they're so tuned in. Like there's all these different things that I say to that dog where he knows exactly what I'm talking about. But it's not like, Sid, give me your paw. It's like, hey man, you want to watch TV? And he just goes running with me into the TV room. Wow. And he hops up on the couch with me and cuddles with me. He's just, my friend Mike says they're all love sponges. It's just like a love sponge.
I've been thinking about getting a dog, but everybody's told me not to until I'm done with the road.
Yeah, don't. It's a real problem. You feel bad. Your dog is getting dog sit, or your friend is over your house and they're probably not paying attention to the dog or walking the dog. This dog's the happiest dog that I've ever had. But he's also the dog that I time with. Like, we spend a lot of time together. Like, I throw the ball for him every day. When we lived in California, we were in the hills all the time. It's like we have a relationship. I take him to the studio. He always throws up in the car unless he's in my car and he's in the front seat. If you're petting him, he won't throw up. But if he's in the back seat, you're gonna hear. It's just something about motion. Some dogs, they get in the car, and that's why they like to stick their head out the window. I think they don't like the motion too. They don't like it just feels, why are we moving? Like, they don't understand. They're sitting and they're moving. They're probably in their dog brain. It's like, what is this?
I got to see my old dog from LA that I haven't seen in like 2.5 years or something like that, maybe 3 years. A few weeks ago, I did a show in San Diego, and my ex came to the show, big theater, and they made it down to the green room, and it was like one of those old soldier reunion videos. Oh, it was unbelievable. She never forgets. It was great.
Yeah, when a dog really loves you. My oldest daughter has a little Chihuahua whippet mix named Snoop. And whenever I see Snoop, he just runs towards me, like full blast, like literally knows I'm gonna pick him up. So he kind of like almost launches himself to me. He just runs up to me, launches himself to me, and I carry him. He only wants to be carried. Like everyone wants to give you little kisses on your face, and he wants you to carry him. And he's just so cool. But he's a little annoying. And then if you watch TV with him, if you're not petting him, he'll paw your face. Oh, yeah, he'll start doing this. Like, hey man, don't do that. Stop doing that. But he's like 4. Like, I can't really train him now. But I hate don't fucking do that. It's like, then fucking pet me. It's like this baby, you get this little Chihuahua on your lap, and I'm like, come on, but don't do my face like that. Come on, man. He's like, then pet me. You just gotta keep your hand on him. You can't just keep your hand on him. You have to move it. You gotta rub him.
The second you stop moving it, he paws your face. Oh.
Keep rubbing me, bitch.
Wow. What a life. Dogs have it made.
This dog does, though. He's just a fucking little love bug. It's funny because little dogs are generally, like, they're a little weirded out by people sometimes. Not this one. The moment I met him, he jumps to everybody. Everybody's like, you're my friend. Like, everyone's my friend. He says no worries about people not being his best friend. He just runs right up to him. He's not scared of people. Some little dogs are, like, just weirded out by people.
Yeah, David Lucas's little puppy's adorable.
Oh, he's got a little French bulldog, right?
Yeah.
Ron had that 1 minute snatch it up. Yeah. I found some feathers in my yard the other day, and I was worried one of the chickens got snatched. But it's something else, some other bird. We have foxes.
Yeah, would those come out at night?
They come out in the morning. I've seen them in the morning. I've seen them at night, too, driving. But we've got security camera footage of them. It's pretty cool because the security camera is very high resolution, so it's get this video of this cool looking little animal, and they make a weird noise. You ever heard of fox? Oh God, it's so strange.
What does it sound like?
I don't want to do it. Let me hear.
You're good at it.
I'll do it if I hear. I want to hear it again because I forgot exactly how it sounds. Like there's so many animal noises I have in my head.
We still laugh about the other night a few weeks ago. We were all wasted for some reason doing wolf impressions and Mitzi's. And you came and sat down. We're like, Joe, show us your wolf impression. And you did an actual wolf. We were just howling like morons. And you sounded like there was a wolf in the distance.
Listen to this thing. It's like a scream. That's it.
Oh, that's frightening.
Yeah, but when you see them, they're so cool looking. Like, I wouldn't be sad if you only ate, like, one of my chickens. Don't eat all my chickens, motherfucker, because then I have to kill you. Yeah. But you can get one chicken. One stupid chicken.
Sounds.
Yeah, that's what they sound like.
Fox Sounds is the only Fox channel I don't watch regularly.
I have so many animal noises. And AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years. And if you've been listening to this podcast at all, you've probably heard me talk about it, not just in ads, but with guests, my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning. And that's my favorite part. It's very easy. With the free welcome kit, you get everything you need to start your day right. You don't have to remember 20 different pills or vitamins or supplements, just one scoop in cold water and you're good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. So, they did a survey, and 1 in 3 people say they've snooped through their partner's phones. And that's just the ones who admit it. Look, it's only natural to be curious. Who hasn't snuck a little peek at their partner's phone? But that's why you have to use ExpressVPN. Sure, you can put a passcode on your phone or clear your history after all your late-night sessions. But it doesn't matter. Your browsing history is still 100% exposed. Just think about it. Who owns all the Wi-Fi networks you use daily? Your friends, your boss, your parents? Well, if you're using their Wi-Fi, they can see everything. To truly protect your privacy, you need to use ExpressVPN. With ExpressVPN, all I have to do is tap once and boom, everything I do online gets sent through an encrypted server. No one has access to my browsing history but me. End of story. And I've said this for years. ExpressVPN is hands down the best privacy tool on the market. It's easy. It just works. Whether I'm on my phone, tablet, laptop, literally everything. When the app turns green, I'm clean. So, use my special link to get the best possible deal on the VPN that I trust to protect my whole life online. Visit expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's get 3 extra months for free. It's expressvpn.com/ROGAN. expressvpn.com/Rogan. This is in my head.
I watched this video
I forgot what
yesterday.
they
Have you ever heard a cat mimic a bird?
No. Okay, what? Really?
I mean, I'll be honest, it doesn't sound exactly like a bird, but this does not sound like a cat.
Oh, wait a minute. That's it. Oh, yeah.
It does different animals out here.
Do you know that I had a bit about that?
Really?
Yeah. I had a bit about this cat that I used to have that was a big old fluffy cat, this like cute little cat, until it saw something outside, and then it became murderous. And like they do this thing when they want to bite. So it's so weird that you're a beautiful little cat. That was before the JRE, so I didn't know the statistic about cat murder. About what it wasn't before the podcast, before an episode rather, where we talked about how many fucking birds and mammals get murdered by cats every year. Yeah, fucking billions, dude. In America, billions of mammals and birds get murdered by cats.
Scary animal. I had an angry one when I went to college. My brother did, and I lived with my brother. There were two cats, Hops and Misty, and Hops was cool as fuck. Jumped up on the ceiling, like had just. That's 30, 50 times its size. It's like, ugh.
Yeah, you don't want to fight a cat, right? If a cat was trying to fight, think of a rat was trying to fight you, you'd be freaked out.
Yeah.
Just a little rat. Yeah. Dude, everything can kill you. Yeah. Everything can kill you. That's one of the more exciting things about hunting in like mountain lion territory. Your hackles are always up. The chances of them trying to kill you are very low. The chances of them killing you if they want to are very high. Damn. They're very high. If you get snatched up by a mountain lion, you have almost no chance.
So for that, you have like a pistol on your side, though.
Yeah, you should keep a pistol if you're in mountain lion territory. If you're in bear territory, you keep a large gun. Not most guys carry rifles, but they'll also carry like if they're bow hunting, they'll carry probably a 45 or a 10 millimeter, a big gun, a gun with a heavy round. It's still you're fucked. They're so big. You don't know how big a bear is until you see one in the flesh on the ground in front of you. Yeah, this is one that's this is somewhere in Europe. I think that's a stag, and this bear is just fucking dragging this 300-pound stag around the way you would drag your luggage. I mean, that's a big animal. It's bigger than 300 pounds. I think that might even be an elk. It's either a stag or an elk, but I mean, that's a solid 500-pound animal. And that bear is just fucking mauling it. And it's not even a big bear. That's not a big one. The really, really, really scary ones are the Alaska ones. The Alaska ones are insane. My friend Steve Ranella told this story on the podcast, as did my friend Remy Warren, who was there as well, where they got attacked by an enormous coastal brown bear. It's like 11 feet. It's enormous. It had claimed the elk that they shot. They shot an elk on a hunting trip.
Oh, shit.
And the way Alaska is, they were on this place called Fognak Island. Fognak Island is insanely dense. And so if you're going to pack out, if it's like a certain time at night, like say if you shoot the animal and it's like 5 p.m. and it gets dark at 8 p.m., you can't get it out in time. It takes a full day. And you can't manage your way through that brush in the dark. It's too dense. You go on a mile, it takes you hours and hours to go a mile because it's just so dense. You're just moving through everything. And so they hung this elk up, and they took some of the meat back with them, and then they went back in the morning to pack it out. It's cool, so you don't have to worry about the meat going bad. They didn't realize when they got there that a bear had already found it, and the bear had claimed it. And so they said, let's sit down and eat lunch before we pack out. So we'll fuel up before we pack out because it's a long pack.
So at that point, they didn't know that there was...
They had no idea. Right. So these guys are all planning to carry like 100 pounds each on their backs. And they're going to go miles and miles through this dense shit that's going to take forever. So they're like, let's eat. So they're sitting there eating, and someone hears something, and they turn, and they see a fucking monster of a bear running straight at them in the camp. and the bear probably didn't realize there were so many of them, and that's maybe the only thing that saved them, because they kind of scattered. And one guy, this dude they called Dirtmouth, he was actually riding the bear's back at one point for like 10 yards on top of the bear's back, and then fell off, and the bear ran off, and so the bear like watching them, making noises, like woofing them, making these noises, and now they got their rifles out, but no one had a rifle out, no one had anything out, they were all just eating sandwiches. Wow. My friend Remy said he had his gun in his bag, like he's fucking
So let's say you had a gun on your side, like
Jesus Christ, what do you do? Because that thing ran past them. Right. What if you shot it and it turned around and ran back? Like,
does the noise scare them at all?
Maybe.
Right.
Maybe. And it depends on where you are. Some of them have never seen a person before.
But if you had one of those air horns that's like,
no. The bear spray doesn't even work all the time.
It's just an embarrassing way to die. Just
and then it's just fucking tear you apart. Yeah. Bear spray doesn't even work all the time. There's that spray that they use. My friend John, he runs a hunting camp in Alberta. The Rivets, John and Jen, they're awesome people. And John had an encounter with a grizzly, and he sprayed it. He said the bear didn't even react. He said he just kind of walked right through the spray. I was like, oh, fuck. Imagine if that's all you have is this spray and you're counting on this saving you from the bear. And he just fucking... It's like, you ever seen those videos where dudes get tased and they just fucking take it? Oh, yeah. The cops are tasing the guy. You know, get down. He's like, ah! Like, just dude, PCP'd up or something, and he fucking pulls those cords out of him. Like, now what? Right. Now what?
Now your cords are on the ground.
Bro, I've only seen one grizzly bear in the wild in my life. They look at you so different. We were talking about this on Bottom of the Barrel the other day. Because, like, a black bear is a different animal. Black bears look at you like, who are you? You can eat me. I'm not going to eat you. What's going on? Like, black bears, like, grizzly bears look at you like this. Like, how fast can you run? Oh, God. There's a darkness in their eyes, dude. That's a predator with that's the apex. They're not scared of nobody other than bigger bears. Right. That's all they're scared of. The one I saw, man, he wasn't even that big. Like a 6-foot bear, like a younger bear. Maybe 7 foot. Maybe not that big. The big ones when you get like 10, 11 feet. Oh my God, dude. Jesus. They're just massive killing machines. And they're so durable. That's the thing about them. It's so crazy. When you watch them fight, they beat the fuck out of each other, and they don't even seem to have marks on them. They're biting the shit out of each other's necks. Although there is one that I saw recently where it looked like the bear got the other bear in the guts, and he just made a giant gash in his stomach, and they were going to war, like on the side of this, this one person's filming in the woods. So if that thing's coming after you, man, your frame, like we were talking about a cat, you know, that's what that is. It's like the same kind of thing. It's a wild animal, just much bigger. Like your brain is not even going to correctly compute how much stronger they are than you. Yeah. It's an impossible number. That's amazing. And if you've ever seen them run, they can run faster than people can run. Yeah, so these two dudes going at each other. Like if that's coming after you, man, these are 1,000 pounds. They just biting the shit out of each other. They're trying to tell the other one, get the fuck out of here. This is all my food. These are all my ladies. Get out of here. Bro,
hell yeah.
Imagine you're in the woods, you stumble upon that.
That one's pretty dominant there on the right.
Yeah. That's a bigger bear. The young one is,
yeah, these bears don't know jiu-jitsu. There's no
some of them
benefit
do.
in bottom position, really?
Some of them do. There's no benefit in bottom position in bear fight.
Right.
No, they don't have submissions, but they do, like, have some little hip moves, little hip escapes, and they do, like, position themselves to hold you down. Seems like they've got some experience. They'll do side control. You know, they're, like, biting the neck and holding them down like this. If you're a bear and you're on the bottom, you're in a bad spot. So there's no Charles Oliveira's in bear world. Right? There's no Paul Craig's of the bear world.
There's a bit of judo. They use the other one's energy.
Yeah, a little wrestling.
Yeah. I was watching a funny clip earlier. Chappelle said that Prince judoed him. Have you seen this? Because Prince took the picture of Dave Chappelle playing Prince serving pancakes. He took that picture and put it on an album cover before he passed away and made that the cover to like one of his last albums. And Chappelle said he judoed me, and Jimmy felt, oh, this is it. Yeah, this is great.
He's so happy that happened. That is so happy. That's a Prince judo move right there. Is that?
Yeah, watch this.
Well, no, it's like, you make fun of Prince in his sketch and he'll just use you with his album. This is your against yourself. What am I going to do? Sue him? Will you picture me dressed up like this? That's checkmate right there.
Amazing. Those fucking sketches back in the day were so impactful.
His show's the best show that's ever existed.
Yeah.
The best comedy sketch show.
No
And
doubt.
there's only 2 seasons.
Yeah.
Which is so crazy. That and In Living Color. People sleep on In Living Color. In Living Color was wild. I remember I was playing pool once with my friend John. And I had no idea of the sketches. I didn't understand. I think it was like a Super Bowl thing. Like, did they do one where the halftime they had an In Living Color? Something like that. They did, right? So that was the first time I'd watched it at the pool hall. I was like, oh my God, this dude is doing Fire Marshal Bill. Jim Carrey was doing it. I was like, this is crazy. This is the craziest show ever.
Dude, that shit fucking raised me.
Yeah.
I mean, all of it.
Bro, Handyman? Yeah. He had a mentally handicapped superhero? Jesus Christ, he was called Handyman?
Oh, so funny.
Dude, I tell everybody, people forgot how good Damon Wayans is. They forgot for whatever reason because he decided to become a TV star and a movie star. Dude, when that guy was doing stand-up, he was like Chappelle level. He was at his time. He was the guy that I admired the most, like in his prime, because he was in his prime when I was just starting to get to LA. Dude, he was so good. His stand-up was so good.
They were all a bunch of store guys. Like Jim Carrey was young on this.
Well, Damon always hung out at the store.
Yeah.
He would hang out at the store and create comedy like on stage. He would just he didn't worry at all about silence, about dead spaces. He was using it the way Mitzi wanted people to use it, like as a lab to create stuff. And Damon films all the sets. So he has a tape recorder, like a camera in the back. He films all the sets. He's had all the sets since the 90s. He's been doing that. Wow. He just got that TV money, baby. Yeah, the TV money came rolling in. It's like, I could just hang out at the house. Sam Kinison in Living Color.
I cut to Jamie Foxx sketch.
Bro, that's right.
And we're going to try to get some last-minute instructions from the coach. We're going to try to get a word from him right now. Here he comes now. Coach, can we get a word from you real quick? Sure, okay. Now, what did you tell your players before they left the locker room?
Well, what I told them was just relax and concentrate and play some ball. I mean, you leave the game.
I don't know the sketch.
That's okay. It was a great show, man. So those are, in my opinion, those are the 2 greatest sketch shows.
Oh, yeah. The cast on that's absolutely insane.
Think of that cast. Just the fucking Fly Girls is Jennifer Lopez. Like,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
She's like one of the dancing girls?
Yeah.
What kind of a
Doesn't
cast do you have?
sing, doesn't say anything.
Jennifer
Just
Lopez
in
is
the
like,
background.
how much talent do they have on that
Yeah.
fucking show? And Keenan was a great fucking talk show host too. Keenan made some great movies, and he was great on the Keenan Ivory Wayans show. He was fun, man.
Fire Marshal Bill was based off of the actual West Hollywood Fire Marshal.
Yeah, it got burnt up.
Yeah.
It was like an electrical thing, right?
Yeah. So Jim Carrey was trying to come up with characters while sitting in the phones room at the Comedy Store. It's like a legendary thing that you hear about, at least back when I got hired as a phones guy there. Because in the hallway, straight down the hallway, there was this old fire hose that at the time, it's gone now, I'm positive. But at the time, it hadn't been changed in fucking 40 years. Like this old, it would never work. It was like dried up old hose wrapped up. And you get told the story that Jim Carrey was sitting at that desk, facing down that hallway, tapping the pencil on his head, trying to come up with more character ideas, and it's burnt up, half a hair, cross-eyed, fucking missing his top lip, scars all over, one eye closed. Guy came in, checking everything in the electrical sockets and putting butter knives in the sockets and shit. Jim Carrey's just sitting there writing it all down.
Oh my god. Oh god, the store was such a fun place for like chaos and misfits.
Oh yeah.
It was. We used to always say, like, when we were in the back parking lot, like some schizophrenic person would come back there. We were like, this place is like a magnet.
Yeah.
It's a magnet for insane people.
Yep.
It really is. Like all across the board. Like the original talent coordinator of the Comedy Store. When he got fired and then Duncan became the talent coordinator, I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? When I first started talking to Duncan, we became friends from conversations we'd have over the phone. Because I'd call him like, hey man, did you hear this Ram Dass thing? Like, he said, yeah. And we'd start talking about wild shit.
Dude, he's a fucking genius, bro. I messaged him yesterday because Lil Hobo was a guest on Kill Tony, and it was so funny. I loved it. A lot of the fans hated it because they didn't like Lil Hobo's voice, but like, I don't care.
Yeah, but that's reading comments.
Right, exactly.
You can't.
Well, no, I get my reports from the producers, but yeah, basically, yeah, they told me that.
They read the comments.
Exactly.
Yeah, don't read the comments.
But anyway, but I loved it so much, I don't give a fuck what the masses say. So I asked Duncan, I go, and it's like a leak of information, but I don't care. I asked Duncan yesterday, I go, hey, I want Lil Hobo to make a video that's going to air during the arena, like he's taking over the show for a second. Can we come over and shoot just a quick hour shoot anytime this week? You name it, we'll show up. He goes, Lil Hobo's agent is with CAA. His name's Stephen Leibowitz. He's been a real Lil Hobo's been a real diva lately. And he started sending me AI songs that he can make in like 2 minutes about how I'm not gonna do this and I'm bigger than everything.
Sent me one. He just sent me some AI song.
Oh, they're all
I didn't even listen to it.
hysterical.
Should we listen to it?
Yeah. He sent me like 7 songs. He's like, Lil Hobo's making an album, so he's probably not going to want to work with you. He goes, he was complaining the other day that you stole his idea for a variety show. All these texts.
Okay, the healthy lifestyle. He said, dude, I found an AI that instantly makes songs about anything you want and made this in less than a minute. So
yeah.
Let's hear it. I haven't heard it yet.
I got a story to tell about a man named David Lucas. Yeah, he's doing well. He's a leader, a motivator, a true inspiration. Always preaching about health, no exaggeration. He wakes up every morning, hits the gym real hard, lift the weights, running miles. He's a health rock star, but it's not just about the physical. Nah, it's more than that. He promotes eating clean, gotta feel your body fat. David Lucas is showing us the way. Live by example, keeping healthy every day. Gotta eat right, gotta exercise, no doubt. He's the one who's pushing us to work.
It made it in less than a minute, he said.
David Lucas eating clean. Oh my
Imagine
god.
David Lucas made a 180.
Oh, he's about 480 right now.
But imagine if he made a 180.
It'd be great. I hope so. I love it. I'd love a story like that. I'd get to make fun of all the extra skin hanging off of his body. He would think the jokes would end. They would just begin.
Yeah, he would have to have enough. This episode is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee. Black Rifle Coffee is the only coffee that I drink. It's the only coffee we serve in the studio. It's the only coffee I have at my house. If I have to drink other coffee, I will do it. But I drink Black Rifle Coffee. I am excited to say that Black Rifle Coffee is finally partnering with the UFC. If you haven't tried this coffee yet, you should head to their website and use the code Joe to get 30% off your purchase. I'm a huge fan of this coffee and the people behind it. Some of them are my very good friends. Evan Hafer is a very good friend of mine. They're veteran-founded and veteran-run, and every purchase you make through Black Rifle Coffee helps in their mission to support veteran and first responder causes. I'm talking everything from getting them funding and equipment to helping veterans fight cancer. They do a lot to give back to those who serve our nation, and it's so awesome to see them partnering with the UFC in a year that's so stacked with insane fight cards. But it's not just their mission that makes them so great. Black Rifle Coffee also has some fucking fantastic coffee. They source exotic roasts from all over the world. Evan's a real coffee nerd. He was brewing coffee in the back of his Humvee while he was deployed. They have he's a real coffee nerd who's also a veteran. Wide variety of ground coffee, whole beans, even K-cups. So go check out all of the different flavors on their website, and while you're there, make sure you take a look at their gear and apparel. They have top-notch mugs, graphic tees, workout gear, outdoor apparel, and more, all made with patriotic designs that you aren't going to find anywhere else. So go to blackriflecoffee.com and use the code Joe right now for 30% off your purchase. That's blackriflecoffee.com with the code Joe. Tap the banner to learn more. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. This month, it's all about St. Patrick's Day. So, to help get into the spirit of things, I want to share a fact. Did you know that the odds of finding a lucky four-leaf clover are 1 in 10,000? I'd say that's pretty difficult. Fortunately, if you're looking to hire, you don't need a four-leaf clover. You don't need any luck. You just need ZipRecruiter, and you can try it for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. They don't need any gimmicks or leprechauns to lead you to a pot of gold, or in this case, top talent, because they have powerful matching technology that shows you qualified candidates as soon as you post a job. And once you review those candidates, you can invite your top choices to apply, which encourages them to apply sooner. If you're curious to see how much ZipRecruiter can help you, today's your lucky day, because remember, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Once again, to try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. That's ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. You have an operation. Yeah, that's a heavy operation too. Your skin is an organ. People don't like to think about it that way, but if your organ has to get cut open and pieced back together, well, that's real shit. That's real shit, and you run the risk of infection. And infections can fucking kill you, man. Like, you shouldn't take that kind of surgery lightly. One guy apparently avoided that, and this is like, I don't know if he's like, see, people have different genetics apparently when it comes to skin, which is why some women get crazy stretch marks and some women don't. You know, some dudes, they get real fat and then they lose the weight and then they look great and ripped, and other dudes have all this like weird extra skin. Even guys that don't lose too much weight, if you lose like 100 pounds or 50 pounds, some guys have like crazy extra skin. Like dudes that I know, and the other guy's just like, you don't look like you're ever fat. This is crazy. So this dude apparently went on a water fast for 365 days. He was really fat, and he just had IV vitamins and water. First of all, what kind of discipline? How do you have the kind of discipline to do that? He went from 382 days, without eating. Okay. In 1965, 27-year-old Angus, he fasted for 1 year and 17 days, ate no food at all, and lost 125 kilograms, which is 19.7 stone. Oh, no, everyone knows what that is. Yeah, I have no idea. 125 kilograms is like, I think it's 2.2, so that would be 300 pounds. What does that weigh? What is 125 kilograms in pounds? I think 60. Yeah, 270. Okay, so he lost that much. So he lost 270 pounds. Jesus Christ. Okay, Angus reportedly sick of being obese, so he checked into the University Department of Medicine at the Royal Infirmary of Dundee. He weighed 207 kilograms, so that's 450. What is 207 kilograms? 450. He told hospital staff he was ready to cut out food altogether, so doctors happily agreed to monitor his progress. Oh, so he did it with the doctors. He's like, I don't want to eat anymore. Wow, that's crazy. They didn't expect the fast to last long, but they thought that a short fast would help him to lose some weight. To compensate for his lack of nutrients, he was prescribed multivitamins to take regularly, including potassium and sodium as well as yeast. As days turned to weeks, Angus's persistence increased as Scott wanted to reach his reported ideal weight of 180 pounds. Wow. So he kept going. Much to his doctor's surprise, Angus would attend hospital visits frequently and often stay overnight. He received regular blood tests, all which revealed his body was remarkably functioning just fine. As weeks turned into months, he compensated for his lack of food by drinking more black tea, black coffee, and sparkling water, all of which are calorie-free. His body began to adapt to the lack of food by burning its own fat stores for energy. For the last 8 months, Angus's blood glucose levels were consistently very low, 2 millimole per liter, but Scott did not suffer any adverse effects as a result. In the final few months, he began to have a pinch of sugar or milk in his tea and coffee. For those wondering, he went to the toilet every 40 to 50 days. He shit every 50 days. What is he shitting? If you don't eat for 150 days, what are you shitting? Angus eventually called it quits after 382 days, having finally reached his dream weight of 180 pounds. Wow. According to Chicago Tribune report, he had forgotten the taste of food before his first meal after the fast. He ate a boiled egg with a slice of bread and butter for his first breakfast, telling reporters, "I thoroughly enjoyed my egg and I feel very full." Wow.
That's weird.
I wonder what happened to him after that, if he kept it off.
Said he died, or 5 years later, he was 192.
He died. How old was he?
Oh, he remained at a comfortable weight 5 years later.
Oh.
196.
So he only gained 16 pounds from eating. That's pretty amazing.
It's weird that they switched to pounds there at the end.
Yeah, that is weird.
Yeah.
Is that an English article? What's the article?
Diabetes.co.uk.
Yeah, UK. They're weird over there. They spell tires with a Y. Can we agree? Isn't this the English language? We invented tires, bitch. We did.
America?
Henry Ford.
Really?
I don't know. I think we invented
Goodrich.
Well, Henry Ford invented the car, but I feel like there was a French guy that came along before Henry Ford that invented the internal combustion engine. Is that correct? Like who invented the who invented the very first automobile? Ford was the first to manufacture it.
Yeah, he's just fixed the assembly line.
Right.
I know in Akron, Ohio, they mastered the tire. They're still kicking them out there. That's where the big Goodyear factory is. Yeah. BF Goodrich.
You know what's really weird about tires? They haven't figured out a way to not have them filled with air and have them perform as good as the ones that are filled with air. It's a stupid thing. First commercially successful internal combustion engine is created by, say that guy's name, Etienne Yannula, around 1860. Is that in France? Is that the French guy? I guess we have 4. Oh, different guys who made it?
I'm guessing the guy with the last name Otto probably.
I like that guy's name, just because I can't say it. 1860. Okay, first modern internal combustion engine known as the Otto engine, 1876. So one guy created it, and the other guy's like, I can do it better. And then he made it better, which is what always happens. Internal combustion engine usually refers to it. And it's like, that's just what always happens. You know?
Diesel engine was invented by Rudolph Diesel.
Oh, that's a good name for it.
Oh, no shit. Yeah. Diesel. I wonder if Shaq knows that. You think he changed his name?
He's got so many nicknames.
Shaq?
Yeah. He's actually really good at making one too.
Yeah, Shaq's the fucking man. Yeah. You ever want to feel tiny? Shake that. It's like shaking a person, like a whole person instead of a hand. He's so big.
It's insane.
He's so big.
The Rock was huge too.
Yeah. How fun was it to work out with The Rock? I called Tony Hinchcliffe at like 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, what are you doing?
It's crazy.
You want to work out with The Rock?
I was so hungover. I remember I was still on my side when I took the call. Because your phone rings a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. I'm like, oh shit, what is this going to be? I'm like, yo. He's like, you want to work out with The Rock? I'm like, yes. It's like, up.
I really feel like sometimes that we're not really doing this.
Dude, it's so funny you mention that. Literally last night, in the fucking green room of the mothership, I'm talking to Hank. Big Hank is sitting there because he's a big Sopranos fan. And I go, dude, I did this podcast with the kids from the Sopranos a few days ago. And it was like we grew up together. It was like we're brothers and sisters because we are all the same age. And I kind of lived very different, but kind of the same way, was living vicariously that type of life, but different. But with them growing up, it was a show that I could relate to. And I go, I think I'm like running out of like cool things to manifest. Like I don't even know what's left for me. And right then, Brigham brings in some guy who I don't recognize immediately. And I shake his hand and I'm like, damn, man, look at you. I feel like you've killed a lot of people. Or something like that, I said. I was just being goofy. And Brigham goes, you know Ray? And I realize it's Rey Mysterio Jr., one of the greatest wrestlers of all time, who I've been watching for 3 fucking decades. Multi-time heavyweight champion, and he's famously the small guy. So for me and Matt Edgar and every fucking guy just under 40 that wasn't huge or like physically gifted, he was one of our guys. I mean, that's who you like cheered for. He was known as the Giant Killer because he would beat the big guys. He beat guys that were 7 feet tall. He would shop them doing little guy shit. And I didn't even recognize him at first.
In my day, there were 2 guys that I really loved. The number 1 guy was Jimmy Superfly Snuka.
Fuck yeah. Oh, I remember.
Superfly would get on that top rope and he would do this.
Yeah.
And he'd fucking fly off and body some, like, what is that called when you land?
That's technically a full body press.
Full body press.
Well, yeah, actually, the full body press is when you lift them over your head and do that, but you could also do.
So when you throw
that's
yourself,
a splash.
Yeah, a splash.
Yeah.
So that was Jimmy Superfly Snuka move.
Yeah.
When he would get on the top of it.
Oh, yeah.
And the other guy was Bob Backlund.
Yeah.
And the reason why I like Bob Backlund, I'm like, I bet Bob Backlund would fuck all these dudes up. Because I understood technique.
Yeah.
I was like, no, that's a real wrestler. Like, look how he moves. He moves like a real wrestler. All those other guys are doing crazy shit. See, Jimmy Superfly Snuka did it off the fucking top of the cage. That's so insane. How bad is that for your knees? And your back? And your brain? The size of him, he was fucking huge.
Oh, yeah.
But get some Bob Backlund. Show me some Bob Backlund.
Oh, man.
Bob Backlund was a legit wrestler.
He played his role so perfectly because I hated him when I was a kid. I was part of that last regime where he was still there when I was like 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. And Hogan was just about to beat him and start like taking over. And he was just this old, boring with his blue tights and blue knee pads, right? And like
a real
white
athlete.
shoes. Yeah, and I'm just like, who is this guy?
That's what I like.
Yeah, it wasn't my thing as a kid. I needed something larger than life.
No. I like that dude who looks like a regular athlete, like this guy.
Oh, yeah,
Bob
this is him way
I
after
remember
his
seeing him, but I remember seeing him, and like right away, I'm like, oh, that's a real wrestler. That guy's gonna fuck that dude up. That's a real wrestler. Yeah. If you know wrestling, like that's what a fucking killer's built like.
Look at like Sluger looking at this guy like, what the fuck?
Killers are never built like that, except for Brock. Brock is the only guy who's like a killer. Well, even Alexander Karelin, who's the great, he wasn't built like a bodybuilder. It's nonsense.
Fucking
it's the nonsense. It's nonsense.
Yeah. Oh, the old. Can you imagine that working in a fight and everybody just going, oh,
just tapping your butt? How about that move? Why doesn't anybody do that in a fight?
Old sunset flip.
Oh, it didn't work.
I know all the names of these stupid moves, by the way. However, I do not know these.
This is so entertaining. He gets off. I can't fucking believe this. Yeah. This is such bullshit.
I'm out of here, but he's got to make the 10
so
count.
Bad.
He's got to make the 10 count. He's got to turn it around.
Look at that glorious haircut he's got. My God. If I had hair, I'd grow like that. I'd full Theo Vaughn it.
Fuck yeah. Absolutely. Come on, you want a piece of me?
Let me see. Show me some Bob Backlund in his prime.
Yeah.
That was Bob.
I pulled up was 1980, and it was a video of him and Hulk Hogan, which this is not the Hulk Hogan I know. It comes out in this giant cape.
Oh, yeah, this is pre Everybody's a Star.
Hulk Hogan's the fucking man. Oh yeah. How cool is it hanging out with that guy?
Well, so what's interesting is after hanging out with him and The Rock, it's really interesting to see how blatant his spinal injury is. Because you can see after hanging out with The Rock the 4 or 5 inches that Hogan lost. Because like I showed you when we were in here with Hogan, their face-off where they're truly eye to eye is legendary.
Well,
and now they're not.
I met Hulk when he was at full height.
Oh, okay.
I met him outside of a cigar bar in Beverly Hills in like the 90s, something like that. It was early on. It was like I'd only been in Hollywood for a couple years. I remember going, Jesus Christ, he's so big. And then the next time I met him, did you see that UFC thing I did with him?
What did you guys do?
Dude, find that Joe Rogan interviews Hulk Hogan for UFC. It was when the UFC, like Spike TV, had wrestling on, and so Hulk Hogan came to do a promo with me and him, and I got to interview him. Oh, dude, I went full pro wrestling.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. You let me see it.
You didn't mention this to me, all the arguments we used to have about pro wrestling.
I went full pro wrestling. I was in on it. I was.
What?
Yeah. You gotta watch all good.
Oh my God.
I was like, there's no other way to handle this. I'm dealing with fucking Hulkamania running wild.
Fuck yeah.
What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
What are you
when
gonna
it runs
do?
wild on you?
Here it is.
One of the greatest professional wrestlers of all time, sports and entertainment, huge personality, the one and only Hulk Hogan. Welcome aboard, sir. How are you? Thank you, my brother. You know, to be here with Joe Mania, Dana White, it doesn't get any better than this, brother. These guys are going to war out here. It's unbelievable. Now, you've been to some MMA fights before. Are you a UFC fan? Oh, I'm a huge fan, my brother. I sure am. Now, I understand that you have recently announced a partnership with TNA Wrestling and its president, Dixie Carter, and you're going to be moving to Spike TV. We're going to see some Hulkamania on Spike TV. Tell us more about that. Well, you know, brother, tonight I got a ton of energy. You know, I'm partners with Spike, I'm partners with Dixie Carter, I'm partners with TNA, and we just got the green light, brother. On January 4th, TNA Impact, we're going wide open. We're going head on head. We're going to battle with a WWE Monday night, January 4th. Hulk Hogan and TNA. We're coming after everybody. We're coming after everybody. Now, I understand that you recently released a book. You've done a wrestling tour in Australia. When are we going to see Hulk Hogan wrestle in TNA? Well, brother, I'm going January 4th. Like I said, Monday night. We're going to war TNA Impact, but you never know. I'm going over there to take over. The Maniacs are coming. All the TNA stars are going to be there, and you never know when the old man with the yellow boots might just step in that ring, brother. Hulk Hogan is coming back, ladies and gentlemen. TNA Wrestling, live on Spike TV. Hulk's here for the fights. You know you want to watch him on TV. What you gonna do, brother?
I went off full on.
That's the good question. Thank you very much, sir.
I love that. That's amazing. You led that interview well, too. Those were some short answers from him up front. Right back to it. That was good.
Yeah, those are always weird.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
Okay. Yeah, the weird Spike TV interviews.
Yeah.
I did one with Sylvester Stallone once too. It was good.
It's an interesting position that you make look easy, interviewing those guys after fights, interviewing people, these huge person. Look at them. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're eye to eye. There's no DeSantis boots in this, by the way. They're actually that height back in the day. Look at that.
Yeah, Hulk lost like 4 inches.
And meanwhile, when we were working out with The Rock, it was literally like, it was crazy. He's built like,
He's gigantic.
he looks like a superhero in a movie all the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
Just when he walks in, you look at him like, who's this guy?
Yeah, everything looks small in his
Meanwhile,
hand.
couldn't be nicer. Couldn't be more humble.
So cool.
He's a good dude. He's a good dude. Good dude to hang out with.
I'm going to give a little behind the scenes here. I was in a sauna at 185 degrees, sitting in between The Rock and Joe Rogan. So, for those of you that grew up without a father, you still have a chance. So many laughs in that sauna across from Shane and Hassan. And
I thought it was really cool too that we decided, like, we don't have to film this. Let's just have fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's just have fun. Because I know he films a lot of stuff for social media. I go, let's just. He goes, I love it. I was like, yeah, let's just hang out.
And it was so cool.
It was really fun.
Yeah.
It was fun. And he let me like dictate the whole workout. I had a workout planned out.
Yeah.
Like, let's have some fun.
Yeah.
We did a real fucking workout.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was real.
I was sore. Everyone was sore for a week after that.
Yeah, we did the Tabatas on the bag at the end.
Yeah.
It was fun. And then The Rock did 3 minutes in the cold plunge. First time he had ever been in a cold plunge.
Yeah.
Which is very impressive.
Yeah.
It's my first time. I was like, get me out of here.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
And I did 3 minutes, 10 seconds only because I knew I could do longer than The Rock in the sauna and have bragging rights in the sauna for 20 minutes.
You got to be in the sauna with Brian Simpson. He's always looking for a way to get out. Oh, I forgot my socks. Your socks? You don't need your socks. Brian's always got like some fucking new reason to get out of the sauna.
He's so funny.
He's
Dude.
got to sneeze.
He is so funny with all that
He
shit.
got in the other day with his shirt, with like his workout clothes on. I go, you gonna sit in the sauna with your clothes on? He goes, yeah, I just want to take them off. And then he gets out, and the guy goes, and I told him at the end, we were like, you gotta stay an extra 30 seconds, bro.
Yeah.
This is bullshit. You keep leaving.
He's a sly dog. He knows exactly what he's doing. I caught him sneaking a cookie the other day out of that Eddie V's bag in the green room. I've been eating clean up for 4 days, no carbs. When I walk in, he's just got a cookie. It's so funny to keep an eye on because I love it. You know, I know my vices, right? I know I smoked too many cigarettes. I know I drink too much coffee, whatever they may be, right? I have a couple drinks every night. But he's funny because it's like, and I love those people. David Lucas, exactly the same thing. You know what I mean? It's
I lost 35 pounds.
every time.
We were in the green room the other day. I go, how do you know? I go, do you have a fucking supermarket scale at your house? The fuck are you talking about? My scale didn't go that high. There's no way you know how much you weigh. You're not investing in that kind of property, that kind of machinery.
Oh, God.
How much
kills
is it? Like, a regular scale goes to 300 pounds.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, no, we
Like
actually...
Joey used to talk about that. I can't get on a fucking regular scale, Joe Rogan. It's time to lose weight.
Yeah.
When he first got on Weight Watchers, Joey was like, fucking regular scales don't work.
Yeah, we were doing fat people weigh-ins live on Kill Tony at one point, and we have a scale now that goes up to 4, but it's very hard to find. Those are like rare.
And that ain't gonna work either.
Right.
Like what Ralphie Make-It got on it.
Right.
Yeah, so much bigger than that. You need like a supermarket scale.
Yeah.
They put sides of beef on and shit. Did you see those? There's like these 5 or 4 fitness influencers that are like not fitness influencers, body positive influencers. They're telling people like, you know, you can be as fat as you want. They're all dead. They all died like within. Blair White has here. I'll send it to you, Jay. Blair White has this clip. It's fucking. It's mean, but it's also hilarious because it's just like, oh god, like yeah, it's not good to be that big, kids. It's just not. Like no matter what anybody tells you, if you have a fat doctor, like no matter who it is, that's just a massive strain on your body that you really you shouldn't have. It's not something that's normal. It's something that's insane. It's something that's only existed with human beings over the last, 50, 60 years. People were never that big. Jesus Christ.
I was at a Starbucks at the airport this weekend in Florida, and one of the baristas was double masked, and I could just see the top of her head because she was like behind the espresso machine, and it looked like a thick head. And then and I'm like, because I'm intrigued by the entire thing. I see a double mask. I'm like, what's going on here? And then she moved away for a second to go grab another cup, and she was hugely, massively obese. And I'm like, oh, okay. All right, so.
Did you find it? Yeah, there it is. Thank you.
Double mask, but unhealthy as fuck.
But the Instagram one is funny because it's like, he's dead. She's dead. They're dead. I'm trying to find it. I swore I saved it. I love that you can save things on Instagram because Tom Segura and I have this thing we do every day. We send each other the worst shit we find. It's a real problem because neither one of us is going to tap out. And everyone is trying to find like the most fucked up things. Instagram is, they're showing you some of the most fucking insane things.
Oh, yeah.
They're showing you so many insane things.
Oh, I love it.
Murders, car accidents, people getting crushed at construction sites. Like, god damn.
Yeah.
There's so much. Here it is. I found it, Jamie.
They're on a whole new level.
But I don't understand how it's getting through. Like, they must know that all that stuff is being shared, but they must also know that they're getting so many clicks from that they have to, like, allow it to stay on. They have to. They must know.
It's being shared like crazy.
Oh, Tom and I are, like, every day, dude.
Yeah, me and Adam Egget, me and Yoni. I have a ton of them. I mean, Shane's a fun one. Anything with
go.
He's dead. Join me on my Fat Positive radio show, which didn't last long because she died.
Just because I'm fat, that doesn't invalidate the things that I say.
She died.
You ready to get supersized?
She died too.
Yeah, that's it.
He's dead.
I love it.
Christ.
It's real. People need to see that.
It's one of the worst things. Being overweight is one of the worst things for your health.
Yeah.
It's a constant tax on your body.
If we're all born with the same size heart and you have to lug around all that shit and other people don't, it's pretty blatant.
Also, if you lose the weight, you'll have amazing leg muscles. I was saying that to Stavros, and he showed me his calves. Stavros' calves are like watermelons.
Yeah.
They're giant.
He's got calves on those cows.
Yeah.
He's a big boy.
Yeah, he's a big fella.
Sweating.
Well, if you're carrying around that much extra weight, like, boy, if you lost the weight, you'd be so fit. You'd be so strong.
Yeah.
Get into Muay Thai, be fucking people up.
He's into pad thai.
You can't help yourself. It's always there. That's so quick.
Oh man,
That's the
we
Kill
just
Tony
taped.
gene.
We just mass taped a bunch of episodes of Kill Tony, so that we could take a few weeks off after these arenas, and so I'm in like zip.
Yeah, full on mode.
Oh, yeah.
Did you do 2 last night?
Yeah, 2 last night and 2 the night before. Some epic moments. Perhaps one of the greatest, and this is me tooting my own horn, but one of my greatest interviews ever with a big trans comedian, like a hefty, looks like 100%, like just like a big woman, steps up and goes, "Hey, so here we go," and like the whole room has its attention. Where at first we were
Funny? Okay.
Very new, very new. But I will say this is rolled with everything. It's an epic interview because I'm going pretty hard because she's laughing at everything, and I find it to be like, okay, we have this, and everybody wanted it, and everybody needed it, and it makes her look good, and everyone won.
Nice.
But there was a part where I literally go, so I gotta ask, and this might be disrespectful, what direction are we going here? What did you start as? Like, what are you going for? I know you're trans, but like, I don't even know.
Are you this boy to girl, girl to
Oh
boy?
man, and she's laughing too. 'Cause it's like
that's
she
funny.
knows what's up.
I'm sure you're aware of this, but that lady got arrested who was on your show saying that she stormed the Capitol.
Yeah.
The feds came and got her. They're like, oh, yeah?
I found out about this last night in the middle of a show, but didn't even have time to think about it or read the articles.
Yeah, they're going hard after people that went into the Capitol.
Red Band mentioned that it may have been because of our show.
It is because of your show.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, that's how the feds are watching the show. I'm not into that. It's not my thing.
Damn. That's wild. Oh man, she got her in trouble.
Yeah, it's not good to brag about breaking into the fucking Capitol. I was first wave up the stairs. She shouted the microphone. January 6th video footage shows I took a little pepper spray. I didn't think I'd ever be sprayed by cops in my own country. I support the police. The arrest warrant states the FBI confirmed the couple's identity through cell phone and credit card records, flight and hotel bookings, and physical surveillance of their Santa Ynez home. They surveilled their homes. In June, Jones defended her actions while speaking at a comedy show in Austin. Jones said she did not do anything that she thought was illegal. She only entered a public section of the building, not a private office or any other restricted area. I've been to the Capitol multiple times. There's never been any reason not to go in. Well, that's just dumb. That's just being dumb. If you see a mob storming into the Capitol, like, don't go in there. Don't go in there. Because didn't they arrest people that didn't go in?
I think so.
Yeah. Well, they put that one dude in jail from InfoWars. What is his name? Owen, I forget how to pronounce his last name. But I think he went to jail for like 7 months. and he was never even there. What did he go to jail for? 2 months. Was he sentenced for 7 months? Or was it 70 days?
Prosecutors said he, quote, helped create by spewing violent rhetoric and spreading baseless claims of election fraud to hundreds of thousands of viewers.
Wow.
Pled guilty to illegally entering a restricted area.
What area is that? So did he go into the Capitol?
Says he didn't enter the Capitol, but he led a march to the building and led rioters and chants. Yeah. He's among only a few people charged in the riot who neither went inside the building nor were accused of engaging in violence or destruction.
Here's where he fucked up. Should have joined the FBI first. He joined the FBI and then did that. They'd be like, good job. Got everybody to go in there.
Crazy. I don't know what's going to happen next. The reason why I didn't get to read about that article is because when I checked the news right before bed after a long night last night, all I could see was that Colorado voted to have Trump off the ballot.
There's so much wild shit going on.
That there, and I rarely am like, oh no, with the news, but that one there scares me.
The guy that did Ex Machina just did a new movie called Civil War. It's coming out.
This is what that's exactly what I pictured when I
see the trailer. Let's play the trailer because it looks dope. And that Ex Machina guy, what is his name, Jamie? Alex Garland. He's the shit. That Ex Machina is one of my all-time favorite movies. That movie gives me the creeps every time I watch it. Yeah. Because I'm like, if I was that guy and that robot was talking to me, I'd get seduced too. Yeah. She's so hot. She's so hot, and she knows how to pull strings.
The United States Army ramps up activity.
The White House issued warnings to the Western forces as well as the Florida Alliance.
The future president assures the uprising will be dealt with swiftly.
Let me know if I'm trying to get on.
Are you guys aware there's like a pretty huge civil war going on all across America?
We just try to stay out with what we see on the news. Seems like it's for the best.
Citizens of America, the so-called Western forces of Texas and California have suffered a very great defeat at the hands of the United States military.
Mr. President, do you regret the use of airstrikes against American citizens? We're moving to D.C. today.
You need to go down there.
They shoot journalists on sight in the Capitol. Every instinct in me says this is death. What is it?
Every time I survived the war zone, I thought I was sending a warning home. Don't do this. But here we are.
There's some kind of misunderstanding here. But we're American, okay?
Okay. What kind of American?
You know,
The Western forces will reach the White House on July 4th.
Yeah, bro. This can really happen. You tell me that dude who said, what kind of American are you? You tell me he doesn't have a Trump flag on his truck? What are you doing? Those are the people with the guns. You're picking a fight with them? If they really think, rather, that you're trying to steal the government, that they really think you're trying to subvert democracy?
Yeah.
By using the 14th Amendment, which is insurrection, which I believe, check this, make sure this is correct. I believe they created that amendment because of the Civil War. And I believe they created that amendment to keep people that fought against the Union Army from holding elected office. I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
Former officers of the Confederate Army.
I think anybody who was in the Confederate Army. I think anybody who was in the insurrection. Like, say, if you were, I think even if you were a soldier, I think it was to stop that.
Yeah. Which
is why meanwhile, it's a legal term. Again, I don't know if you know this, but I'm not a legal scholar.
Right.
I think the term is very specific, like what it means. So Trump has neither been indicted nor convicted for insurrection.
Right.
But if you're pulling him off the ballot for insurrection, that seems crazy.
And again, it's like, of course, every other state with a Democratic or liberal-leaning Supreme Court is going to follow this lead. They don't want to be behind Colorado. They're going to go, we have to show America that we're more we're more aware than Colorado. Let's get.
So they did a survey, and 1 in 3 people say they've snooped through their partner's phones, and that's just the ones who admit it. Look, it's only natural to be curious. Who hasn't snuck a little peek at their partner's phone? But that's why you have to use ExpressVPN. Sure, you can put a passcode on your phone or clear your history after all your late-night sessions, but it doesn't matter. Your browsing history is still 100% exposed. Just think about it. Who owns all the Wi-Fi networks you use daily? Your friends, your boss, your parents? Well, if you're using their Wi-Fi, they can see everything. To truly protect your privacy, you need to use ExpressVPN. With ExpressVPN, all I have to do is tap once and boom, everything I do online gets sent through an encrypted server. No one has access to my browsing history but me. End of story. And I've said this for years. ExpressVPN is hands down the best privacy tool on the market. It's easy. It just works. Whether I'm on my phone, tablet, laptop, literally everything. When the app turns green, I'm clean. So use my special link to get the best possible deal on the VPN that I trust to protect my whole life online. Visit expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's get 3 extra months for free. It's expressvpn.com/ROGAN. expressvpn.com/Rogan. This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. A lot of us spend our lives wishing we had more time. And the question is, time for what? If time was unlimited, how would you use it? Like if I had an extra hour in my day every day, I think I would practice archery, or maybe I would shoot pool. I'd write jokes. I'd do something. I'd find a way, but I'd love an extra hour. Be nice. Well, the best way to squeeze that special thing into your schedule is to know what's important to you so that you can make it a priority. And therapy can help you figure that out. A therapist can guide you through the process of defining your values and understanding your priorities so you know what things you can spend your time on that will really fulfill you. Otherwise, you'll always be wishing for more time. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. BetterHelp offers convenient, affordable online therapy that comes to you. Just fill out a brief questionnaire and get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. Learn how to make time for what makes you happy with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/JRE today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/JRE.
Let's do this.
If that happens, that's a very scary thing. That's very scary because regardless of what you think about Trump as a personality and this air quotes threat to democracy, what is democracy if it's not people having the ability to choose an elected leader? What is democracy? Like, what are you saying? Threat to what? If you are literally subverting democracy because you think someone's a threat to democracy, you're a threat to democracy.
100%.
Just by what you're doing.
Yeah.
Just because people believe that this one person is absolutely the, that's the whole reason why people have elections. One group has to make a case that they would be better leaders and they have a better plan. They have a better path forward for America. If you think they're wrong, the whole idea of democracy is you're supposed to have a better case. That's what debates are for. That's what the campaign trail is for. When they stand in front of the people and they tell the people, when I become president, I will fix this and I will fix that. And everybody goes, yay. That's what they're doing. Now, if you're saying that they can't do that, that's a threat to democracy. If you're saying they can't state their case, if you're saying they literally can't be on the ballot,
Right.
Because that's insane.
Yeah.
And it's 4 out of 7 chose that. 4 said yes, 3 said no.
It's great.
Is that correct? 3 or 2? 4. 3 said yes, 2 said no.
It was 4-3.
4-3. So 4 said yes, 3 said no.
Check an article the BBC put out.
What does it say?
It's for now. This only is for the state's primary election. It's going to probably be held up in court for appeals past the deadline, which is January 4th. So it might not matter.
Why would it not matter?
Because it's going to have, it wouldn't affect his ability to be on the primary ballot, according to what this is saying. If it doesn't go in effect until January 4th, then it's held up in court because of an appeal, then they can't block him from being on that ballot. It's also not for the presidential ballot, which would be in November.
One thing, if there was no allegations of criminal activity from the current president, if the current president is someone like Barack Obama, who is a way better president by everyone's account, the way he holds, whether or not you believe his policies, whether or not you think that he did a good job with whatever, drone attacks and, whistleblowers, all the things he said he was going to do that he didn't do, put that aside, just as a spokesperson, just as a representative of the country, a guy smarter than us, who's out there, speaks measured and calm, a real statesman, but you don't even have that. Like, you got this guy who's
dead shell of an old seashell.
And on top of that, there's a bunch of shit that he's involved with that looks super sketchy. A bunch.
Oh, yeah.
A bunch of things.
Oh, yeah.
There's so many business dealings.
The money that we've given to Ukraine is just crazy. And we weren't really hearing of Ukraine until before he was president, his son's dealings with Ukraine. And then all this stuff with Ukraine starts happening. And they get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars.
I think it's over $100 billion. But here's a question. Because they were just talking about this today. Are we really funding a portion of their government? Are we funding, as American taxpayers, I think what this person was saying was that we are funding a percentage of their schools, their elected officials. We're funding a certain percentage of that, too. We're like keeping their government afloat.
Seems like it. I mean, who wouldn't move some money from that account into other accounts?
No, but I think that's part of the deal. That's like above board. Forget about what's happening.
Right.
Where money's getting siphoned off.
So it's like known that we're funding their government.
I think so. That's what this person was saying. I don't know if it's correct. That's why JB's got to get on it.
Damn.
But it's one of those things where it's like, wait a minute. When does this end? Is this another one of them 20-year deals? Is this another one of those Afghanistan deals? Have you ever seen the breakdown of the amount of money that we spent in Ukraine and what that could have done for America? It's insane. It could have given everyone in Maui, everyone who lost their home, some insane amount of money, rebuilt Maui many times over. It could have fixed all of our infrastructure. It could have secured the wall. It could have. There's like so much money that have gone into education, homelessness, all these different problems that we have in America that are like key problems that keep coming up over and over and over again. It makes you wonder. It really does. Because if they really did spend $100 billion in Ukraine that they could have spent in America, what if someone did that? What if someone said, yeah, I know this is going to raise taxes, I know this is going to raise inflation, but if we spend this money in America and we fix all these problems, the next generation coming up, we've showed statistically will be 20% better off. We'll have 20% less crime. We'll have 20% less incarcerations. If they could come up with some number that they could show you, everybody would be kind of like, yeah, taxes are more, but this is a real plan to like actually rebuild America. And there's discussions of it on the news every day. There's people like, fuck rebuilding America. What we need to do is this and that and that and this and green energy and all this shit. If there was that, and this was our dispute, how much better would the world be?
Yeah. It would take a businessman who's like anti-war and could bring like peace to the Middle East and have all the other crazy world leaders in check.
Yeah. Did you see Vivek Ramaswamy? You know who that could?
Oh yeah.
Van Jones. His speech was saying that it's like he's going to be around 50 years longer than Trump, and so he does a speech out. He goes, Van Jones, shut the fuck up.
Oh yeah. Oh boy. And when I saw that, I'm like, more of this, dude.
Trump opened up the door.
Yeah.
To that kind of shit.
Yeah.
He really did. When there was no politicians before Trump that you ever even heard swear.
Yeah.
When Trump was talking about China, he goes, you can say, we want to negotiate, we want to do this, or you can say, listen, motherfucker. person.
Yes.
Talk like a real person.
Yeah.
That's what the world is missing. People talking like real people.
Right. Obama was such a good politician, such a good people speaker that he kind of like beat the video game. Now we need a new video game. You know what I mean? And Trump was that, a real human.
Have you seen where they face swapped that lady who's the White House press secretary with Obama?
No.
It's when she's talking about how there is no evidence at all that Obama is secretly running the government. It's simply not true. And it's her face swap with Obama. Let me see if I can find it. I'm pretty sure I saved it. I'm really good at saving all these stupid posts I find every day. This is why I can't be on this phone. This phone has...
I didn't even know you could do that. I go a long way. It's like I'm like an old man on Instagram, so I mail them to myself.
But that works too.
Yeah.
But you can have little folders. Like I have little folders. I've had folders for conspiracies. And...
Is that what that like bookmark looking thing is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you click that. Where is it? What do I have it under? I think I have it under government. I have too many categories. I have disasters. The disasters one is insane. There's so many disasters that you can find on the internet now.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find
I like, I think it's thieves getting fucked or robbers getting fucked, where people try to steal things and they run into like a cashier with a gun.
Oh, those are always fun.
Yeah.
I have an entire folder dedicated to Kamala Harris.
Oh, yeah.
All the most ridiculous shit she says.
Everything. She can't do anything. Has she ever said anything not crazy? Oh, this is hysterical.
Yeah, there it is. Oh, you found it, Jamie. Thank you. So, please.
Puppet master for this administration, but there's no evidence. There's no evidence. There's no evidence that Obama is Joe's puppet master. There's none. Absolutely none. None. And that is just a fact. You can't say that it looks like my hair is the dirty mop that janitor is looking for. You can't say that it looks like I lazily slapped on some of Big Mike's lipstick and horrific
AI.
That's wild.
AI is insane. I mean, we are going to have no idea what's real or what's fake within a couple of years.
Yeah.
We don't know. We just don't know.
Right.
You can have everything from people crying about a crime that never committed. Like you could have a disaster that's fake and a bunch of fake people crying about that disaster and telling their story of what happened. And they're not even real people. It's all CGI. You're going to be able to, there's no telling. Committing crimes, natural disasters, you're never going to know. Speaking of natural disasters, did you see that video? They got a volcano camera that's pointed at this camera in Iceland, and they caught it the moment the volcano erupted. It's wild. Iceland has some volcanoes, son, and they pop. They popped a few years back. Remember, the flights were fucked up and no one could fly. Remember that?
In Iceland?
Yeah. When the problem is when they eject all that stuff into the atmosphere, you can't see. So it takes a long time for that stuff to go down where people can fly. Watch this. It's really cool.
The volcano.
Yeah, it went boom. Look at that. That's it popping. Isn't that amazing? Wow. They caught the moment it blew. So it's spraying, and the video of it going down the mountainside. This is the video of it going down the mountainside. How amazing is that, man? That's crazy. The literal blood of the earth pouring out of a fucking staph infection. Oh my God. Look at that. Isn't that incredible? Unbelievable. That's how continents are made, kids. Wow. That's how Hawaii got made. Fucking, these dudes just chilling. Goes off every couple of years. So what happened was that volcano went off, and there was a Rolling Stone reporter that was embedded. I think it was in Iraq. And they got too comfortable with this dude being around, and they started, because he was stuck because he couldn't fly out, so he was there a lot longer than he was supposed to be, and he reported a bunch of shit that they had said about Obama. Is that Mount St. Helens? Oh, that's the other one.
2010 eruption.
Yeah, so this was when it happened.
Wow.
So
I don't know how to say that.
what was the guy's name? The reporter, Michael Hastings. So he reported that this general was like being very dismissive of Obama and insulting Obama. And he printed it in the Rolling Stone. And so this general had to resign. And so when this general resigned, this guy Hastings was fucked. He's fucked, right? And he starts saying, hey, I think people are following me. I think people are trying to kill me.
He was still in Iraq at the time?
No, he came back to America. And so he was, so he's saying that, and then his car goes 125 miles an hour on Sunset Boulevard right into a tree.
Yeah. He had an electric car, right?
No, there was no electric cars back then.
Or it was
Crystal's exit, volcanic intervention. So the volcano blew up and this guy got stuck there. It says The Runaway General is the title of this story. And so this guy, Michael Hastings, this is like the conspiracy theory. Yeah. Because his car goes 125 miles an hour right into a fucking tree. Boom, boom, and blows up. The engine was like, it wasn't like a regular accident. Like, it was a big one. Like, it was a big fucking accident. And either he did it on purpose, like he was trying to kill himself. Like, this is it. There's a video of it. I mean, this dude is fucking flying down the street.
Funny for your reference, it's in LA off La Brea.
It's off
La Brea, all the Santa Monica.
Look at that. Look how fast he's going.
You
Boom.
get one of those giant palm trees into the middle of the road there.
And look at that explosion.
it wasn't
I thought it was on Sunset. It was
No, he was going down La Brea south, I believe.
Okay.
It wasn't a self-driving car?
No. But it was a Mercedes.
2010, they didn't have them then.
No, but what they did have is technology that would allow.
Right.
They had computers in cars back then. And so the question was,
right,
do we have the technology to take over someone's car? All you'd have to do is just make it accelerate. You wouldn't necessarily have to point it towards a tree.
Oh, yeah.
You just have it go 120 miles an hour. If you don't care about who it hits,
yeah.
If you don't care about the other people, which
say it's the middle of the night, which I think this was, right?
Yeah, just hit it.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, this guy can't slow his car down. It's impossible to slow the car down. It takes over the engine. You don't have to be able to steer it. Right. You don't have to have self-steering technology. You just have control the accelerator.
Oh, yeah.
And if you have a computer, if the car is run by a computer, which was this a 2010 car? What kind of car was it? I want to say it was a Mercedes.
I know it was a Mercedes, but I don't know that they actually hear the car was.
Listen, they had that ability back then. They had the ability to do that to the enemy if they wanted. Like if you're in Afghanistan or whatever, you want to make someone's car, if you could rig it like that, I'm sure they could do that. Yeah. I mean, there's a computer in the car. 2010, it's not that long ago. Seems like it is. 13 years.
Yeah.
13 years ago is crazy to think that technology has moved so far from 13 years ago. Like if it was today, you would say 100% they could do that. Yeah. But I think they could do that 13 years ago. And so that was the big conspiracy theory that they whacked this dude because he got my crystal fired. Whew. Damn. Which they probably did.
Yeah, they can. And the more we find out, the more it seems like that stuff happens quite a bit.
And then there was some talk about his blood work. They did blood work on Hastings after he's dead. He tested positive for amphetamines. But the dirty secret about journalists is a lot of them are on Adderall. A lot of them. It's how they make deadlines. For the guys that I know that have taken it, they've been pretty forthcoming about it and say it's a life changer. It's just like I get so much shit done. Of course, you're on meth.
Yeah.
You're on amphetamines.
Yeah.
So they were saying that he was on amphetamines. He was just cranked out of his mind, and he did that on purpose, which is a possibility. You fucking never know. Sometimes if people think the government's trying to kill them, maybe they crack under pressure.
Yeah.
And they just I can't take this anymore. I'm just going to drive into a tree.
It's a weird way to kill yourself.
It is, but it's not outside the realm of possibility. But also, if you wanted to have a juicy conspiracy narrative, you wanted to go all Sam Tripoli on that.
Yeah. Very suspicious.
Yeah. It's very suspicious.
Especially since he could have killed himself going full Joe versus the volcano, right? That would have been the classy way to do it when he had a chance.
He wasn't near the volcano.
Right.
Yeah, if he wanted to take a flight over, yeah. Yeah, but he didn't know that they were going to come for him after that. But that's what they do in that world. They try to take things down. You know, if you're a journalist and you're embedded with these guys and they say something juicy, you can take them down with this juicy thing. This is just what you do, whether or not it's good for the country or not. And that guy was beloved. Apparently, he was just great general. And now all of a sudden he's not a general anymore because of a reporter. Oof. And who are his people? The people that are like the professional killers of the world, that are legally allowed to kill people.
And secretly.
Yeah. Guess what, fuckface?
Yeah.
You just made a big mistake.
Yeah.
Like, I wish I was his friend. I know that's what your job is, but you can make a juicy article just about how hard it is over there and how crazy it is over there. Yeah. Wouldn't that be better?
Yeah.
Would it be better, like, instead of like some backhanded shit that he's saying to the troops, which they all believe anyway, like, what do you care?
Yeah.
Don't report that dude. So you're gonna get him in trouble. Why would you get that guy in trouble? It's just such a dangerous game you're playing.
It is wild. It makes me worry about, you know, I mean, Trump is such a threat, supposedly, to the military that wants to do things, and he wants to bring them back, which he's proven time and time again. And, like, I don't know.
There's a fucking hilarious video of Rosie O'Donnell. She put up, like, she was watching UFC. She goes, I'm watching the UFC, and then Trump comes on and ruins it. Come on, UFC, you got to do better.
Thank
so
you.
bad.
Thank you, Rosie.
She's so bad.
Everyone at the UFC cares about your
But
opinion.
it's not just having that opinion, which is like, I get it, because he said a lot of like fucked up things about Rosie.
Oh, he ruined her. She's gone.
Yeah.
Because of
When
him.
Megyn Kelly was saying that you've said all these disparaging things about not all women, just Rosie O'Donnell.
Boom.
Boom.
She was done.
It's like a comic.
Yep.
I mean, it's like literally a kill Tony guest.
Yep.
But have you found the video of her saying it?
Yeah. Well, I think it's this one.
Yeah, that's it.
Ugh,
Play it. I like
Oh,
Rosie.
you racist MAGA people.
No, this isn't
Killing
it.
cover.
No, that's not it. It's
For that, so unless maybe she deleted it or
she might have deleted it. That was a hard one, man. Because Leon, at the end of the fight, when he was talking about his dad, and he was almost crying when he was talking about him, you know, taking his father's murder and turning it into entertainment. And, you know, his voice was cracked, and I was like, oh shit, don't make me cry, Leon. Yeah.
Trump just arrived at the UFC 296 because he loves Colby Covington.
Donald Trump's being
Casey! It was the UFC. Do better. I love that.
Why did they all look alike? Why does she look exactly like Keith Olbermann?
She doesn't. Keith Olbermann's way more insane than her. He's insane. Did you see Keith Olbermann went after Riley Gaines?
Who's Riley Gaines?
Riley Gaines is that lady that lost to Leah Thomas. Or the one who,
Oh, wow.
So she's the real, like, winner. Female winner.
Yeah.
And this male competes as a female and beats her. And so Keith Olbermann said some ridiculous shit about she doesn't have any athletic accomplishments. And so she makes a video in response showing all the awards that she's won.
Yeah.
Like, she's like a serious fucking accomplished athlete. She's an amazing athlete. But for this insane fuck to say this, but you got to see the video because it's pretty amazing.
Grace. He used to be so long ago, but he was part of that essential Sports Center crew, the glory days of ESPN. Him, Stuart Scott.
He was great.
Dan Patrick. It was a dream team, and I would love to know what fucking soup he's been eating or what is in his diet.
Oh, he's vegan.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Ah!
Yeah. There's clearly.
Sometimes
clearly
there's things where it's
wrong.
like. Sometimes there's just things where it's like, don't you see?
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah, duh.
You know, a big one. And I know we're switching subjects here, but a big one that I saw 2 days ago, and I didn't even send it to you because I'm like, I can't even. I have to talk with you about this. Is Canada's overall life expectancy?
Yes.
That might be the craziest statistic in the world right now. You've seen this, right?
Yes.
Since 1930, of course, it goes this way, this way, this way, this way, because you fucking live longer because fucking technology and medicine. And then 2020 it levels, and then it starts to go down. It's down 2.5 years since 2020, which is unheard of.
Yeah.
Unprecedented. What could that possibly be from?
I don't know, Tony.
Weird.
So strange. It's not like there was a gigantic medical intervention that was forced upon the population during that time period.
Again and again, and booster and booster and booster.
And you're not allowed to say it, or you're a conspiracy theorist.
I guess
These people they're in a fucking trance, because being on the side of reality and facts is so against the narrative that the liberals were correct that they're willing to ignore excess deaths. They're willing to ignore an increase in all-cause mortality that's shocking.
Yeah,
they're willing to ignore it,
and they're the trust the science people, but only when it leans to their favor.
Dude,
the science says there's something terrible that happened.
I stumbled into this group of people talking on Twitter about I'm always going to call it Twitter. I tried X for a while.
Yeah, it's impossible.
What am I doing? Am I tweeting or am I Xing? What am I doing? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But there was a bunch of people that were talking about masking and boosting. And this is the reason why, even though they've got COVID 5 times, every time they get it, it's fairly mild. Last time I was only sick for a week. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, they're not reading the news at all. And I think it's baby boomers. Robert F. Kennedy was talking about that. Bobby Kennedy Jr. was talking about that. He was saying he was talking to Patrick Bet-David. He was saying that baby boomers are the ones who believe all the bad things about him because they get their news only from TV.
We know we know a Texan.
We know a guy.
A guy.
Boy, I get him all the time now.
Oh, me too.
Yeah, we corner him now with facts. Well, that one seems like a conspiracy. That one seems like, is that true? Yeah, this is. Did you know that
we're going to turn him? It's going to be a glorious day when he comes in,
one day
in the center.
When they just catch him in the right move.
It is exactly that, by the way. Call me crazy, but I trust the news.
Yeah.
And it's such a slippery, dangerous road, and it totally is that. My mom's 76, and she listens to me on everything. But some of those things, she's like, you gotta be kidding me, Tony. You don't really think he's a good president. I'm like, look, but everybody's got money. There's no war right now. You're not seeing any of this? And then, boom, there's Biden. And fucking a cantaloupe is $23 or whatever. But what was oh, man. I said something I wanted to say and I lost it. Oh, I clicked on this article from CNN yesterday because I still love going to CNN.com just to see what fucking chaos they're pushing. And sure enough, there's a good one on the number 2 or 3 spot that says new COVID strain dominating the Northeast. And I click on it because I'm like, okay, let's see. And it's dominating. What it's actually doing is it's just a new, obviously, the evolution of the strain, and it just jumped the main strain that was above it. It's a natural thing that happens all the time. But because it's the new main strain, which is always changing, right? The new one is always jumping the old one. Now it's dominating. This new strain is dominating the Northeast, which is they're just saying that's taken over. But the headline doesn't say that, right? The headline looks like, whoa, here it comes. Buckle down for the holidays again. It's so interesting that people can't see, that these people, even the baby boomers can't see.
But here's
still what's happening.
It's a cold now, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So if it's a cold now, imagine if the news freaked you out every time the cold was going around.
Yep.
Do you know how nuts that would be? If the news was telling you that you had to get an experimental medical intervention every time the cold came around.
Yeah.
Even though you keep catching the cold. And the news never tells you, hey, you got to lose weight. The news never tells you, hey, time to get in shape. Hey, time to start taking vitamins. Hey, time to start sleeping better.
Yeah.
Hey.
Drink a lot of water.
The news doesn't tell you that. It tells you only have to get chemicals. Chemicals injected into your body. That's the only way you can fix this.
Yeah.
We have to just keep injecting chemicals into our body. It's the only way to get better.
And now a commercial from Burger King. Right after that.
Brought to you by Pfizer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild. But boomers, they grew up with the news. They never really got into the internet unless they get into Facebook groups.
Yeah. I read another crazy statistic today that I think it's like 5-year-olds are off of Facebook. It was 77% 10 years ago, down to like 30% today.
The only dude I know who uses Facebook is my friend Tommy Jr. And he's 50.
I could see why Tommy Jr. would be on Facebook.
Tommy's
He's old
always
school.
on Facebook. Yeah. I don't even have Instagram. I don't even use it. He's going to come on the podcast. We're going to do a podcast together.
Oh, that's going to be great.
Yeah. He's one of my longest running friends. We've been friends for 30 years.
Yeah.
I knew that dude when he was 19 and I was 24. That's when we met.
He's so fun to watch play pool. Just a real, Boston/New Yorker/
Connecticut.
Yeah.
Connecticut. That's what Connecticut is. You nailed it without nailing it.
Yeah.
Like, Connecticut really is like Boston and New York had a kid.
Yeah.
It's like half Italian, half Irish, whatever it is. You know, it's like that's what Connecticut is. It's a combination of Boston.
He would love the sweatsuit that I'm rocking.
But
right
Tommy Jr.'s got his own accent. when he comes on the podcast, people are gonna go, "Oh shit, that's maybe my best impression is Tommy Jr."
Oh yeah. He's great. Hey, you got any of that good
Dude,
stuff? We smoking.
Dude, what are we doing?
I'm gonna hit something.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
There's a picture I took of Tommy Jr. when we all did a show together in Atlantic City. Remember? And he had Atlantic City had weed stores.
Yeah.
And he took I think it was like a 250 milligram edible for eating. See if you can find that photo of Tommy Jr. baked out of his mind. Look at him. How was it? 300 milligrams? What does it say underneath it? 300 milligrams. Look at him. Dude, don't leave me. Stay close. Do you mind if we hold hands? I've been friends with that dude forever. Forever and ever.
So much fun.
Yeah.
So fun.
That's my boy.
Yeah.
And he would have been like a legit top of the food chain pool player if he didn't retire because he realized there was no future in it. He didn't stop playing all the time. Yeah. He was one of the best players in the world when he was like 19, 20 years old. He was a killer. But he was like, there's no future. He tells a story about watching this guy, Neptune Joe Frady. Neptune Joe Frady was a legend in New Jersey. Neptune Joe from Neptune Billiards. And he had like half his teeth, and he had a cigarette in his hand while he was playing, and he would play with his mouth open like this. He was a killer. Yeah. But he would play he would get into this like trance, and his like mouth would be open. He goes, I'm watching this guy and I'm sweating it out. We're playing for like $200, and he doesn't have a fucking pot to piss in or a window to throw out of it. I can't win. This guy's a killer. And I'm realizing, like, is this my future? What the fuck? So he stopped playing pool.
My favorite, when I think of funny things about Tommy, a big one, because you're obviously always commentating. You're in the fucking super zone next to the octagon, but your homies are flanked to the back right of you. And something that always happens, you might not even know this actually, but it always happens to him, is there'll be a great fight happening, and he'll take a picture. He likes taking pictures while the thing's happening. I don't play these games because I don't want to miss a fucking thing. I know how this goes. So he'll take a picture, and if a knockout happens, you can bet the house that he will be posting that picture and have his head down for that moment. And just, whoa. Like he always misses a fucking head kick or a fucking place goes wild and the lights go up and he doesn't even know what happened.
Also, Tommy can barely see.
Right.
So when he's looking down on his phone, he's kind of like, is that a T or a W?
Yeah. I gotta post this to Facebook. And it just, the whole place goes wild.
Shit.
Like, you didn't see it, Tommy? Fuck.
Everybody's posting important documents. Exactly. He's the man.
You could almost know there's gonna be a big knockout if Tommy's looking down at his phone. The odds go up tremendously.
He's one of the funniest non-comedians
totally
that I know.
I always love when we go to the East Coast and hang out with him.
But pool players are funny, man. They're outcasts. You know, that's what I loved the most when I was a kid. When I went to New York and I started hanging out at this executive billiards place that was near my house. I fucking just love being around misfits. They were all misfits.
Totally.
I always felt like a misfit, man. I never felt like I fit in anywhere. Yeah. Like with regular people that had regular families and regular jobs. Like, oh my God, what am I going to talk to you about? Yeah. I want to be around wild people. Yeah. These people are all wild.
I was having this conversation with Rey Mysterio Jr. just the other night. It's like pro wrestlers, strippers, comedians,
rock stars, pool players, fighters. They're all the most fun people to be with because they're just living this wild lifestyle. Like, how did you figure out to do that?
Yeah.
How are you doing that? You know, like when you're hanging out with Gordon, like, how are you strangling people for a living?
Yeah. We're trying to convince him, me and my buddy Kyle, we're trying to convince him to do a jiu-jitsu match blindfolded.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I think he wants to do it. Could be fun. It's fun pitching ideas to him because he can dominate humans in mysterious ways.
A lot of his feel.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of his feel. There's certain things stand-up would suck. Wrestling would suck. You wouldn't be able to anticipate people shooting on you and stuff, but he would just like go to the ground immediately.
Yeah.
You know? Like when he fought Nicky Rod in Abu Dhabi, remember he was telling us before the fight what he was going to do? He goes, I'm just going to give him a leg and let him take me down, then I'll submit him.
Yeah.
He just gave him his leg.
Yeah, but he didn't make it look like he was giving him his leg, so Nicky Rod thought that he got his leg.
No, he made it look like he was giving him his leg. He gave him his leg. You remember? You've seen it?
Well, yeah.
Find Gordon Ryan versus Nicky Rod. By the way, there's like a feud between those guys.
Yeah.
I have zero side. I think Craig Jones is the shit. You know, I love that dude. He's hilarious. Craig Jones is. You ever follow Craig Jones on Instagram? He does these dick pill ads. He does this ad for he does dick pill ads too. But he does an ad for like some testosterone replacement therapy place. But the way he does it is so fucking funny. It's like you don't know him. You don't know if he's being honest or if he's telling the truth or if it's sarcasm. It's just ridiculous. But he's like a comic. He's really fucking funny, man. But see if you can find Gordon Ryan versus Nicky Rod.
I was looking for that video too.
Yeah, that video we can find too. But that's on his Instagram. But Gordon Ryan versus Nicky Rod. And Nicky Rod is a beast. Like, he's a monster to handle, like a real physical freak. So look, here it begins. They start grappling, and Gordon just gives him his leg.
Oh, he does.
Yeah,
wow.
He gave it to him. Wow. He's like, come on, let's go to the ground. And then Nicky is trying to figure out what to do, and Gordon's like, come on in here. It's pretty quick once he gets a hold of him. Here it is. So he scrambles, he scoots in, and he gets inside control. Once he gets inside control, you're in a lot of trouble. So he gets his legs. Oh, Nicky got out. But Nicky's backing out because he knows, like, he doesn't want a piece of that.
What do? You gotta do jiu-jitsu with the guy, so you're in a real conundrum here.
Yeah, well, Nicky Rod's best chances are to take you down and hold you down and pass you. He's got an amazing guard pass. He's a super powerful guy, like a real freak athlete genetically, like outstanding genes and crazy work ethic and, you know, everything. He's got everything. And then he was also with Danaher forever. So that's where they trained together a bunch. Scoot ahead a little so you can see the submission. So eventually they lock up. So when Nicky gets on top of him and commits to being on top of him, then Gordon can get a hold of that leg. So he's getting control of Nicky's left leg right now as we speak. He's like sneaking deeper and deeper into it. Now he's really locking onto it. Now he's tying it up. Now he's rolling under. Now Nicky's in a lot of trouble. Now this is real bad because he's got a really firm grip on the ankle, and then he laced his legs over. Now it's the heel hook. He's got to tap. Here. That's it. It's getting real close. This is fucking super nasty. And so once he gets the inside heel hook, or this is a regular heel hook, once he gets it, Nicky has to tap.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just, there's levels to submissions, and Gordon is at the highest level. But there's also levels to, like, physicality, and Nicky's at the highest level. And he's getting better at jiu-jitsu. They're a big rivalry right now. But Gordon is just so far ahead of everybody technically and work ethic-wise, and just... It's fascinating to watch a guy that is only 28 years old that is dominating this insane sport where most guys are going like back and forth. One guy beats one guy, another guy beats another guy. He's just smushing everybody.
And he's so fun. He was at Kill Tony last night. Again, comes so often.
Oh, he's fun.
His mom was supposed to be at my shows in Florida, but his
mom's hilarious.
Stepdad got sick. Exactly.
She's awesome.
They just, I think there's really something to having a great sense of humor and being a great martial artist.
Well, that's Craig then, because Craig Jones, everyone calls him like the number 2 best grappler in the world. Like behind Gordon, but Gordon's bigger. Gordon's on the sauce. I don't think Craig's on the sauce.
Yeah.
I think that's part of what Craig is always joking around about. He always says that you need the correct. He did this thing where he's like, you need the correct balance between steroids and autism. So I've been taking a bunch of vaccines, trying to get autism.
That's amazing.
It's funny, man. It's funny. Also, a Stone Cold Killer. He's Volkanovski's jiu-jitsu instructor.
Oh.
Yeah, he's always working with Volkanovski. I don't know why they had a separation to Gordon and him, but apparently the whole team, they separated. B-team and what they call New Wave now. It used to be the Danaher Death Squad. But Gary Tonin and a bunch of guys stayed with Gordon. So
all those guys are in Austin now, right?
Everybody is.
Yeah.
From both groups. They're both in Austin, which is kind of crazy. They all moved here together from Puerto Rico, and then they split off into two groups. They don't talk to each other anymore. Yeah.
I like it.
It's unfortunate, but, is what it is. But it's the world of martial artists, like we were saying, like those people, they're fun people. They're people that are doing a wild thing, a very different thing. They're not the regular people that are tied down to regular jobs. There's just so much restrictions in the way you think about things, the way you express yourself, the fun you can have, the stuff you can talk about. It's like they're so restricted.
Yeah.
It's like that's a sucky place to be, man. You don't want to be in that spot.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Sugar Sean O'Malley never misses an episode of Kill Tony.
He's awesome.
Israel Adesanya never misses an episode. It goes on and on and on.
Well, also, fighters need something fun to break it, and regular talk shows are not going to do it for them. They need some wild shit.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing that Kill Tony's really tapped into in this weird culture that we have right now, where you don't get wild comedy movies anymore. Yeah. Anytime someone puts out wild stand-up, they get attacked with a million articles about them being whatever phobic you could think of. It's just Kill Tony just resonates during that time.
Yeah.
It's also like why Protect Our Parks does so well.
Exactly.
Because we just do it the same way we've always done it.
Yeah.
Just four comics hanging out together, getting fucked up, drinking beer out of funnels.
I love it. I love it. I saw a clip the other day. Someone sent me you guys watching the I Ain't Gay No More.
I am delivered.
Shane's like, oh, Kill Tony. I love it. Like, these bastards.
Yeah, we went on this rant about Kanye. Jamie, what were you saying? That you thought that Kanye was going to be on this week because of that?
Oh, maybe he'll still show up. But no, he's got a new album coming out. He had a crazy rant.
Yeah, Kanye. We were saying that all he needs is one good album. It's bad. And this new album, I'm guaranteed, it's going to be a banger.
I'm a Kanye fucking. I'm just a believer.
Oh yeah, no, you're the biggest Kanye fan alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I told you I was going to have Kanye on the podcast, you fucking.
Oh yeah, I sent you a
must-listen to
document. Yeah.
You gotta listen to this. Start with this album. Go to that album.
Yeah. People talk shit about how his new stuff, the old Kanye's a thing, but it's like
you want him a little crazy.
He's the evolution. So like whatever he does is where the industry is going to be in 3 to 5 years. Everybody is so far behind him that everybody younger than him and everybody listening has to catch up years behind because you can't just copy it.
Yeah.
So
you're always going to have guys like that.
Yeah.
Wild pioneers.
Yeah.
They're always at least slightly unhinged.
Oh, yeah. He's above and beyond. He is above.
How do you not be unhinged? Do you want greatness or not?
Right.
Do you want greatness or not?
Oh, this next album's crazy. No doubt.
Guaranteed.
No
doubt. We should debut it.
And he has so much to talk about.
Yeah.
You know that freestyle part 2 from... Oh, God damn it. The one that people don't know whether it's AI or whether it's him, Jamie. Do you know what I'm talking about? I listen to it all the time. So there's it's heavily debated whether it's actually Kanye or whether it's AI. This thing. Right. Yeah.
Why? Because it's new?
Because Kanye hasn't commented on it at all. The actual rapper doesn't talk about it.
It's another rapper he did a duet with?
Yeah, it's on Spaz Boy. What's it called?
Something about the link I clicked. Loading slow.
Some Freestyle Part 2 or something.
The link's loading slow because probably everybody on planet Earth is listening to it right
but
now.
The lyrics are unbelievable. So now, here's the interesting part. Is like Kanye has so much he can talk about now.
Interesting. So just to add to this,
right.
I found people talking about it on Reddit from 3 months ago, and there's a link to it. That video has been taken down from a copyright claim from music label.
Interesting.
Right.
So it might be real then.
Right. And the lyrics are diabolical. He's talking about Adidas. He's talking about this. He's talking about that.
Ooh.
It's powerful.
Are we allowed to play it? We might not be allowed to play it. We might get in trouble.
It's so good, and it's hilarious.
He's a wild fella.
It's funny. It's profound. It's everything that he is.
Is this it?
I have to ask Tony.
I'm a man of my word.
No, this is different.
I'm a different speed.
Yeah.
Is that how it starts?
Fuck all of y'all.
No, it's not that fast. It's like a remix or something.
Let's hear it though.
That might not. After that happened, if it was AI, then there's going to be a bunch of people making copies to steal.
It should be on Spotify
and all sorts of stuff. Really?
Yeah. But it's not.
You said it got taken down.
It was not a YouTube video. It was taken down. So maybe someone re-uploaded it and they weren't allowed to. That's kind of what I'm saying.
Right. Which is of course going to happen.
Yeah.
Welcome to the internet.
Yeah.
So part 2.
That's what's so cool about releasing an album now.
Yes.
Okay, you did say the guy's name right there.
Yeah, he comes in like 20 seconds.
Let's go. Ain't no more fresh spaz, man. Go. Hey. Go. The real spaz. Easy. Lottie G. Let's go. Let's go. Big ass block in the can with a switch, nigga dishing on.
So this is the first guy. He's gonna come in and
Who's this guy?
What's his name?
This is Rundown Spaz.
Rundown Spaz.
Tell the big brother, come slide for this nigga, bitch. I'm trying to sin in this shit on Christian. You fuck with the odds, you can die with them niggas. America kiss my balls. Pause. Fuck all of y'all. Hold on. You know it's kinda easy. I'm done being preachy. I'm a different species. It's Yeezy. Tell the devil get beneath me. All I did was tell the truth and nobody believed me. On the boat, getting hit out in the T-Lee. My wife's titties is DDs. They gon' pull my dick on the cover of Us Weekly. Make she show my ass crack. Riding around Chicago. GNC, black on black. Easy season, black on black. Easy out the box like a cracker jack. This the egomaniac. Them people trying to pay me back. Can't say I ain't changed, rap. Real nigga artifact. I mix the art with rap. I mix gospel with chat. I fucking Thanos snap. Your career I made that. Yo, where the fuck is? Yeah, you know exactly where I'm at. All rappers suck my ball sack. Bitch, I'm back like a bra strap. Command, see you all cap. Dealing here. Government ain't playing fair. They ain't want it, yeah. We got the White House surrounding niggas everywhere. Next year I pull up to the fucking Met Gala in my underwear. I don't care. Used to be a billionaire. That's 1,000 millionaires. Bang, locked up all my money. I don't care. You can't stop a fucking guy. Yeah, 2024 came in the game, brought down the doors, broke all the locks. For what you got, for what I wore. Foot on the devil's neck for the law. I'm done tap dancing on tour. No more interviews with the falls. Y'all can't even keep score. I pissed on my Grammy Awards cause I don't need an award. Yeah, I don't need your applause. Yeah, I told you I was a guy.
Yeah, so I'm looking on people talking about on Reddit. There is a discussion if it's real or not, but that sounded pretty real.
Sounds pretty real.
Sounds
If it's not, AI's got my vote.
Right.
If it wasn't, that would have to have been a crazy AI experiment that we haven't heard anything that close to it.
If AI is that good, I welcome them. I welcome them to create our rap songs.
Yeah, I read a lot about it, and what they said was that the inhale, that's one of Kanye's like trademarks in between when he's rapping, because he leaves that in.
That's what I was catching on to. That'd be really hard to fake.
Yeah.
Yeah, but AI would know that.
No, so that wouldn't. I don't think they're not saying in the AI made that. What they're saying, how it would have been a fake, is the guy who wrote Rundown Spaz, I guess. They're saying he would have written that, recorded it, and then used like almost like deep faking to just copy Kanye's voice over his voice.
Well, they definitely can do that. We just watched that with that lady, the White House press secretary lady with Obama. They 100% could do that.
It's tough to do that though with AI. I think at least this was 4 months ago when this was made, and this was a guy in his,
they
not
said
somebody at a laboratory.
Again, I read a lot about it, and they said that the breath thing in AI is kind of like how they can't do fingers in AI. So there's like,
do you know how crazy it is to say that 4 months ago they couldn't do that?
Yeah. But
now we know they could. Isn't that wild, Jamie? But like, think about like that made sense to all of us. We said 4 months ago they couldn't do this. Well, oh yeah, 4 months ago. At what time in history has there been a timeline where 4 months ago seems like forever? Yeah. Like when someone sends you an article and you look at it, you go, oh, it's from May. You like dismiss it. Like, this is like 5 months ago, whatever. Get out of here with that. Oh, this is 7 months ago. Oh my God, this is 2022. What are you, like reading ancient history to me? When you say that something could do something now, like when we're talking about Michael Hastings' car, 2010, could they do that? I think they could do that. Now we know they could do that. Like 4 months ago, if you said, I don't know if they could do that Kanye song like that 4 months ago, unless they made it in a lab. Now, 100%. Yeah. How many times has Duncan Trussell taken your voice and had you say ridiculous things in the green room to us?
Oh, yeah.
He's hilarious with that.
So fast.
It's so funny.
And it sounds exactly like me.
He sounds exactly like you, and you're like praising things that suck.
Yeah.
What was the last one he did with you? He's done a bunch of them.
He takes people that I don't necessarily like and makes me talk about how much I love them.
And I try to focus on their positive qualities.
David Lucas hates that Duncan does that. He like gets scared like there's a ghost in the room. Like, turn that off, turn that off.
Which is why he made that rap song about David Lucas.
Yeah.
So crazy. Having him around is so important.
Oh man,
we have such a great crew.
Oh, the squad is crazy.
It's so good. When we're all working out together, I'm looking at them like, this is so crazy. It's Brian Simpson, Hassan, Derek Poston, Shane Gillis,
Matt McCusker, Tim
like
Dillon.
So many good guys. Segura, Christina Pazitsky. There's so many good guys here. Yeah, so many good comics.
Holtzman's a big one.
Oh my God, having Holtzman around is amazing.
And all the big dogs want to come back all the time. There's people
all. How about Howie Mandel the other night?
Oh my God. There's the time.
It's like I want to do this. I was trying to convince him to be a comic again. Yeah. I go, you have so much money. Like, you don't need any more money. If this is what you like to do, this is what you should be doing. Like, when he's with us, he's like a little kid.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this is so fun. When he went up on stage, he had so much fun.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he just showed up, and I was like, do you want to go up? He's like, I don't have to. It's okay. I go, I'd like you to go up. If you'd like to go up, do you want to go up? He's like, yeah, I'll go, okay. You go up after Brian. Brian's up next. And he's just like, oh, my God. Yeah. You can see he gets all giddy.
Because you can't buy that.
Yeah, and then he comes backstage. He's like, it's so fun. God, I want to do this again all the time. I saw he was at the Ice House the other day. So maybe he's doing more stand-up now.
He's got the itch. We know how to do that. We brought Ron out of retirement. We brought Roseanne out of retirement.
Ron's on tour again. When Ron's girlfriend said, come to Ron's retirement party, I go, I ain't going to no bullshit party for something that's never going to happen. I go, Ron White is not retiring. Like, what are you talking about? He's always like, well, I'll retire, but I'll do your club. I go, Ron, you do whatever you want, but you're not retiring. Stop saying you're going to retire. He's one of the greatest of all time. You're not retiring. Shut the fuck up. He's so funny. He's better now than he's ever been.
Oh, yeah.
He's so sharp because he's working with us all the time. He's doing sets all the time.
He comes on nights where he doesn't even want to do sets.
Yeah.
It's just a home away from home. He needs to be around comedians.
Well, when we had that Christmas party the other night, we were all huddled up in the green room like, this is our safe space.
Yeah.
This is like, it's a clubhouse. It's like the ultimate clubhouse. Yeah. It's so fun.
It's the best. The laughs that we have in that room are
so silly.
Insane. The hardness of the laughs.
It's so silly. So fun. It's so fun. It's just, we're so lucky. You know, like I was saying the other day with us working out with The Rock, I was like, is this real life? Like, what is this? Like, this fun thing that we get to do. Like, we've just engineered this very bizarre life.
Yeah. I get to golf with Ron. Golf is like a 4 or 5 hour adventure.
Yeah.
And there's unbelievable quiet moments where, you know, it's times like, because it's not like hunting where you have to kind of be quiet.
Yeah.
So like he could snipe and say something from 100 yards away. Great shot. If your shit goes in the woods or whatever. And with his twang, I'm horrible at impressions, but he has the funniest execution. And that's the thing about that green room when I'm talking about how hard we laugh. Like you have protect our parks is 1/5 of the room at any given point, and we're all together. So it's like a super Royal Rumble Ultra podcast, and he'll just snipe with a word. Yep. Or something like that. Just something. Like it's just chaos.
Yeah, we're very fortunate, man.
Yeah.
I feel very fortunate. Really do. Almost too fortunate. Like while it's happening, I'm like, God, we're so lucky. Like, how did this happen? Because when we thought about doing this place, when you and I, who were like the first of the pioneers out here, when we were talking about doing this place, like we all had this idea of what it was going to be, but we didn't think it was going to work out that well. We didn't think it was going to be perfect.
Not that fast. I thought it would be perfect, but we really had it at Vulcan. The story starts at that crazy cement fucking paper mache, no walls on the stalls. I don't know if you ever went to one of the public restrooms there.
I did. They were disgusting. Half of them didn't flush. There was a moment where Brian Simpson was high as fuck, and he looked at me and he goes, "Yo, dog, you ever look at the cords that hold up those speakers?" I go, "What?" He goes, "You know how heavy those speakers are?" I go, "No, how heavy are those speakers?" He goes, "Oh, hundreds of pounds." I go, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Look at that goes." He goes, "There's two little skinny ass strands."
Yeah.
He goes, "They got no backup. If one of those breaks, everybody dies." I was like, "Jesus Christ, Nick. What the fuck?" I told Nick, "If you ever look at those cords," Brian had me totally convinced these giant speakers are going to fall on the people in the front row.
Yeah, so many memories from that place.
That place is wild. That was the place where we decided that we were going to open a club. When Ron White grabbed me by my shoulders, "Whatever the fuck we have to do, we're doing this.
Yeah.
You got to open up a club."
Yeah. That was
okay.
3 years ago. 3 years and a month or two.
I was like, let's do it.
Yeah.
It was so wild to be doing shows indoors back then. I just found a stash of masks the other day in my truck. They're in my little side thing. I didn't know they were in there. I pull out these fucking stupid surgical masks. I'm like, God.
Yeah.
It's like I'm trying to forget this.
Right.
It's like a time where the world went insane.
Yep. That's exactly how I feel when I see one. They'll pop up in like your fucking socks or whatever, crazy laundry or shit.
I was watching a video on YouTube of a car review, and these guys were in this car and they both had masks on. I'm like, nope, I don't want to see it. Yeah. Like, I don't want to see this. I don't want to. This is like, it's going to annoy me so much.
Right.
These guys are doing this stupid thing that everybody had to do.
Well, that's what I'm saying. At the airports, I notice, especially on the insides of airports, people do it. And like I glazed over earlier, when I saw a barista wearing 2 masks, it's almost like, this sounds terrible, but it's like seeing a wild animal in the wild, because I'm like trying to study the situation. I'm like, what are they thinking? Are they sick? Are they super sick? I'm like waiting for them to cough or breathe heavy or something, because you have to think to yourself, like, are you paying any attention to anything? And
it's also an anxiety thing. And some people like the mask. Some people actually liked wearing a mask because at least part of them was covered, but they didn't have to expose part of their expressions to you. Like people that were socially awkward, maybe they liked being behind a mask.
You know, one thing I noticed at a building I used to live in, one of the guys that worked that you'd see a lot around the building always wore the mask. And I'm like, that's so interesting. I wonder if he has a pre-existing condition, because he doesn't seem, his attitude and his energy wasn't a mask-wearing energy, if that makes sense. I don't know. But that's what I felt. And then I saw him without the mask, and he had a weird, what's the thing where you cuss sometimes?
Tourette's.
Yeah, he had like Tourette's, but just with his face, whatever that is, where it was like a
little tics.
Yeah, tics. He had face tics.
Yeah.
And then I realized, his life is just a little bit easier. He feels more normal behind the mask.
Sure.
Because you don't see it if he's wearing it.
Yeah. And I think some people are hiding behind it. They like to hide behind it. It makes them feel better. And then there's also this thing where like some people have like a very high level of anxiety already.
Yeah.
and they only get their information in little echo chambers, which I think we're all guilty of to some extent. But they get their information from these echo chambers, and they really believe everything the mainstream news says. And especially when it's ideologically connected. That's what's so crazy. It's like taking a vaccine, taking a medicine, somehow or another became ideologically connected with you being a progressive, well-educated, open-minded liberal. Whereas being skeptical of the companies that have the biggest fucking criminal fines in medical history, like giant, crazy fines for lying, like those guys you should trust. And if you don't trust them, well, you must be some Trumper, anti-vaxxer, some fool who's taking veterinary medicine. Oh, you fool.
Right.
And to see that be a dividing narrative was very enlightening, because to me, because I was caught up in the middle of it all, I was like, oh, it's an ideology thing. It's a thing that humans do, where you just believe a collected group of ideas that matches with your social circle, maybe your economic circle, maybe the education circle, the people that that are all like operating in and you all just believe it wholesale without investigating it. And if you get critical of it at all, you get attacked. So you back off that. You don't want that. I don't know how that happened. I don't know if that was a natural course of events or if that was like socially engineered. If it was socially engineered, my God, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. Like if that was like, if you want to go full Alex Jones and say that was like a test run for like a real pandemic to see how people would react and how quickly they'd roll over, you would go, wow, that was shocking. Because people that I really respected, that were really intelligent people, were terrified of discussing the possibility that maybe you're not getting the whole truth about all of it, whether it's the origins of the virus, the medications that are effective in treating the virus, what's legal and why it's legal and why it's being mandated. Like if any skepticism at all, you're attacked for. It's like, that's brilliant. How did they do that? Did they do that because it's just like the perfect storm of a terrifying pandemic, a bunch of people freaking out, and then this solution that gets offered that everybody thinks like, if you don't get to that solution, then you're a part of the problem. But the orchestrating of it all, it's like, it makes me regain this idea that society can be engineered by, like, if you were like some crazy cabal of super billionaires, like the World Economic Forum type, you really kind of could engineer society into a certain direction if you just how they behave when things happen, and if you can get a certain narrative out there early enough where no one can call bullshit on it. Like the vaccine is 100% effective. If you get the vaccine, you're never going to get COVID. The virus stops with you. If you can get that out there and enough people can repeat it, then everybody who is against that is against this idea of us getting back to normal. And then you already know, they'll just start fighting. Look at this, it's amazing. And then they'll all comply. And then they won't admit that the problems that you were talking about, like excess deaths and all-cause mortality, all that stuff, young people dying of heart attacks at a record rate, they won't look at it.
Right.
Because that goes against their narrative.
And when all that happened, there's two types of people, right? Ones that need a lot of socializing, right? Like we hang out and talk to people, we ask questions, not just our direct family, other like-minded people and whatnot. And the information, somebody that got it, you know what I mean? Like, and I think a lot of people don't have that, so they were going to the internet, right?
Especially shut-ins.
Exactly. But also everybody, because we had nothing else to fucking do. Right. I mean, that had to be the time when the most data, I'm sure there's a record for that. Like, I'm sure that has to be a record for Wi-Fi use and data. I mean,
everyone's home.
Yeah, just consume it.
And everyone's full of anxiety.
Which brings me to my next thing, which is like, I just read a thing about how corporate trolling is a big thing. Like, these corporations are buying in the ability to inform. Misinformation. There's a crazy article. I can't remember the statistic, but it's insane.
Posts on Reddit were corporate trolls or something like that.
What percent?
15%.
I think the thing I read was higher.
Holy shit, man.
But it's like,
holy shit.
It's a thing, and which means it could have been a thing then.
Right.
So,
which is why, yeah, go ahead.
Even the people that, like we were talking about the baby boomers not just being spoon-fed the news, even the people that think they're one level smarter are reading things that are easily bought by a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Something we wouldn't spend money on information, but why wouldn't they?
What a wild thing to do, to hire someone to get a narrative out and to pretend you're a regular person arguing online, and it's totally legal. It's really deception. New study, at least 15% of all Reddit content is corporate trolls trying to manipulate public opinion. Now, is that fraud? What is that? It's not technically fraud. What is it, though? If you're pretending to be a person, should you have to sign a contract when you use a social media account? Like, this Nikki Haley lady, I think she wants everybody to have to, like, expose their name and their ID whenever they post. But the problem with that is then that discourages, like, government whistleblowers and things along those lines. Like, if someone has, like, some important information that they have to get out, and also foreign countries that'll kill people. You can't, if you have the rules apply to America, you're going to have those rules apply to other countries. What percentage of people that are on Twitter are from the rest of the world outside of America? It's got to be pretty high. So how are you going to enforce that? You're not going to be able to. But even if you did, like, this idea that that's a good thing, like, I see why they would say that, but you should at least have to somehow or another prove that you're an individual. Now, I don't know how you would do that without giving up your information. But maybe you don't have to do it publicly, but there should be a way where we know you're not a troll. Like, the only problem with that is, like, it's a trap. Because the way is like a digital ID, and you don't want to give up a digital ID. Right. You don't want to have, like, a thing that shows you everywhere you go online, because someone will be able to just do things with that. They'll be able to manipulate you from that into having something that's attached to something else, like whether it's a vaccine passport or a social credit score or, centralized digital currency that's on that phone with that app with your unique ID. This is how we're going to stop bank fraud. You're going to have a unique ID. Nobody's going to be able to steal your money. Your money's all digital now.
Yeah, technically they could track everything about your life. So when you look at somebody, your glasses can say how often they ate at this restaurant and everything.
So is the solution to just allow corporate trolls, and hope that people are smart enough to realize they're being fucked with? But, like, what if those corporate trolls are shifting public opinion and it actually costs lives? That's where it gets weird. Like, what if they lie about something because they don't want to have responsibility for something that they did? So they obscure the truth with these corporate trolls, and it gets messy enough where people just argue it out and they slide through.
And, when you think about the intentions behind who would they attack, what types of things would they try to manipulate, it's the things that would threaten them.
Yeah. Need a little clarification on this. As I tried to dig through the article is paid for behind on Medium, so I can't get there, but
paid for by trolls.
Right, exactly.
You have to pay to get in there. I said that wrong.
Yeah,
but
right.
What it actually says behind it is 15% of the top 100 subreddits found to have content that was likely posted by bots or corporate trolls, specifically aimed at promoting certain companies or organizations.
I don't know why that's so hard to believe when we know how many trolls are on Facebook and Instagram, and there's constant trolls. I was looking at someone was getting attacked for something like pretty minor, but I was just like reading the comments of this page, and I do this thing now where I'll go and I'll read something that seems like a little weird or off or something, and then I go to their page. Oh, you're a fake account. This is a fake account. You have no posts. You're restricted. No one can see it. You have no no followers. You have like 15 followers. Like, oh, okay, this is fake. You got a fake account. Yeah. How many of these are there? How many of these are there that are just constantly commenting on things and trying to stir up bullshit? Right. It's weird. It's legal. So if right now there's no law that prevents corporations from hiring people to pretend that they're a person, or using AI to pretend they're a person to put a narrative out, if that's not illegal, like, what is that? Like, what kind of deception is that? Like, you're not allowed to lie, right? Like, if a corporation has found that they're lying about data, they get fined. If it's found out that they're lying about environmental problems they created or whatever, they get fined, right? They get in trouble. People can go to jail. But if you could just have like a bunch of people constantly lying for you, or if it's AI, have AI constantly lying for you, obscuring the truth, publishing misleading papers, right? AI can just start publishing papers. You know, because papers get accepted sometimes that are fucking loony. Like, are you aware of the grievance fraud papers? Okay. It's a really fascinating story. So these guys who are legitimate academics, it's Helen Pluckrose. Do you have it? Can you pull it up? James Lindsay and Peter Boghossian. Sorry, Peter. Brain freeze. But the three of them put together these grievance papers where they were fake papers based on ridiculous things like rape culture at the dog park, and heteronormative behavior at the dog park, like weird shit, like fat bodybuilding, like fake papers. Yeah. And some of them won awards. Yeah. Like, put up the Grievance Studies Affair. Okay, the Grievance Studies Affair was project by a team of authors Peter Boghossian, James A. Lindsay, and Helen Pluckrose to highlight what they saw as poor scholarship and erosion of standards in several academic fields. Taking place over 2017-2018, their project entailed submitting bogus papers to academic journals on topics from the field of critical social theory, or in derogatory terms, wokery, culture, queer, race, gender, fat, and sexuality studies to determine whether or not they would pass through peer review and be accepted for publication. Several of these papers were subsequently published with the authors cited in support of their contention. Yeah, okay. So let's find out what the names of the studies were, because they were very funny. Like, some of them were really, really ridiculous.
So basically, these are reviewed by other supposedly academic humans.
Yeah, so Peter Boghossian, who was he at the University of Portland? What are the names of the papers? Okay, Human Reactions to Rape Culture and Queer Performativity in Urban Dog Parks in Portland, Oregon. Oh my God, it's amazing. They're all retracted, obviously, because people found out that they're fake studies. Going in through the back door, challenging straight male homo hysteria and transphobia through receptive penetrative sex toy use.
Oh my God, can we read that? What is that? That's hilarious.
It's amazing. It's amazing. They were saying that, like, guys of homophobia, you should get picked, and that'll get over. You'll get over the transphobia.
There's just somebody that has to review that, and they're like, well, I'm not going to be the one that gets in trouble for.
They were saying, amazing. We like what you're saying. They have retracted this article. It's come to light that it does not present genuine research. This article was not authored by M. Smith, as stated on submission, but Peter Boghossian, Helen Pluckrose, James Lindsay have all publicly admitted it was written by them under false pretense.
Oh my.
To date, very little research literature exists concerning receptive penetration anal eroticism in straight men. Of particular interest is its impact upon other factors relevant to masculinities, sex roles, and the studies of sex life. It's hard to read this because it says redacted over the top of it. Most likely be relevant to male sexuality, including masturbatory play with penetrative toys specifically. This study seeks to explore, do men who report greater discomfort with receptive penetrative anal eroticism also report less transphobia, less obedience to masculine gender norms, greater partner sensitivity, and greater awareness about rape? The study uses semi-structured interviews with 13 men to explore this question, analyze with a naturalist and constructivist grounded theory approach in the context of sexualities research, and introduces trans hysteria as parallel concept to Anderson's homo hysteria. This analysis recognizes, I can't read that, it's covered over, socially remedial value for encouraging male anal eroticism with sex toys. Encouraging. So they were just trying to say that the social sciences are bullshit.
Yeah.
And that all this theory and all this, these are insane people. They're talking about nonsense. And so they made these papers. You know, some of them won awards.
Unbelievable. They're basically saying if you shove stuff up a straight guy's ass,
it'll fix all his problems.
Yeah.
Imagine there's people that read that and don't go, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
There's people that read that and go, yeah, what a great idea. I like it.
I wonder how long the paper
I think that is probably what's going on.
Yeah.
That's probably what they're missing. Everyone's a misfit. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Misfits have found themselves. And they've formed these groups in universities where they're teaching kids and they're teaching them nonsense. And so when a paper slips through that under a civilization that has its wits about it, the highest levels of education would read that and go, what the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about, man? You're talking about, you guys did a study where you pegged dudes to see if you could clear them of trans hysteria?
Oh my God.
What the fuck are you doing?
I want to know the results.
Yeah. Results are all fake. They made it all up. All the research was fake. And that was with a bunch of them. But it's just funny that it snuck through because that's how nuts things are. Things are so nuts in universities. You have so many crazy people teaching kids. Imagine being a kid too when you're finally getting away from your dad. Maybe your dad's a dope. Maybe he's a Fox News monkey and he just fucking always parroting everything that they say. And you're like, God, I can't wait to get away from my repressive father. And you get to a school and these new people embrace you and, you know, they take you in. You get to be a part of this new group, and this new group has a totally different ideology from your parents. Man, fuck your parents. And fuck the colonists. And like, yeah, fuck the colonists. And next thing you know, you're on board with this shit. And then one day you wake up and you're like 27. Yeah. And you're working. And you're like, where are my taxes going?
It's wild. We had like, I think she was 25 or something. A year-old girl pulled out of the bucket last night on Kill Tony, and she mentioned that she broke up with her boyfriend because she found videos of him sucking a dude's dick on his computer while wearing her clothes. Oof. So when she was away, he would put on her feminine clothes
and have guys come over and
yeah.
suck guys' dicks.
Yeah.
Everybody's got their thing going.
Yeah. It's wild times. It is. I asked her, I go, did he come out as gay after that? Did he come out of your closet?
How much of this trend that you see in society towards whether it's transgenderism or queerness or this acceptance of this, not just accept but celebration of the LGBTQ lifestyle, is it possible that a percentage of that is influenced and engineered? Just like these corporate trolls are influencing narratives, is there a percentage where China is making everybody gay? And Russia.
Right. Yeah.
Do you think it's possible? I don't think it's 100. I'm not saying that gay people don't exist. I'm not saying that gay people and trans people shouldn't be free. Of course you should be. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, how many lost people are being influenced by a narrative that is in some way being influenced by foreign governments? I'm not saying it's all of it, but is it 5%? Like, what's the number? Like, what is the number that where this message gets elevated specifically as a way to, whether it's demoralize or confuse or cause some sort of societal disruption? Like, if I was in a foreign government and I was going to figure out a way to fuck with a country, what better way than have a bunch of gender confusion and people mad about gender confusion?
I guarantee you that per capita, there's more gays in America than there are in China. If you hand out that questionnaire,
yeah, but maybe not though. Maybe it's like the Catholic schoolgirl thing, where you tell them they can't do it and they just want to do it.
All right, let me put it this way. I guarantee guarantee you there's more people willing to admit they're gay in America than in China and Russia.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, I think in Russia...
Have you ever seen a Russian admit to being gay?
I think it's illegal. I think there's something great. Like, what are the laws in Russia on gay? That was one of the things that Pussy Riot were protesting about back in the day. Remember that Russian girl punk band, Pussy Riot?
Yeah. They were Russian?
Yeah. Huh. Bro, you want to be an activist in Russia? That's a different kind of courage. That's a different kind of courage.
Yeah.
That's a different kind of courage. You want to do protests in Russia? They'll beat the fuck out of you. They'll lock you in jail.
Right.
But I think there's like laws against homosexuality.
Yeah, Stalin in 1934 made it illegal for anal sex between men, 3 to 5 years imprisonment.
And then you're in a prison butt fucking forever.
Right, but that was illegal in America at the time too. Lenny Bruce used to have a joke about that. One of Lenny Bruce's rare jokes that culturally still work today. He was like, dig, so you take these guys that they're into guys and you say, hey, you can't be gay, that's illegal. So you lock them up with a bunch of men who want to have sex with them.
Yeah. That's amazing.
They knew the guys were fucking each other in prison in the 50s, in the 60s. Everybody knew it. But homosexuality at that time, I think, was illegal in America, at least in some way.
Sodomy is what was illegal.
Right, but that's what that is.
Right.
So you can be gay, you just can't do anything. Because sodomy is a mouth and butt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they changed to same-sex sodomy in some states along the way.
Finally. So straight people can do their mouth and butt thing.
Who was the last?
The last guy to get convicted. Shit.
2003. What state?
The last dude who was eating ass
Yeah.
in the 1860s.
I bet you can figure it out.
Alabama.
No.
Georgia.
No.
Tennessee.
California.
2003.
New York. Texas.
Yeah.
Texas.
West Virginia.
Texas.
It was?
2003 guy got arrested for eating ass. Your Honor, he was eating that girl's ass. I walked in, I caught him in the middle of something against our Lord.
Missouri had a law of homosexual conduct.
Ooh. Well, we could all get arrested.
The crazy
for that.
thing about calling it sodomy is like you're talking about sodomy and porn. You're talking about a biblical thing. Like that's
Can
what's
someone
wild
help him?
about that.
No.
That's the origin of the term sodomy. So if you're saying that someone can't do gay stuff, you're saying they can't do gay stuff because the Bible says it's illegal.
Lawrence versus Texas is what it is.
Wow, that's nuts. 2003 is a landmark decision of the U.S. Supreme Court in which the court ruled that sanctions of criminal punishment for consensual adult non-procreative sexual activity, commonly referred to as sodomy laws, are unconstitutional. The court reaffirmed the concept of a right to privacy that earlier cases had found the U.S. Constitution provides, even though it is not explicitly enumerated. It based its ruling on the notion that personal autonomy to define one's own relationships and of American traditions of non-interference with private sexual decisions between consenting adults. Fucking duh. Imagine it took till 2003. That is nuts. So in 1998, John Geddes Lawrence Jr., an older white man, was arrested along with Tyron Garner, a young black man at Lawrence's apartment in Harris County, Texas.
So, like normally I just stream one of my four of my Chromebooks, 4 to 6 devices on YouTube alone. But what I'm doing is linking them. I just learned how to do this using Rumble. Rumble Studio allows you to, for free, link your account to like Twitter, Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, all the same time for free. And so I'm connecting all those accounts. But like, exactly, and you can imagine how much more communication you have with people when that happens.
They brought a dog. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it is sweet.
Lawrence and Garner were charged with misdemeanor under Texas anti-sodomy law. Imagine they broke into these guys' house while they were having sex, and they charged them with the anti-sodomy law. Both pleaded no contest and received a fine. assisted by the American civil organization Lambda Legal. Not to be confused with NAMBLA, North American Man-Boy Love Association. You know, that's a real thing.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Park, yeah.
Lawrence and Garner appealed their sentences through the Texas Court of Appeals, which ruled in 2000 the sodomy law was unconstitutional. Texas appealed to have the court. Wow. Texas was like, nope. We're appealing that appeal. You ain't butt fucking in my county, son. Look at here, page 25, right here in the good book. Says no butt fucking.
Oh my God. You let one in, you let them all in.
Yeah, a man cannot layeth with another man.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I think, what is the origins of the term sodomy? Can you Google that? I'm 99% sure it comes from Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah.
But what is it to describe when it says sodomy? Like when you say...
like a biblical description?
Yeah. Well, Sodom and Gomorrah, right? So they were apparently engaging in all these awful things and God decided to smite them, right? That's the story? You remember the story?
I mean, someone tried to put a bad name on fucking Sodom. He did something.
Something happened, and I think it was like a town, right?
Yeah.
Well, was it two towns, Sodom and Gomorrah?
Yeah, they were next to each other.
They're just both butt fucking, getting out of control, getting crazy.
Oh, man,
and
it sounds like Vegas.
Sound like Vegas. It was their version of Vegas, and everybody was like, "Hey," and they're like, "What are you talking about? We figured out a way to fucking not have kids."
Yeah.
And God's like, no, not up the butt.
That's where it says it right here.
Okay. Addresses people as from Sodom and Gomorrah, associates Sodom with shameless sinning, and tells Babylon that it will end like those two cities. So what happened to Sodom and Gomorrah in the Bible?
Oh, that was from the fire and brimstone.
Right. Can you just find out what it says? I just want to read the description.
Oh, well.
Is it at the top? Wasn't that it?
We're going to have to do Bible study now.
Wasn't that it at the top?
No.
Yeah, we're doing Bible study.
I know this is a long description. It doesn't say anything that you're looking for. It definitely isn't going to say anything about butt fucking in the Bible. I know that. It's a lot of like inferred. This is what they were talking about.
Right. I don't think so. Butt fucking in the Bible. So it's just talking about sin. But how did it become specifically sin, like a butt fucking? Like if you said someone sodomized someone, you would say they butt fucked, right?
Yeah, hold on, let me do like sodomize.
It seems like religion has kind of penetrated society on this one. You know what I mean? Like in the law, because that's what they say is against the law, right? Sodomy. Was that part of the thing?
Yes.
It comes from Latin, the sin of sodomy.
Yeah.
Sin of Sodom.
Sin of Sodom. So why is sodomy a sin? Jesus joins other ancient authorities in viewing the sins of the sodomites as the abuse of strangers, neglecting the poor and the needy, and the stigmatizing of outsiders. Whoa, wait a minute. Now it gets weird.
Yeah.
Now it gets weird because I like what Jesus is saying. So Jesus is saying when you commit sodomy, the sin is the abuse of strangers, neglecting the poor and the needy, and then stigmatizing of outsiders. And the text is like, yeah, butt fucking. Yeah. Basically butt fucking. That shit's illegal, man. Don't be butt fucking. No. And Jesus is like, that's not what I said.
Right.
Jesus is like, no. I'm saying, don't be shitty to strangers. Scroll back down so I can read that again. Don't neglect the poor and the needy, and don't stigmatize others. See, this is how we prevent wars. You other people, right? Jesus is saying, don't do that. And everybody's like, yeah, no butt fucking. Jesus said it.
Yeah.
Right here.
Hey, no stigmatizing around
But
here.
imagine if that's what the sins of Sodom and Gomorrah were. They were just shitty to people.
Yeah.
And Jesus is like, don't be shitty to people. And then someone was like, I heard they were butt fucking too. That's even worse. That's even worse. There was probably some dude who really wanted to butt fuck and be so angry that he couldn't butt fuck. Nobody gets to butt fuck.
Right.
Because that's a lot of it. Like when you find people that are like vehemently anti-gay, you're always like, how long before they catch you in a wetsuit? Ooh, okay. With a dildo up your ass.
In addition to this.
Okay. Unnatural sexual relations, such as those customs imputed to the inhabitants of biblical Sodom, especially between men, but also with breasts from beasts. Oh, excuse me. From a beast from old French sodomy, Compare late Latin anal sex, literally the sins of Sodom from the Latin Sodoma. In Middle English, also sin sodomite. Did you know that some forms of syphilis apparently came from people fucking animals?
No.
Yeah.
Do you know what animal?
I think it's sheep. Is that true? I might have made that up. I know that there's different forms of syphilis, and one they're pretty sure came from the original people in the Mayflower coming over and having sex with Native Americans, and then going back to Europe and giving them VD, and giving them syphilis. The kind of syphilis is just killing everybody. So like that's the syphilis that like makes your fucking rot chunks out of your fucking face and your nose falls off and shit.
Yeah.
And apparently that really started hitting Europe right after the Mayflower and the Pinta and the Santa Maria. Like right after that. You got a piss?
Nah.
I got a pee.
Nah.
Okay. Just checking. So they were. But there was another version of syphilis, apparently, that already existed in Europe that they think came from bestiality. These sick fucks.
I don't
Is that
know.
true? Is that fake?
I don't know. This says, importantly, like smallpox, there is no known animal reservoir for syphilis.
Animal reservoir?
Does that mean that they can't keep it, hold it, store it?
Yeah, that means you can't get it from them. I thought that, so that means that animals don't have syphilis. So it's not. So what was the origin for the original syphilis in Europe? I gotta swear, I thought I read something about it being connected to animals. Maybe that was just a rumor. Maybe that was one of those things that was like, people thought that's what happened, but then they found out it's not the case because there wasn't an animal reservoir. Because you know that animals have COVID. Which really weird, like deer. We tested a bunch of deer that have COVID. I had no idea how. How the fuck did they get COVID? How did wild deer get COVID? Like really? How did that spread? But I think during the height of the pandemic, there was like a good percentage of deer that they would test that tested positive for COVID-19.
Because of an area where there's feeders or something.
Could be.
Human contamination.
Could be. Could be. Maybe people handling the deer, if it's not wild deer, maybe it's deer that get released in the wild, they give it to the wild deer.
Yeah, like what deer are getting COVID tests? Probably ones near humans.
Well, definitely ones near humans, because they're probably ones that were hunted. They shot them, and then they tested them. I'm pretty sure that was how they found out. I'm not sure about Yes, that's what this guy was saying the other day that was telling me that he understands. He's a doctor. He said there's really two different kinds of syphilis. Syphilis, already existed in Europe. It's pretty obvious that the syphilis that happened specifically right afterwards seemed to be more aggressive and different. And this was the idea that the syphilis had come from America. Okay, the team went looking for syphilis. What they found was a much wider array of treponema strains, not just syphilis, but also gauze, which today is found exclusively in the tropics, and a previously undiscovered strain with no modern-day counterpart. We see that many different lineages were present in Europe, which we did not know before, Schumann says. What's more, the dating range, given the two strains, is bounded on the lower end by ages in the early to mid-1400s. Potentially the first DNA evidence that syphilis existed in Europe prior to Columbus's contact with the Americas. Interesting. So maybe that it existed there, but then they brought back a more virulent strain or something. I don't know. I don't know who's right, but it is wild that that's one of the ways that these infectious diseases got passed on. People would just show up with them. And that's the thing, like when people talk about the genocide of the Native Americans, what they leave, a lot of folks maybe don't even know, is that 90% of them died because of disease. Right? Imagine a country where 90% of the people die. Imagine if like this thing that's happening right now, where the borders are open and all these South American people are just storming through. It's crazy to see the border of America. It's fucking nuts. It's a wide open border, which is just insane. But when you're watching that, imagine if they brought over a disease that killed 90% of the people here, that's what happened in 1490.
Whoa. I never thought of it that way.
Yep. There was 100 million Native Americans here at one point in time, they estimated.
Did you say 100 million?
100 million. Wow. Yeah.
How
How wild is that? That's the high estimates. Make sure that's true. I'm pretty sure that's true. But they used to think there was much less. And then as time has gone, they've realized also they've been here a lot longer than they thought. They found footprints of people that were here 22,000 years ago. They had this idea of Clovis first. I don't know what the specific time period of Clovis, but the Clovis period, they thought that was the beginning of people in North America. And then they're like, nope, we found footprints of people 22,000 years ago. They're like, holy shit. 100 million or more. Population figures for the indigenous peoples of America prior to European colonization have been difficult to establish. By the end of the 20th century, most scholars gravitated towards an estimate of around 50 million, with some historians arguing for an estimate of 100 million or more. Wow. In an effort to circumvent the hold in which the Ottoman Empire held on the overland trade routes to East Asia, and the hold that the Attorney Regis granted to Portugal on maritime routes via the African coast and the Indian Ocean, the monarchs of the nascent Spanish Empire decided to fund Columbus's voyage in 1492, which eventually led to the establishment of settler colonial states and the migration of millions of Europeans to the Americas. That's nuts. What an invasion. What a crazy invasion. I mean, that is one of the wildest stories in human history. You know, and it's so ironic that at that same place, people are bitching that people are storming in from the border. Yeah. It's kind of funny. I mean, they have a good point. You really do have to have secure borders. But still, it's kind of wild that this one country that was literally established as a place to go to when you're fleeing a place that sucks. You're like, yeah, we're full. We're full, kids. Stay out.
I wonder what the study is on that in, like, Australia. I've never really thought about the number of the natives that were there.
Well, the crazy thing about Australia, my friend Adam Greentree, you know Adam? Yeah. He was here the other day explaining to us the number of different languages they have, and that a lot of them aren't even written down, and that these tribes will be, they call them mobs of Aborigines, that a mob will be 30 kilometers or 300 kilometers away from another mob, and they speak a totally different language, and they don't even know what it is. Like, they can't communicate with each other. They said there's hundreds of different languages.
So if they needed a cup of sugar, they wouldn't even know how to ask for it.
They don't know how to ask for it. And they've been around for a long fucking time, man. They've been in that place for a long time. They find, like, ancient artwork on walls and caves and shit, sides of cliffs. It's like, he's found a bunch of, like, ancient Aborigine art because it's so wild. Just, like, you're looking at this thing like, how old is this? Like, no one even knows. Yeah. Bro, they used to have, was it Australia? No, it was New Zealand, I think. They had an eagle that could kill people. It was called the Haast eagle. So it was an enormous eagle. And they think they went extinct because people decided to kill them because they were killing people. Probably. Yeah. So they found whatever fossils, skeletons of this fucking eagle. And they found, I think there, I don't know if they're connected, but I know they found primates. There's a lot of primates that get killed by eagles. It's like a common thing, especially in South America. There's an eagle called the harpy eagle. It's amazing. I think it's the biggest of the eagles that are alive today. And it kills a lot of monkeys. And when the monkeys see that fucking eagle coming, man, they go crazy. They scream and run. They run around the tree. They're trying to hide. This motherfucker comes in looking like a demon. Just a snatching demon from the sky. They keep that sloth population in check, though. Good luck being a sloth.
Easy pickings.
Nature fucked them. Why did nature do that? Imagine.
They have to eat eucalyptus all the time. Or they start to fucking get antsy.
I think that's a koala bear.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Koala bears are actually like little bears. They behave like bears. Apparently when they mate, it's like very aggressive.
Oh yeah. I held one in for the first time. I think the last time I was there. Just finally got around to the stupid zoo visit, and fucking, they do. Have you held one? No. Oh, it's so interesting. So
it's like holding a bear.
It is.
Holding a bear.
It is, and it's
just
fucking
a little
heavy.
bear.
It's like dense. Yeah, it feels like 2 or 3 bowling balls at once, and they'll have like a hand on you or whatever. So the person or you has to keep feeding leaves of eucalyptus, and if it goes it felt like these were some addicted like child star fucking koala bears that work at the zoo all day. So I don't know if they're all like this, but if they go like 10 or 20 seconds without getting another hit of eucalyptus, their fucking little hands start to fucking
claw at you.
Well, not claw at you, but like
let you know.
A little grip.
Right. Hey, fucker.
Right.
Yeah.
They get a little
like Snoop does. He calls your face.
Yep.
Pet me, bitch.
Yep.
Yeah.
Eucalyptus addicts.
Yeah, that's a weird thing, man. You get a wild animal, you just keep feeling, look, I got him tamed. Look, I got him tamed. It's like, hey.
Yeah.
Nice to fucking food, right? I know I looked you.
Yep.
I'll bite your fucking nose off, bitch.
Exactly.
Now imagine a bear that's 1,000 pounds.
Yeah.
Think that little thing, like how dense it feels, right?
Oh, it's crazy.
Imagine one in this big room. That's how big they are.
Does anybody ever hunt them with bows and arrows?
Yeah, they do a lot. Yeah. Look at them. Growling. Whoa.
You gotta remember, those tiny little, what look like tiny paws are holding up that heavy thing.
Yeah.
The little heavy thing.
Yeah, it's got claws. I mean, it's climbing with ease. They climb trees like it's nothing. What a crazy looking animal, too. Imagine the first guy to see one of those. You're like, what is that? Look at that fucking thing. How strange.
Giant.
But I guess back then everything was strange. They had so many, Australia's got so many weird animals, man. All the marsupials, I think, come from Australia, which is weird. Like, how'd that happen? Why you got a fucking hoodie? When you got a front pocket you keep your baby in? Like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
No other animals in the world, I don't think, have it.
So interesting.
I think they're the only animal. I think it's only, I don't know if that's true, if Australia's the only place where there's marsupials. Because I know that Tasmanian tiger, I think that was a marsupial, which is nuts. Because it looked like a dog.
I don't know that one.
Tasmanian tigers,
70% are found in Australia. The rest are found in the Americas.
Really? What part of the Americas have...
Primarily South America, 13 in Central America, and 1 species, the Virginia possum.
Whoa. No shit. There's a possum in Virginia that's a marsupial? Wow. What are the other big ones? Because I know there's like, for sure the biggest ones, kangaroos get fucking giant. There's 2 kangaroos, there's a red one and a gray one. I forget which one gets huge. But one of them gets fucking huge. Like real big. And they'll fuck you up. Like they're giant. They're like 7 feet tall. And they'll fucking kick your guts out. They get up on their back tail. They'll sit up on the tail and just fucking kick at you.
What is it?
A kangaroo.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they're crazy.
Yeah.
Like,
what am I talking about?
Right. No. I was thinking about how weird it was. I got stuck on that fucking weed we smoked during the Kanye song was powerful.
I was aware of the marsupials in South America.
Am I incorrect that marsupials are they all carry their baby in their pouch?
That might not be the correct definition, but I thought so.
I thought so. So there's marsupials in South America.
Yeah.
But the big weird ones are Australia. Any members of the mammalian infraclass Marsupialia, all extant marsupials are, so it's
usually have a pouch.
Yeah. Usually have a pouch. Kangaroos, wombats, bandicoots, wombat.
Yeah. I've seen something recently. Have you seen a shark? Egg.
Wow. I don't think so.
All right, let me show you this one. It was a very specific kind.
Oh, I have seen sharks I thought sharks give birth. So this is like the eggs before they're fertilized?
This is a spiral shark egg.
Yo. That's what their egg looks like?
The person that posted this video on TikTok, this is the one that was on TikTok recently. They found it on the coast, on the edge. They're trying to figure out what they should do with it. Usually they get lodged.
Cook it.
You can see the larva.
Whoa, that's amazing. Holy shit.
Philip would hit that shit with a torch for 3 seconds and take it right down.
Yeah.
It's another horn shark egg casing.
Horn shark.
Horn shark
Here's
egg
another
casing.
one.
Look how beautiful
Okay,
that is.
so a lot of questions about these guys. People were asking me if they were hard because it looks like glass. I know, but
It looks
no,
like a
they're
Nerf ball.
actually soft. And the
Like a football we
case
throw
itself is
when we were
pretty
kids.
squishy. Don't want to squish it, but let's see if we can. Not really in the sun. Let's see if we can see through it at all. Okay, so it's actually you can get a little bit.
Wow.
It's a little embryo in there.
Oh my god, it's alive.
Yeah.
Gosh, this is so exciting.
Oh my god, the embryo is alive. So could they take that and turn it into a shark, or does it have to do that inside the mother's womb? That's nuts.
You know, like if someone could grab that and erase it, I don't know.
Can you bring it to one of them chicken places? What they do with chickens?
Put it in an incubator?
Yeah, an incubator.
I don't know. I don't think so. I doubt it.
Why can't you?
I don't know. I've
Because
never
they
tried.
hate sharks. People hate sharks.
We could go look for one and try, I guess.
I wonder what happens after that.
I was watching a fishing video in Key West, and there's a bridge that these dudes fish on, and when they catch a fish, it's a mad rush to get the fish to the surface because there's so many bull sharks there. It's like infested with bull sharks, and they lose fish all day long. And so this guy catches a bull shark and cooks it and eats it. And that's a real controversial thing nowadays because for whatever reason, it's like one of those ideological things. People have decided that, oh my God, you eat sharks? Did you know sharks are endangered? Like, no, maybe all over the world, their numbers are down because of shark fin soup because they cut their fucking fins off. But for the most part, no. Like, especially in certain spots, there's a lot of them. It's like saying, are grizzly bears an endangered species? Well, they're not even in most of the places where they used to be, which is probably a good thing. But that's it right there.
Well, it's going to hatch.
But they're not low numbers if you go to where they live. There's a lot of them there. It's just like they're not in San Francisco anymore. Right. But if you go to the north, they're there. You can go to Alaska. You'll fucking find a lot of them, man. They're there.
So it comes out like that. I guess.
Wow.
Theory could put one in an aquarium because that's where they have.
So they just lay them.
Yeah.
And then they come out like that. Okay, so that's a different kind of shark. Because I think some sharks give birth to live offspring.
Yeah, I've never even heard of a horn shark. It looks a little bit like a hippo's face.
It's wild looking.
Look at that. It looks kind of like a hippo to me.
Yeah. What a cool egg, though. God, that's amazing.
Yeah,
that's one of the wildest things about the ocean. If the ocean did not exist and we found a world somewhere that was filled with the creatures of the ocean, we would be freaking the fuck out. They'd be like, dude, it's so nuts. They got mammals. They speak languages. They have these creatures that hide from each other by literally mimicking the floor of the ocean until something comes by.
There's only a few sharks. Like a cat shark, which I've never heard of.
Lay eggs. So most sharks give birth to live offspring. Wow. Interesting. Cat shark. Whoa. That's cool. You know the weird one is, like, you can't keep a great white shark in an aquarium.
I also noticed that horn shark had 2 dorsal fins. Maybe there's some sort of differentiation between, like, this is technically not a fish, but it is a shark, but it's laying eggs.
Right, like a cousin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't really look like a shark traditionally.
Well, it looks a lot different than the sharks that fuck up surfers. That's an indication from surfing, bro.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not into it.
I watched a video yesterday. I don't know if it was real, but it was a guy on a surfboard where the shark just up and just gets his whole chest. Ugh. God. Sends him into the air and is just getting his whole chest with a bite, and you're watching it. I don't know if it's real, though. That's the thing about today.
Right.
It looked real.
Yeah.
Look at a surfer, and then all of a sudden he gets bit.
I don't fuck around with the ocean at all. The rivers here, the lakes here, all nice, very fun. I'll never get in the ocean again. Never liked it when I did. Not my thing.
It's a spooky place.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You're very, very, very vulnerable in that spot.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you can't move good. You go into a place where there's a bunch of monsters and you can't move good?
Slow.
You're so slow. You're like,
oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And you're like, shh.
We're like a Cheerio. We're the one Cheerio left in a cereal bowl for them. It's just scoop.
I was watching a video yesterday of a shark attacking another shark. It bites his shark's tail off. So this one smaller shark is swimming, and this big shark comes up behind it and bites his tail off. You want to get in there with that? They kill each other. You want to get in there with that? They're monsters. They move so much faster than you. You're so vulnerable. And they kill each other. What are they going to do to you? They're going to try you. What do you think they're going to... Oh, that's a person. I don't like people. They're just mindless... black-eyed, like no, nothing, just death in that eye. Yeah, that's like space. That eye has no emotion. Just. Are you gonna get in there with that? What, for thrills? Oh, you like the way the water feels under the board? Yeah. Okay. I have a lot of friends who do it. God bless you. Yeah, not me. Wild, not me. Crazy, not me. I'd want to be in an Iron Man outfit. Missiles. Yeah. Fuck good. That'd be a fun way to do it. That video of that guy getting eaten off the Egyptian coast is absolutely horrific. I still haven't seen it. Oh my God. It's horrible because the guy's getting killed while Stand By Me is playing. Ugh. And you're watching the guy bomb up and down there. He's screaming for his dad while the shark is eating him alive in front of everybody. In front of a resort. Damn. Row. It's a scary way to go, man. Yeah. Imagine resorts. Imagine if there was a resort, and the resort was at the edge of the forest. If you go in the forest, you go at your own peril because there's werewolves out there. And most people are like, yeah, but it's really fun to like skirt along the edges of the werewolf park. As long as you don't go in the park too deep. Like, hey, I really love being in the trees. It's worth it. It's worth the risks. Werewolves are only a werewolf once a month. The moon has to be full. Oh, right. Every other day you can go fuck in the woods. You don't have to worry about shit, right? You could go camp. You could have a good time. But when that fucking moon is full, there's way more sharks than werewolves. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There can only be a couple of werewolves, right? Yeah, this is the new thing in Colorado. They just released wolves. Population of this area where the wolves are being released, 2/3 of the people voted against wolf release.
Colorado's releasing wolves and taking Trump off the ballot at the same time.
Yeah, they're releasing wolves, and they have this ideological idea. The problem with releasing wolves is, wolves used to be there, and wolves are cool, but the world's different now. They have ranchers there, and these ranchers, they're going to get attacked by wolves. Their cattle are going to get slaughtered by wolves. People are going to lose their dogs. Like everything around there is going to have to deal with these repercussions. People that are actually around wolves, whereas the people that voted for it, for the most part, are in these urban areas where they're like, "Oh my God, wolves are amazing. Let them go." Yeah. But they don't know what a wolf is because they're never around them. Doesn't mean that wolves aren't cool. They're the coolest fucking animal of all time. But boy, you want to bring them in. Like, you want to get.
Were they
bad wolf? You want them really in your neighborhood?
Were they there and not there anymore because the ranchers killed them?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they killed them. The people coming across America killed them because they were killing all the cattle and they were killing people's dogs. It was, not good that they made them extinct, but not good also if you let them populate unchecked. So the problem is a lot of times they get them in under the pretense from these wildlife biologists. When they hit a specific number, they'll open up a season for wolf hunting. But most people are opposed to wolf hunting ideologically because you're like, wolves are amazing, they're beautiful, you shouldn't hunt them. Right. But the thing is, you let them go, and now they're there and they overpopulate. Like, historically, that's been terrible. And I know people don't remember because we've never had like wolf issues during our lifetime because the settlers killed the wolves. If they didn't, there would be wolf issues. That's just a fact. If you let a large population of wolves exist in a place where people exist, you're going to have wolf problems. Yeah. And people in Canada are well aware of this. And people are in Alaska, they're well aware of this. And now people are going to find out in all those areas where they've brought wolves. And if they don't manage the population, it could get to be a problem. I've talked about it ad nauseum, but I'll bring it up one more time. In World War I, there was a ceasefire between the Germans and the Russians because so many of them were getting killed by wolves. They decided to band together and hunt the wolves. Guess what? That can happen here. Yeah. That can happen everywhere. That can happen where wolves are. especially if you let wolves go unchecked. And if the people that live in the cities like, wolves are amazing. I wish there was more of them.
So it said they're just releasing 5. Is that what it said?
What does that mean?
No. Right.
They're gonna fuck.
Yeah.
They're gonna stick together. They're gonna fuck, and then there's also wolves that are making their way into Colorado organically, because Colorado borders Wyoming. Wyoming has wolves, and the wolves are coming in organically, and they think maybe grizzly bears. There's been reports. My friend Adam Greentree, we were just talking about before, he got video footage of what he says is a grizzly bear. Looks a lot like a grizzly bear in the San Juan Mountains. There's been reports of people seeing them. Makes sense. They can walk over there, But to bring them in and to want more of them, want more wolves, like, you better be willing to manage their population, because it'll get to a point where then people will revolt. It'll get sketchy. It'll be like a lot of other things that happen in this country that are ideological decisions. That like people, they think about like a wolf with their emotions. Like, wolves are amazing. They're incredible creatures. I want to see a wolf. Do you? Are you sure? Do you want to die by a wolf? People die by wolves. That's Little Red Riding Hood. That's what that's all about. Those kids' stories about the big bad wolf. What that was about humans used to get attacked by wolves. They'll fucking kill you.
I don't think we had them in Ohio, right?
Of course they did. At one point in time. Wolves have larger-than-life places in the human imagination, the stories we all grow up with and tell each other, said Polis. To see them in their natural habitat and turn around curiously at us is a really special moment that I will treasure for my entire life. So that's the governor who was really smiling and clapping because he thinks he's doing the right thing when they release the wolves. He thinks he's doing the right thing. You just have to manage the population, and it's really hard to do that. That's the reason why they poisoned all the wolves back then. So that was really the only way to significantly affect their population numbers. You can't hunt them. You can, but you're not going to put a dent in them. They're just too good. They're too smart. They're too good at moving. They're going to smell you from a mile away. Once they realize that you're hunting them, good luck. Unless you're hunting them from helicopters and you're doing it as like a really barbaric way. Just have like a hunter go hunt them. The best hunters are, not that successful wolf hunting. Like, wolf hunting is difficult. It's a really hard thing to do. They get smart. And also you have to go to where they are, and they're very nomadic. They can move around. They travel. They can traverse a mountain so easily. They get away from you so easily.
You ever see one when you're hunting?
Never see. I saw one once going across the road, I believe. I'm not entirely sure, but it looked like a big dog, and it was really late at night. It was in Alberta where they have a lot of wolves, and we were in the woods. It was going across a dirt road, and it was at darkness, like past dusk. It was starting to get dark, but I saw this thing right across the road. But I've never seen one up close.
Yeah, I was once driving us through past Yellowstone. Is that Wyoming?
Yellowstone is in Montana and Wyoming.
Yeah, but we were going through, I think, Wyoming for some reason, and maybe Montana. But anyway, I had something like that where I thought I saw bison, and the whole Kiltony crew that was in the car as I'm driving, but I had been driving for hours, so I don't really. But I was positive at the time.
They have them out there.
Yeah, but everyone else, there was someone in the back, I can't remember, but someone was like, "No, I saw that. It was a blah 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 blah." I'm like, "No, it was a bison." But
they might not know.
Yeah,
you could both. Either one of you could have been right. They definitely do have them there, though.
Have you seen one of those?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've seen them in Yellowstone. Yellowstone's weird because it's like this open air zoo, where the animals behave so much different. Like the elk just hang out over by like where the fucking vending machine is. Whoa. They were just laying on the ground. I took a couple selfies with them.
Wow.
Yeah, I gave myself some distance. I didn't like run up on them, but I'm like, they're everywhere, and they've realized that the wolves don't come to the visitor center. So they hang around the visitor center so they don't get jacked by wolves. Because when they reintroduce wolves into Colorado, that's where they reintroduced them. Excuse me. When they reintroduced wolves into Montana, that's where they reintroduced them. They reintroduced them into Yellowstone. And they spread out from there and went all over the place.
Wow.
Yeah.
What was the thought behind that? Yeah, the Yellowstone people wanted that?
I think it was wildlife biologists and conservation groups and people voted on it. And I think the idea was to reintroduce them and then manage their numbers. But then the thing becomes, once they've reintroduced them, then the wildlife activists, they don't want you to hunt them. And so there becomes a lot of disputes about whether or not they should open up a wolf hunting season. They have in Montana. They haven't in other places. I think you can hunt wolves in Montana. You can definitely hunt wolves in Canada. I think you can hunt wolves in Idaho.
So you can trap them.
Yeah, you can trap. There's a bunch of different laws in different places, so I don't want to speak out of tone, out of line. But I know you can hunt them, like legally. You can shoot them in a bunch of states now. Montana, I believe, is one of them. But what states can you hunt wolves in?
What do you do with can you eat a wolf?
You can. No one does though.
Right.
But like some of the trappers, like there's like ancient trappers, and one of those guys was a famous ancient trapper. I forget his name, but his favorite food was wolf. He liked to eat wolves. The only time it's acceptable to shoot a wolf in Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming, states where wolves have had to undergo reintroduction, is when a wolf attacks a person or threatens livestock. Well, where are they hunting wolves then? Is this still true? So ranchers can shoot them. Only ranchers. It's got to be. So it must be only Canada and Alaska? Wolf tag. Okay. Wolf permit can be purchased under the deadline, but a purchase after the deadline requires a 24-hour wait period for use. The cost of a non-resident wolf tag is $50. So that means you can buy a tag for wolf hunting. Is this an old?
I literally typed in.
Right.
Can you hunt wolves?
But is that an old article where it says there's no wolf hunting? Oh, it's no wolf hunting inside the park itself.
Yeah, this one was for Yellowstone.
Right. You can't hunt wolves. You can't hunt anything in Yellowstone.
Right.
But where can you legally hunt wolves? Can you just Google where can you legally hunt wolves? Okay, there it goes. Where can you legally hunt wolves in Canada or the United States?
So yeah, it's like province to province.
However, wolves have been delisted from the Endangered Species Act and are now managed by state wildlife agencies. That means hunting and trapping of gray wolves is allowed in certain states, but with specific regulations and hunting seasons in place. So that's when they delisted them, when they realized they had gotten to a point. But they think they've gotten beyond the point where they initially said they would start hunting them. Which states hunt wolves? Okay. Minnesota and Wisconsin. Bad idea of gray wolf in Wyoming, which today begins first wolf hunting season in more than half a century. Okay, Wyoming, you can hunt them. It's one of 3 states. The other 2 are Minnesota and Wisconsin that will offer hunts for the first time in decades this fall. It's not easy. I talked to a guy who was a wolf hunter on Instagram. He's killed quite a few wolves.
With a gun.
With a rifle, yeah. And he was telling me it's not easy. It's very difficult. It's hard to get to them. They're very smart. And the whole idea behind it is that, like, oh my God, these hunters are going to kill so many wolves. Like, most people are not going to go through this to get a wolf. So it's very hard to do.
And they travel in packs.
They travel in packs.
And if you're out there on your own and you only have one rifle and they want you, right?
You got a problem.
Yeah.
And if you're going to be out there, you're going to have to probably be in a small party of people like you and maybe 1 or 2 other people, you know, to avoid detection and to be able to sneak up on them. Then you're super vulnerable.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. If they find out you're hunting them and they find out you have to do this every time you want to reload.
We got all the time in the world.
I mean, it takes a second or 2.
Oh yeah.
One's coming in this way, one's coming in that way, and you shoot that one, they just fucking
just sprint,
get you from the sides. If wolves realize that people like have to reload,
oh yeah.
Then you're gonna have to have semi-automatics. You're gonna have to have people on the sides of you. You're gonna have to have wolf-proof outfits.
Where was he hunting wolves at? Alaska?
I'm not sure. It's one of those states, I guess. Maybe it was Wyoming. I thought it was Montana. But I know I've seen wolf hunting videos. There's this guy, Ryan Lampers, who's a fascinating dude who's a hunter, who is just like very articulate, intelligent,